particularly so right now, just to the south of I-94, right around Charleston Township. So that would be right around that Target Distribution Center is where it looks like we're looking at these strong winds here. Some powerful winds that could be gusting in excess of 60 miles per hour. If I zoom in a little bit closer, we're going to query this here to show you what we're talking about as far as the winds go. Yeah, they're winds between 60 and maybe even higher miles per hour. Colin Rogers, meteorologist Colin Rogers, helping give us a little bit of coverage here as well, standing by with some more information on this. Colin, what do you got?
Yeah, so just into our newsroom, Consumers Energy now reporting over 1,000 outages in Kalamazoo County. If we have that map, we can go ahead and pull it up. But once again, that's southern Kalamazoo County as those storms continue to push through over 1,000 power outages. Here's a look at the latest Consumers Energy map. Where we're seeing those numbers in Kalamazoo. It looks like right now about 121,000, or excuse me, 1,000, a little over 1,000 customers now without power. So we're starting to see these storms that are knocking down power lines. We had a report of trees and power lines down southwest of Lawton, and that will lead to some more power outages as we head throughout the rest of the night, especially with these storms right now that are moving through eastern Kalamazoo County. If we zoom in a little more, just south of I-94 is where we're seeing the strongest portion of not touching the ground. Even if this tornado is not making it to the ground, we do know that there's very powerful winds moving through Kalamazoo County right now. Southeast of the city, if it's heading east right now, just to the south of I-94, and radar was estimating what looked to be some 60, maybe even some 70 mile per hour winds with this storm here that is continuing to head over to the east near Charleston. And of course now Calhoun County is under that tornado warning until a later time, until about 1 a.m. For that tornado warning in Calhoun, whereas it expires a little earlier as we are in Kalamazoo County. But we'll continue to monitor those power outages, and Chief Meteorologist Keith Thompson has some more with the latest updates of this storm. Yeah,
we're going to stay focused on that radar there, Colin, because we are looking at this really starting to get serious here, right around Climax, to the north of Climax. I mean, this is right over the Target Distribution Center right now. Right over the Target Distribution Center right now. We're talking about exit 88 here as we move toward the Calhoun and Kalamazoo County lines. I mean, this is very serious, folks, as this continues to move off to the northeast. I mean, these are some very strong winds. I think there's some very tight rotation that's going on here. Listen, if you are in Augusta right now, you should be taking cover. If you are in Climax, you must be taking cover. If you are right there along the I-94 border there with Calhoun and Kalamazoo County, you should be taking cover. We're talking about the west side of Battle Creek here, right around the airport. If you're around Fort Custer, you really need to be taking cover. I mean, this is intensifying rapidly, and I think this looks pretty good for a signature here, that there would be some rotation here. Again, it's not confirmed, but it is really tightening up very quickly here. You see some of the roads that we have here? Look, if you're on Watkins Road, you know Watkins Road there in western Calhoun County, Watkins Road, western Calhoun County. If you are around Helmer Drive, if you're in the Lakeview neighborhood of Battle Creek, you need to be thinking about taking cover, and you need to stay with us, and we'll tell you if this is getting any closer. But right now, I would say if you're in the Lakeview neighborhood, you need to be thinking about taking cover as this cell continues to move off to the northeast. If you are in the vicinity of Fort Custer, if you're around Fort Custer, then you need to be taking cover. If you're on the west side of Battle Creek, if you're around Denso, then you need to be taking cover. If you're near that industrial park there on the west side of Battle Creek, then you need to be taking cover, or at least thinking seriously about taking cover. I'm going to scope this again. I mean, this is really starting to ramp up here. I'm going to slide our map down to show you what we're talking about here. It's this area right here. This is our velocity product. And as I slide this down, I mean, this is very impressive looking. And so I do think that there's a strong possibility, at least, that we're seeing some rotation here. This is south of 94. South of 94. Right now, I think we're talking about likely To the east, I would say probably to the east of the target distribution center or near the distribution center. I think we're going to be just to the east of the target distribution center. If that sounds familiar to you and you are east of the target distribution center, you need to be taking cover. If you're close to exit 92, it's the first exit right out of Kalamazoo County into Calhoun County. If you are in that vicinity around exit 92, if you're around Stone Jug Road, they're on the west side of Battle Creek, you need to be taking cover. If you're in the Lakeview neighborhood, if you're near the Battle Creek Airport, you need to be thinking about getting on the move here, because this is moving off to the northeast, and it does look very, very impressive with some very strong winds, I'm going to query one of these to see what we can come up with as far as the winds go here, and I think they're going to be quite strong. We have 55-mile-per-hour winds, but again, this is going to be rotating here. This is going to be rotating, and so actually the winds are going to be higher with the storm moving through. Remember, when we're talking about rotating wind here, we have one wind field that's moving away from the radar, and we have another one that's moving toward it. And so I think what we could be looking at, very strong winds that could be rotating here north of Climax. So once again, we have a tornado warning. I want to get back to our box here to show you what's going on. Colin is continuing to monitor for storm reports here. I'll show you, there you go. It's the box that you see in red. This is primarily now going to be a threat for easternmost Kalamazoo County. For example, right now, I think if you're in Galesburg, certainly if you're in Kalamazoo and Portage, you're out of the box anyway. But this is primarily right now what we're talking about is moving right over the Kalamazoo Kalamazoo Calhoun County line, and this is right on I-94. If you're familiar with where exit 92 is, if you're familiar with Mercury Drive, that's where we're talking about. And if you're in that vicinity, if you're around Cedar Creek Golf Course there, then you need to be taking cover on the west side of Calhoun County. If you are near Level Park, if you're in the Lakeview neighborhood, then you need to be taking cover, because this is moving off to the east as we put the radar back into motion. Going to slide it over right to the heart of this storm here, and there you're going to see what we're talking about as this really looks like it's starting to wind up here with some rotation. So we're going to stop it here and then show you what we're talking about as far as the wind field that's going on with this, and it's very tight. It's very tight. You can see it here. We're going to slide this off to the east. We're going to zoom in to give you an idea of where we're talking about and get a little bit closer because it's just this area right here that is just to the north of Climax. This is going to update pretty soon. I think I already have an update on one of the devices, digital devices I'm looking at here, and this will likely pop over. You're going to see this area blues and reds here hop over to the Kalamazoo County line at any time. You're going to see that. There it goes. In fact, now it has moved to the east of that. We're talking here as we slide this off to the east. We'll move our map so that we can keep up with it here. And there it is. Right now we're talking about, this is the Lakeview neighborhood. I told you earlier, this is the Lakeview neighborhood. You need to be taking cover if you're in Lakeview. This is heading into the southwest portion of Battle Creek, downtown Battle Creek. You need to be paying attention here, and you need to be thinking about moving to a safe spot if you can. Because this is what we're talking about. I'm going to slide our map over just a little bit. Again, tornado warning. This is now primarily for Calhoun County, western Calhoun County. The airport, Kellogg Airport, Denso manufacturing facility there. We're talking about Fort Custer. We're talking about the Lakeview neighborhood, Lakeview High School, Lakeview Middle School, moving right there along Helmer Avenue toward Capitol Avenue as well in Columbia. That's where we need to be taking cover. If you're around Stone Jug Road here, these are all streets that you need to be thinking about as we continue to watch this. I'm going to scope this for you to show you where we're talking about the potential here for some strong winds. There we go. This is the velocity product here. And so this is now into the south. This is over the Lakeview neighborhood right now. Headed your way there in Riverside Drive, Columbia Avenue, Territorial, 20th Street. Certainly right now it looks like moving to the south and east of the airport. So this would be right over, for example, the Meyer there in the Lakeview neighborhood of Battle Creek. That's where we're talking about. As we slide this over just a little bit, again, I'm going to show you. There you see Battle Creek downtown proper there. It's headed that way. And I think it doesn't look quite as impressive. The latest scan looks not as impressive, but I still think that we've got some serious wind and the potential for some rotation. So again, if you're in the Lakeview neighborhood right now, you need to be taking cover. If you're around Helmer Road, if you're south of I-94, I don't want to cut it too fine, but I think if you're south of I-94 around Beckley, then I think you're probably okay, but you need to pay attention. But for sure, if you're around Riverside Drive, if you're around Helmer, if you are around Columbia, and even Capitol, then you need to be probably finding some cover there, because this is going to continue moving to the northeast. We're going to get a new scan with the radar here coming in pretty soon, and likely we're going to see that jumping right on over into perhaps even downtown Battle Creek. So if you're in the downtown Battle Creek area, you need to be thinking about taking cover as this continues to move in. I'm going to try to scope it one more time to see if we can get an idea of some of those strong winds. Meteorologist Colin Rogers here is also checking for any storm reports to see if we can get any storm reports, any reports of power outages. We have folks in the newsroom who are trying to get some of that information as well. This, by the way, from the same cluster of thunderstorms. Not necessarily the same cell, but the same cluster of thunderstorms that did some damage in Lawton about an hour ago. And we now know that there are reports of trees and power lines down in Lawton, there in Van Buren County, as it moved right on through. And so now we're watching it as it continues now to slide. I'm going to slide this out just a little bit. And let's put this back into motion here, looking at, again, to the southwest side of Battle Creek. Lakeview neighborhood is where I think we'll see some of these strong winds, and once again there could be some rotation in this as well. So you see we're talking about here right along Riverside Drive. I expect that these colors here are going to take a jump to the northeast here momentarily in the next minute or two, and then we're probably going to see it hopping right on into perhaps even downtown Battle Creek. So we'll see if we can get Battle Creek up on one of our cameras here to see if we can get an idea of what that looks like. And in the booth there, I don't know if you can hear that. I don't know if it's possible for us to get Battle Creek up. There it is. All right, this is looking at downtown Battle Creek right now, and not really able to see too much out of there. You're going to see some lightning, no doubt, but the wind should really be picking up right now in downtown Battle Creek. All we can see right now, of course, is rain on the camera lens and then also a lot of lightning. But I do think it's probably getting pretty gusty there. If it were daytime, we'd be able to see some markers like a flag or something to see how it might be blowing. It does look like the lightning is pretty intense right now, but again, we're talking about those winds moving right into the downtown Battle Creek area and the west side of Battle Creek as well. So we're looking here right along River Road, right through the Hill Brady Road area, Jackson Street, right along the Kalamazoo River there as it moves out of Battle Creek and heads its way toward Augusta. That's where we're looking at some of these strong winds here with these different colors that you see on the radar. Like I said, I think at any moment we're going to see those take a hop to the east-northeast. Right now in the Lakeview neighborhood, you need to be taking cover. Right now, if you are, for example, in Emmett Township, you need to be thinking about taking cover. Right now, if you're on the north side of Battle Creek, you probably also ought to be thinking about taking cover as well. Right now, as this continues to move to the northeast, I think if you're in the Harper Creek neighborhood, I think if you're around Beetle Lake, I think if you're down around Binder Park, you're probably going to be okay, as this is likely to stay north of I-94. But again, just a reminder, we have this tornado warning. Let me get back to our box here to update that. I'd be surprised if it continues here for Kalamazoo County. We'll see what it looks like here. There it is. It's out of Kalamazoo County now because, of course, this storm is now moving toward Battle Creek. So everybody in Kalamazoo County now, you're in the clear. No problem. As a matter of fact, I don't even believe there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo County as well. Meteorologist Colin Rogers has some reports for us. Colin.
Yeah, a viewer just reported, or emergency management in Calhoun County just reported Watkins at Stone Jug Road, 1.25-inch quarter-size hail. So that's over 1 inch in diameter hail. So certainly, even if there's not a tornado on the ground, we're still seeing that this storm is producing very gusty winds, and now we have confirmed that we have some pretty large hail as well falling in portions of Calhoun County in that storm right now, moving through downtown Battle Creek. And that's going to continue to push further off to the north and the east. So Could have some damage to vehicles as well out there with these hailstones falling, along with the chance for some power lines and trees to be coming down with these wind gusts. Right now, it's looking like we have winds upwards of 50, 60 miles per hour heading right through downtown Battle Creek as the storm continues to push through. The good news is rotation isn't looking as strong as it was when it was moving in areas just north of Climax, but there is still some rotation around Battle Creek, and that's what we can see sometimes with these tornado-warned storms. The rotation gets really tight, and then it will kind of weaken up a little bit, but that doesn't mean that it can't tighten back up as we head over the next few minutes as well. We saw that earlier as it was heading through Van Buren County. We had some really tight rotation, some really strong winds. It weakened quite a bit as it moved into western Kalamazoo County, but as we saw, it tightened right back up and became a very powerful storm as it moved through eastern Kalamazoo County, and right now it's continuing to push through downtown Battle Creek, and it will continue to move to the east, slightly north, looks to be north of I-94 as it continues to trek east of Battle Creek. But once again, we have confirmed now that we have over 1 inch in diameter hail. That was at Watkins and Stone Jug Road in Calhoun County. So certainly hail, damaging winds, and possibly even a tornado with this storm. Tornado warned for Calhoun County until 1 a.m.
Until 1 o'clock, you bet. Let's take a look at Battle Creek right now. We'll show you that. You can see that on a two-shot for us there. You can see on the right side, of course, that's downtown Battle Creek where the winds are getting pretty strong right now. And so with that in view on our other box, so what I want to do here is put our radar to work. And now I'm going to scoot this over, and so you'll be able to see exactly what we're looking at here as I zoom in a little bit closer. This is now right over downtown Battle Creek, and that's where I think we have some very strong winds. And you know, I'd mentioned some of those spots. You talked about Watkins Road, you talked about Stone Jug Road. Our radar showed that moving right over that area. So now let's see where it is. By the way, where you see that gray shading on the west side of Calhoun County, that's where we're likely seeing some hail. And that's going to be right over Fort Custer right now. Likely seeing some of that hail and also into the Lakeview neighborhood as well. So don't be surprised to see that. Let's see what else we're seeing right now as these storms really start to pound away there. Downtown Battle Creek, and you see Battle Creek there on the right side of the screen. That's our Battle Creek camera looking live right now. I'm going to zoom in close to show you where we're now looking at. It looks like these winds are now starting to move off to the east of the city. I think Colin just said that as well, that the stronger winds are now moving to the east of the city. And you know, it looks like this might not be quite as tightly wound, but I think right now it's still certainly a threat. I think Emmett Township is what we're talking about right now. Brownlee Park, we're talking about moving right over or just to the south of C.O. Brown Stadium as this continues to move to the east. This is just to the south of the Post plant. Just south of the Kellogg plant as well, but just to the north of I-94. Actually, I believe it would be moving right over the Post plant and also the Kellogg plant as well with some of these strong winds as this continues to move off to the east. And by the way, next up, you see Waddles Road, Waddles Park. You're in the path here. So you need to be taking cover or at least need to be thinking about getting on the move. I'm going to get rid of our box here that shows our velocity. And then I want to move our map out just a little bit to give you a better idea of what we're talking about as this continues to move off to the northeast. You see Waddles Park there on our map, Penfield Township, right up M66, right past C.O. Brown Stadium. You need to be thinking about taking cover right on over to around I-69. So that's what we're looking at here as far as those strong winds are concerned. And I do think, even though it doesn't look to be nearly as intense as it did just about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago as it was coming through Lakeview, it still can pack a punch. And I still think that there could be some rotation. As Colin mentioned earlier, it might be elevated. It might be aloft. It might not be at the ground. But I still think that that means that we could have some very strong winds. Now, as this is moving to the northeast of Battle Creek, this is moving right to the east of M66 and north of I-94. So, for example, if you are in that particular zone where you're north of I-94 and west of I-69 in Calhoun County, you need to be thinking about taking cover as these thunderstorms continue to race right on through. I want to revisit our tornado box, our tornado warning box, and there it is. Again, this tornado warning goes through 1 o'clock in the morning, so it still has 38 minutes to go, 38 minutes to go. But really, primarily right now, we're talking about along and east of I-194, There you go. In fact, the box just changed. So that's what we're talking about there. The National Weather Service trimming that box, reflecting now that the focus of this is now moving to the east of Battle Creek. So Lakeview neighborhood, downtown Battle Creek, west of Battle Creek, toward the Hill Brady Road area, toward Fort Custer, toward M37. You're in the clear right now. You're looking good. But what's in the zone right now? I-94 and north, moving east of Battle Creek. And so Emmett Township eastward, including Penfield Township, you're right now in that zone. Going to go back to our radar here as this continues to move off to the east. That tornado warning is moving to the east as well. For now, it looks like it will likely stay to the north of I-94, which would be good news for you there in Marshall. But we're not going to give you the all clear yet because the National Weather Service still has you and Marengo Township and Albion in this tornado warning. But I think the main concern is going to be north of I-94 along I-69. If that sounds familiar to you, then you need to be thinking about getting on the move, especially if you're west of I-69. Here's why. Going to go back to our scope to show you where we're seeing some of those stronger winds as they now move out of Battle Creek. Again, we just showed you that tornado warning box has been trimmed by the National Weather Service to reflect that the Battle Creek area now proper, downtown Battle Creek west, you're in the clear. That includes the Lakeview neighborhood. Also, I think we could probably say with some kind of clarity that also includes areas well south of I-94 where you're looking pretty good there as well. But I'm going to zoom in to show you what we have here for this rotation. Again, it doesn't look nearly as impressive. And as Colin mentioned, this is the way these thunderstorms work. They don't stay at the same strength necessarily, over time and over space. So we'll see them, it's almost like they're breathing, where they will get tighter and they'll get stronger, and then it's like they exhale and they get weaker and they get bigger. And right now, I would say this is exhaling just a bit. It's still dangerous. Colin, what do you have?
Yeah, so we're just getting some more reports in from the emergency management in Calhoun County. We now have reports of golf ball sized hail at Main and Columbia in downtown. So even though we're not seeing as strong of rotation, we're still seeing some very big hail falling from this storm. So just keep that in mind. Even though there may not be a tornado on the ground, we're not seeing that tight circulation. We're still getting reports of large hail that just fell in Battle Creek. And that's probably going to continue as this storm continues to trek off to the east just north of I-94. Right now, it looks to be approaching I-69, Keith.
Yeah, and you see on our split screen there that we have our Battle Creek camera right now trained. This, by the way, is looking to the southeast. So this would be looking right into the heart of that storm. And as Colin just mentioned, the storm reports here are talking about baseball-sized hail. That's crazy. That's going to put some dents in some folks' cars as this now moves off to the east. And it looks now as it gets, for example, right over around exit 104. This is just to the north of Firekeepers. This is just to the north of Firekeepers right now, exit 104. So we're going to keep an eye on that. There's probably some hail that's coming down right now around Firekeepers Hotel and Casino there. Our camera here in Battle Creek is in the heart of downtown. You can see the lightning, vivid lightning. This is looking to the southeast. So actually it's looking out toward I-94 in the distance, and then if you were to extend it even more to the east, it would eventually take you to that spot that I was just talking about around exit 104 where Firekeepers is. It looks like the action right now is north of the casino. It's north of I-94, and it's headed towards 69. If that sounds familiar, you need to be taking cover. And as Colin said, even though that there may not be rotation that is at the ground with this, we're still seeing some large hail, some baseball-sized hail that's coming down with this. So that's something to keep in mind, that there's some baseball-sized hail that's been reported with this as well as it moves to the east. And you see on our split screen now, Battle Creek, you're in the clear as far as the wind and also as far as the tornado threat and as far as it looks like the large hail threat is concerned. But it is important to note, you see the lightning, that is still, of course, very problematic. And so you certainly don't want to be outside in this. Fortunately, this is going on at 12:27 in the morning, so hopefully nobody would want to be outside in this anyway. And by the way, remember, this is all the precursor to a huge temperature pattern change for us. Tomorrow afternoon, we are going to be wearing heavy coats, hats, and mittens. And that's going to be coming only 12 hours or so from when we had record highs in the 70s. And it's that transition between the very warm air and the very cold air that is fueling this round of severe weather. So to get back to the tornado warning map, I want to see what the National Weather Service has done. Just a few moments ago, we saw that it was trimmed away from Battle Creek, and now it continues to move to the east. Colin, what do you have?
Yeah, so we're getting some viewer pictures. If we want to pull up that picture of some hail, McKenna Hovey sent this in. You can see some probably about quarter-sized hail with that, and also we also have some reports near Matawan of what looks like to be a funnel cloud. So this storm obviously does have a history of producing funnel clouds, some rotation, and that's going to continue to be the case as we head further off to the east, as this storm now tracking east of Battle Creek, looking to move right over I-69. There's a look at that hail. You can see, around quarter-sized hail, and that's still falling in areas in this storm right now, impacting this storm in Calhoun County. So, of course, if you have any pictures, we love to see your reports. Send them in, WWMT.com/chime in.
Yeah, chime in those photos. We'd love to see them, and also the video as well. Make sure it's safe to do so, but if you can do that, it really helps us tell the weather story. And there you can see some of that hail. Remember, this is part of the cluster of storms that really caused a ruckus in Van Buren County, especially along and south of I-94. Where there have been confirmed, well, let me say there have been reports of trees and power lines down in Lawton in Van Buren County. We have crews headed toward that way, and we'll let you know whenever we get some confirmation on that. We've also checked in with Consumers Energy, of course, for power outages, and those numbers seem to be going up just a bit as well. This is the tornado warning box that we have that pretty much runs along and north of I-94. And now it's east of Battle Creek. If you're downtown Battle Creek, you're good to go. I want to show you what we have, the latest on the radar here, and then also show you where we're looking at. There's still the potential for some rotation. This has some legs to it, that's for sure, some life to it. We're going to scoot this right on over. This is now along I-69. If you're west or near I-69, north of I-94 in Calhoun County, if you are, did you hear that? If you are now along or north of I-94, and near I-69 or west of I-69, you need to be taking cover immediately. If you are east of I-69, you need to be thinking about that as well, as reports continue to come in with this cell as it continues to move off to the northeast. I'm going to stop this here, get in a little bit closer. I want to show you where we have what could be, again, some rotation. Here we go. Let me slide this over just a little bit. This is now hopped to the east of I-69. So as I just got through saying, I was saying if you are west of I-69, now it's if you're east of I-69. You can see clearly what we have here. And again, it doesn't look as strong as it did 15 minutes ago, but it doesn't mean that it's not threatening, and likely also maybe some hail still to follow. But right now we're talking up and down I-69, just to the east of I-69, just to the north of I-94. That's where I would say in that vicinity you need to be taking cover. So we're moving north of Marshall. I would say that if you're in the Marshall area right now, south of I-94, you're likely going to be okay. You're likely going to be okay. But if you're north of I-94, north of Marshall, then you need to be taking cover as this cell continues to move up to the northeast. Just a reminder, this tornado warning for Calhoun County, going all the way to the border with Jackson County. It's a pretty big box there. It does include Marengo Township. It does include Albion, though I do think that you're probably going to be okay in those areas. This goes until 1 o'clock, and so it still has 29 minutes to go. You see on the radar where we have that gray shading there, that's where there's likely some hail still coming down. And as Colin mentioned just a few moments ago, from spotter reports of golf or baseball-sized hail, in downtown Battle Creek, not that long ago. Okay, exit 42 on I-69, right there on N Drive. Right around N Drive, exit 642, I-69, and we're getting more reports here coming in as well from folks who say the storm just went overhead with a lot of hail. I'm trying to get some of these reports as well. Katie, thank you very much for your report. Golf ball size hail in Battle Creek with a picture of that to boot. Taking a look at that right now. Oh my goodness, that is a good sized hailstone. Katie, thanks for that report there from Battle Creek. Appreciate it. We're going to try to get that picture up as well. Also from our news assignment editor, Missy, said hail is all over her deck there. She lives in the Battle Creek area as well. So thanks for that report as well. We're going to get that as well. Let's see. Said they're okay. Has hail all over the deck. The Lakeview, just off of Mingus and Capitol. You know, we targeted that area a little bit earlier as that storm was moving in from the southwest side of Battle Creek. And sure enough, Stone Jug Road, Watkins Road. I mean, those were what we were talking about. And now that same data is showing us that this system, this cell, is now moving to the east of I-69. If you are north of I-94 and if you're east of I-69, you need to think about taking cover. Not only for the potential for some high wind, but thanks to Katie there sending in that shot of hail that will definitely do some damage to your car. So if you've got a car that's sitting outside right now and you're in northeast Calhoun County, if you've got a chance to move it under some cover, I would take it. Because this hail could definitely do some damage there in addition to the wind. Again, a reminder, the tornado warning does continue, and it continues for another 26 minutes. And get this now, from the National Weather Service, this radar indicated hail close to 2 inches, 1 3/4 inch diameter hail, which I guess that would be baseball size hail coming down. And so that is pretty impressive. From this particular storm. You know, we told you about that earlier in the day, that one of the main threats here was going to be large hail, and that certainly is coming to pass. What we don't want to see out of this, of course, is any kind of damaging wind as we continue to monitor it. I want to go back to our box. Again, we're on live right now. Chief Meteorologist Keith Thompson, Meteorologist Colin Rogers. We are following this storm as it moves to the east through Calhoun County. Now, the warning box still goes from, say, Emmett Township all the way over to the county line with Jackson County. But I would really say effectively what we're talking about here is along and east of I-69. Wouldn't be surprised if at any time now we see that red box get trimmed from the left side, the west side, get trimmed over toward I-69 as the threat continues to move in that direction. And again, most notably north of I-94. And so if you're in that particular area, you're likely to see some strong winds. You're likely to see some large hail. We've had some pictures. We've had some reports coming in confirming that. Moving through the Lakeview neighborhood, then moving through downtown Kalamazoo with downtown Battle Creek with reports of baseball-sized hail, with reports of golf ball-sized hail in Battle Creek as well. And so this is continuing to move off to the east with that tornado warning now having 25 minutes to go. We continue to search for more reports, storm reports coming in. We really do appreciate your videos, your pictures to help us tell the story. And now you can see this is what we're looking at. I'm going to zoom out to show you. This storm is really racing off to the northeast. It's a problem now for Lansing and for Flint and for Detroit. It's still a problem for us too. But hopefully we're in the last little bit of time that we're going to be having to deal with it. But right now that tornado warning does continue. By the way, that's the only warning. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning. This is the last that we have. And so hopefully this will not be causing any more damage as it continues to move off to the east. So I've got to tell you, the last radar scan east of I-69, north of I-94 still looks impressive. And so I think that this storm could still pack a punch if, for example, I'm going to zoom in close to show you what we're talking about here. Convis Township, right around Rice Creek here, you see Marshall. We're north of Marshall. We're again along I-69 End Drive, exit 42. That's where we're looking at the action going on right now. And slipping right on over here into southern Eaton County, Olivet. Southern Eaton County, though Olivet right now in Eaton County, you are not under any kind of tornado warning or any kind of warning at all, actually. This warning, by the way, has 26 minutes to go. It has 24 minutes to go. 24 minutes to go as we'll continue to monitor this, and we'll see if the National Weather Service either A, decides to let it expire on its own at 1 o'clock, B, decides to cancel it early, or C, decides to reissue something and maybe covering more area than in what it's covering right now. So again, tornado warning through 1 o'clock in the morning for this area shaded in red. We've had numerous reports and photos coming in of hail, really when these storms started back in Van Buren County. And now they continue to truck right through Kalamazoo County. And now they are trucking through Calhoun County here with the strongest part of this. You see some hail still coming down, it looks like, around Battle Creek. And then around I-94, Beckley Road, you're probably seeing some strong or some heavy rain and also maybe even a little bit of hail. You're not out of the hail woods just yet if you're in Emmett Township. I think you are if you are, well, you're getting close to it there in the Lakeview neighborhood. But I'm going to stop our clock here, or stop our radar, and going to scope this to show you where we're talking about now the biggest threat from these thunderstorm winds. And actually, the last scan that went through actually looks a lot more, I would say, encouraging. Let me see if I can get this to stretch out. There we go. This doesn't look to be nearly as intense as it did earlier. Don't want anybody to let their guard down. And listen, as long as the National Weather Service keeps that tornado warning going, then we take it very seriously. But you see what we're looking at here. It's pretty plain to see what we're looking at here. It's this area, this couplet, we call it right here. This is east of I-69 and north of I-94, north of Marshall, north of Marengo, as this continues to move up to the northeast. So if that sounds familiar to you, you live east of I-69 and north of I-94 in Calhoun County, then you need to be aware that you'll likely have some gusty winds. You probably will have some hail. Some of it could be maybe golf ball, maybe even baseball size. It has a history of that. And then also the potential is there for rotation, though we haven't seen anything like that being reported, certainly from ground reports coming in for quite a long time. And the National Weather Service actually saying a little bit earlier that it believes that this is elevated, that the rotation that we're seeing here is elevated, which would be good news because then it wouldn't be as destructive. However, there still could be some strong winds at the surface, and there still could be some large hail at the surface. And like I said, as long as the National Weather Service is continuing with that tornado warning, we're going to continue with our coverage of it as well. Have you seen any more storm reports, Colin, coming in?
No storm reports coming in right now.
Well, there's the latest on the warning box. Like I said, I would be surprised if it doesn't get trimmed pretty quickly here from the west, moving over toward I-69, because right now it looks like the problem area is now on the east side of I-69. Hopefully we're going to get some guidance here from the National Weather Service soon as to what might happen to that warning, but no doubt right now they're keeping a close eye on it because, as we mentioned earlier, Colin mentioned this too, this goes through a cycle where it will strengthen and then weaken, and it will strengthen and then weaken. Now right now it looks to me to be in a bit of a weaker phase, which would be good news, but it doesn't mean that it can't come back. From Brett White here, from Calhoun County Emergency Services, 19 Mile and L Drive North, near Marshall. Okay, well, we'll have to keep that in mind there right now. That is a verified report there of a potential rotation in the wind there close to the ground. That would be near Marshall. And I know that Brett, very active in the ham radio community there, a storm spotter, Skywarn. So we have to certainly take that report very seriously. That would indicate near Marshall. And I will say this, it does look to me, it does look to me that it does look to be intensifying again, but I would say that that is north of Marshall or northeast of Marshall. So we're definitely going to be trying to get that report. In the meantime, Marshall, you're in the box. All right, you're in the box. If you are in that red box, then you need to take this very seriously, though it does look like if you're in the red box and you're west of I-90 or of I-69, there you go. Okay, just got trimmed. Now, this is what we're talking about here. We're focusing in now, we're honing in now on the threatening area here. So this is 19 Mile Road. So this is just to the north of Marshall, northeast of Marshall. Yeah, so this would be right off of I-94. There is a report from a legit spotter of a tornado on the ground in that particular area there around, that would be north of I-69. North of I-69. And Brett knows what he's talking about. So if he sees it, then it's happening because he would not report it otherwise. So if you are in that zone, if you're around if you are around 19 Mile Road, north of I-94, north of 94, 19 Mile and L Drive. 19 Mile and L Drive. This is going to be north of Marshall, north of I-94. It does look like it's tightening back up with some very strong winds, which, 2 scans ago, it looked like maybe this was going to weaken. Now it looks like it's getting tighter, and from a spotter, a verified, bona fide spotter of a tornado on the ground right now north of I-94. So listen, if you are in northeast Calhoun County, then you need to be taking cover. You need to be taking cover. Now we're hearing now that law enforcement is confirming that 26 Mile and F Drive north, 26 Mile and F Drive north, that law enforcement is confirming that we have a tornado on the ground. So this is extremely dangerous, very serious in northeast Calhoun County. So again, if you are north of I-94, if you are east of I-69 in Calhoun County, you must be going to a safe spot right now because we do have a tornado that has been spotted and has been confirmed by law enforcement. It is on the ground. Now moving, likely storm motion here is, I would say, just a little north of east as it continues to move in that particular direction. So not only now radar indicated, spotter noted, and then also law enforcement confirmed of a tornado. That would be around 19 Mile and L Drive north of I-94, and also 26 Mile Road and F Drive north. F Drive north and 26 Mile. Then there is, law enforcement has confirmed a tornado on the ground in that area. This warning is supposed to go away in 15 minutes, but we'll have to wait and see what the National Weather Service decides to do with it. I will say the last scan, again, it looks like it's weakening yet again, but can't be fooled by that. If you're in that box, tornado warning until 1 o'clock, now tornado confirmed by law enforcement, by trained spotter on the ground. This is going to be north of Marshall and east of I-69. North of Marshall, north of I-94, and east of I-69. That's what we're talking about. Mile marker 119. Mile marker 119, which is there just to the west of 26 Mile Road. Just to the west of 26 Mile Road. So that's what we're talking about. So we're moving up to 26 Mile Road here. If you're, for example, if you are right now in that particular area here, around H Drive all the way over to 26 Mile, then you need to be taking cover if you're in that particular area for sure. Because now trained spotter confirmed tornado on the ground, law enforcement now confirming tornado on the ground in northeast Calhoun County in this red box. Let's get back to the radar. See if we can find it as well. Although latest scans that I'm looking at, it looks like it flared up and now maybe has weakened again. I'm going to slide our radar over here. It's still in the position from when I was tracking this, or we were tracking this in Van Buren County. So this is the area that I'm honing in on, Rice Creek, right here. This is north of I-94, north of Marshall, east of I-69. Let's stop the radar and let's scan it and show you what we've got going on here. And we'll be able to see that pretty plainly. Just north of 94, right around Marengo. There it is. You can see right around Rice Creek right now, right around Clarence there, where we're talking about. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer here to give you an idea of what we're talking about here as far as these winds go. It's very small. It doesn't look to be too big, but spotted and verified by law enforcement and by trained spotter. This is going to be getting close to the Jackson County line, so what we're talking about here, I'm going to circle it for you just to show you, it's this area right here around Rice Creek, okay, right around Rice Creek. I'm going to try to zoom in closer, see if I can get some cross streets on it here. This is 23 Mile Road and L Drive, 23 Mile Road and L Drive. If you're in that vicinity right there, then you probably have some rotation going on and perhaps a tornado that is on the ground. Remember, this is sort of moving to the east and northeast. So Springport and M99 there, which runs north-south right inside the Jackson County line. If that sounds familiar, you need to be thinking about taking cover, as this is going to be headed in that direction, right around Springport. Okay, new tornado warning has now been issued for northern Jackson County. I was just talking about that. Springport, looking at you. So I'm going to get back to this box, and I will let you know, by the way, when it hops over into Jackson County and hops out of Calhoun County, then our coverage is going to wind down here. But if you are watching us in Jackson County, there it is, Reeves Junction, US 127 north of Jackson. This is north of Jackson. Around Reeves Junction, M50, M99 there near Springport, you need to be taking cover because this tornado on the ground, reported not only by a trained weather spotter, but also law enforcement in northeast Calhoun County, is now making its way to the east. It does look to me like it's weakening, but it looked that way too about 15 minutes ago before it fired up again. So Springport, you are right in the line there. Springport, if you are in Springport, just across the Calhoun County line into Jackson County, then you need to be taking cover. By the way, if you're in Albion, you're in the clear. You're good to go. No problem. You can go back to bed. Marshall, you're in the clear. You're good to go. You're looking good. Marengo, you're looking good. But northeast Calhoun County, certainly around, as I mentioned earlier, L Drive, up around 26th, and then over toward the border there with Jackson County, and then over into Jackson County and Springport, you need to be taking cover because this is headed your way. I'm going to go back to the radar. 10 minutes to go, 11 minutes actually to go, as we have 12:49 on the clock. 11 minutes to go right now on our tornado warning for Calhoun County. And again, just want to give you a heads up. When it expires or is canceled in Calhoun County, then we're going to be leaving our tornado coverage and get back to our regularly scheduled programming. So I'm going to stop this and we're going to look at that again. And again, indications I think right now are that this is weakening, but we've seen that before. So we're going to scope it right here. This is this area right here, right close to Springport. Remember, where you see those reds and greens together is where we're talking about the potential for some rotation. And it does look like that has now hopped right on over into Jackson County. Okay, so we're going to zoom in closer, slide this over just a bit, and it's this area here. There you see M99 running north-south predominantly, right, in Jackson County. This is what we're talking about here. Just to the south of Charlesworth, this is sort of moving to the east-northeast. So Onondaga there, you need to take cover if you're in that particular area. But it looks like it is now starting to move out of Calhoun County, or at least right there on the Calhoun County line, moving into Jackson County. Still looking for any kind of storm reports. Of course, we have some photos coming in, and we appreciate it very much. I'm going to go back to our box and see. Of course, it's going to be probably, my bet would be that the National Weather Service will allow this warning in Calhoun County to go for another 10 minutes. And let it expire on its own rather than canceling it. But right now it looks like the main threat is now sort of right on the Jackson-Calhoun County line, right where you see Springport on the map. That's where our threat is right now. So along M99 in Springport, just north of Springport in northwesternmost Jackson County. But I would say if you're just on the other side of that line in Calhoun County, then you need to take cover because, or at least you need to think about it because we're likely still having some strong winds, even though it does look like this is starting to wind down now. However, counterbalance to that would be that the National Weather Service has that tornado warning going all the way through Jackson County and covering a good part of the southern portion there of Eaton County and then moving over into Ingham County as well. So that's what we're looking at there. But we want to remind you, by the way, if you have any photos of the hail, if you have any photos of any kind of damage, and you can safely get those photos, by the way, and then we'd like to see them. You can go to our website, you can go to our free news app, and on either one of those, look for the Chime In tab, and that's where you can download them. Make sure that you put your name on there, and also the time that you saw it, and what you saw, and where you are. That is so very important to us, to know what time you saw it, what time you took it, where you were at the time, and your name. Those are the things that are very, very important. So as you see, we have that tornado warning continuing now for eastern, northeastern Calhoun County. So let's revisit the radar again and show you what we've got going on. Springport, northwesternmost Jackson County, I think right now is where we're most concerned. We zoom in. You can see now that most of this is now moving off to the northeast here. Marshall, I think you're probably in the clear. You're probably good to go there, although there's still some thunderstorm activity up and down I-69. And so I'm going to stop this and we'll check it out. You can see that lightning is clustered now right around where we have the problem, and that is in northeastern Calhoun County and then northwestern Jackson County. So if that's familiar to you, if southern Eaton County, right where those counties come together, Eaton, Calhoun, Jackson County, if that sounds like your neighborhood, if you're along or south of I-50 coming out of Charlotte, then you need to be thinking about taking cover, as you probably have some strong winds, and we likely still have some hail that's coming down in that vicinity as well. I'm going to show you what it looks like as far as our velocity product is concerned again. We've got 6.5 minutes to go, by the way, on our tornado warning for Calhoun County. Once it hits 1 o'clock, I think we'll likely see this one go away. Going to zoom in a little bit closer to give you an idea of what we're looking at here with our velocity product, and there it is. Latest now, tornado warning expiring, coming up in a little more than 6 minutes, and actually, good news, Calhoun County. Good news, Calhoun County. From the National Weather Service, just out. Storm which prompted the warning has moved out of the area. The warning will be allowed to expire for Calhoun County. It is noted that still lightning in the area, and that, of course, is dangerous. But that is good news. Essentially, the storm is now moving out of Calhoun County. The warning has 6 minutes to go. Word from the National Weather Service is that it will be allowed to expire as the storm is already moving out of the area. So for Jackson County, if you're in Springport, if you're in Reeves Junction, you still need to keep an eye on this because it could again intensify. It still is packing a punch. And remember, that warning will continue for you as well. For Jackson County, it goes until 1:30. 1:30. And now this has gone, by the way, from a radar indicated tornado to an observed tornado, seen by a trained spotter and also seen by law enforcement. So it was confirmed in northeast Calhoun County. So this is no longer radar indicated, and that means it needs to be taken very seriously as it now is moving through northern Jackson County. So we're going to continue with this until 1 o'clock, just in case something else happens to pop up, and then we will sign off here with our coverage. Colin, you have any other reports coming in?
Yeah, no reports as of now, but once again, for those exact locations, 26 Mile and F Drive North is where that tornado was confirmed by law enforcement, and also we had a report at 19 Mile and L Drive North that a tornado was on the ground. Those were the two exact spots that the tornado was spotted, and now it's continuing to push east. Of course, it's out of Calhoun County now, moved into Jackson County. So if you are in Jackson County, you certainly want to take that very seriously as it continues to trek through that area. But we do have some chime-in photos, if we can show some of those and pull some of those up as well. Some pictures of some more hail across our region. Here's a video of some hail coming down, some frequent lightning. So you can just see how powerful these storms were as they were moving through our area. Of course, if you have any pictures, make sure to send them in, WWMT.com/chime-in. We love to see those reports. It's very helpful to not only us, but also the National Weather Service as well. They rely on their media partners to send in reports that viewers send in to us, such as hail reports, wind reports, if you have any trees down, power lines down, anything like that. Of course, if you have spotted a tornado, we look for those kind of reports. They're very helpful in the future. But of course, here's some pictures. You can go onto our Chime In page and see all those pictures for yourself. And if you have any pictures or videos, we love to see those sent in to our Chime In page.
Yeah, and important to note what Colin says there. The National Weather Service now has work to do, and they will go now and try to confirm some of these reports. And that's where the photographs really do help. And so we really do appreciate them very much. And speaking of damage, it seems like it was forever ago, at least it does to me. It was only a couple of hours ago. But strong thunderstorms, perhaps with rotating wind, moving through southern Van Buren County. And we know that trees and power lines were downed in the Lawton area. And so we do have crews there as well. So we're going to be getting some information on any kind of damage that happened there. I want to thank our viewers as well in the Battle Creek area around Lakeview. And then also moving off to the east, Missy, Katie, thank you so much for those photos that you sent in to help us tell the story. Really do appreciate that. You know, it's one thing to talk about golf ball size hail, but when you see it sitting in somebody's hand and you think about that thing coming from thousands of feet up in the air, that's crazy. And that's some of the danger, by the way, that exists in addition to any of the strong winds. We're watching these storms right now as they continue to blow now through the Lansing area, moving into eastern Eaton County. So, for example, if you're east of I-69 in Eaton County, and then you've got a rough ride there with some of those thunderstorms. And again, just to go back to that tornado warning, because we do want to let you know, if you happen to be watching, from the area there in northern Jackson County, from Springport over to Reeves and Reeves Junction, in southern Eaton County there, or southern Ingham County, I should say. There is no, by the way, there is no warning for Eaton County. You know, I was talking about the storms there on the east side of I-69 around Charlotte, moving down through M50 there, but there are no warnings right now. There's no warning at all for Eaton County. The only warnings we have right now, the tornado warning, which only has a minute and a half to go, and as Colin showed me a little bit earlier, the National Weather Service has said that storm has moved out of Calhoun County, so that's as good as gone. But in northern Jackson County, southern Ingham County, you still have the threat for tornado.
And it's important to note that that tornado warned storm has now moved into Jackson County, but they are still seeing some very heavy rain, maybe even a little bit of hail still left over in northeastern Calhoun County. That's not producing a tornado. We're not seeing any rotation in that storm, but you may have the rain pick up. You may see a little bit of hail in that storm now northeast of Marshall. But that, of course, is not tornado warned. The tornado warned storm is now in northern Jackson County. And
we just heard the report coming in, close to 2,000 people now without power in Calhoun County. So 2,000 people without power, close to 2,000 people without power in Calhoun County. I think a little bit earlier we were talking about up to 1,000 people in Van Buren County without power. So tomorrow, which by the way is going to be another active weather day, not for thunderstorms, but it's going to be windy, and that's going to make it difficult for those crews that are going to be out there trying to restore power, and also for any of those survey crews that are going to be going out there from the National Weather Service to try to assess the damage. So now up to close to 2,000 people without power in Calhoun County. That report coming from consumers, and then also earlier this evening a report from consumers of around 1,000 people without power. That would be in Van Buren County. In Kalamazoo County, I'm sorry, in Kalamazoo County. You just saw the clock hit 1 o'clock, and there goes that box away from Calhoun County. So we're going to wind down our coverage right now. I want to say thanks for hanging with us on this. I hope it's been helpful. And of course, we always want to be safety conscious here. Thanks to Colin as well, who did a lot of work off the screen, but he's been here helping out as well. And also for our crew inside the booth, for our executive producer, for Jim, our director here. Thanks for helping out on that, Kelly on MCO, and all the folks down in the newsroom as well. So we'll return you now to CBS regularly scheduled programming.
is not for sudden breathing problems or other eosinophilic conditions. Allergic reactions may occur. Don't stop your asthma treatments without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. Get back to better breathing. Get back to what you've missed. Ask your doctor about Fasenra, the only asthma treatment taken once every 8 weeks. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Sis, I'm turning into a mom.
The sweater vest.
No, my super soft skin.
See? Jergens Original Cherry Almond Lotion.
Smooth. Mom will be so proud.
You're like one big baby butt.
And now, meet fragrance-free Jergens.
RSV is out there. For those 60 years and older, protect against RSV with Arexvy. Arexvy is a vaccine used to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. Arexvy does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients. Those with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects are injection site pain, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and joint pain.
I chose Arexvy.
RSV? Make it Arexvy.
Welcome back. A man drives his car off a cliff while trying to see a sunrise, and after more than 20 years, 2 men are now found guilty in the murder of a hip-hop legend. Those are some of the headlines on the morning newsstand. The New York Times reports 2 men were convicted in the 2002 murder of Run DMC DJ Jam Master Jay. The DJ, whose real name was Jason Mizell, was gunned down in his New York recording studio. Prosecutors said it was revenge for a failed drug deal. Yesterday, a federal jury in Brooklyn convicted Mizell's godson, Carl Jordan Jr., and a longtime friend, Ronald Washington.
Although it appeared that the case had gone cold and would not be solved, law enforcement never wavered in its determination to bring Mr. Mizell's killers to justice.
And a third person has also been charged in connection with the murder and is awaiting trial. The San Francisco Chronicle says advocates for the city's black community called on officials to make investments in lieu of cash reparations for decades of racism and discrimination. Yesterday, San Francisco's Super
Covering West Michigan to protect and alert you. This is News Channel 3, live at 4:30.
multiple times, calling former President Donald Trump the presumptive winner far before polls even closed. He says the national polls and Trump's momentum indicate that this race is over. Hoekstra says voter turnout yesterday was low, saying there wasn't much of a campaign from former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley or Trump. But voters I talked to said the small lines didn't discourage them because this is the first year our state not only had absentee voting, but early voting. Hoekstra says he thinks voters recognize this will likely become a Trump.
Catch you off guard. But for me, a stressful day can trigger migraine attacks too. That's why my go-to is Nurtec ODT. It's the only migraine medication that can treat and prevent my attacks all in one.
Don't take if allergic to Nurtec. Allergic reactions can occur even days after using. Most common side effects were nausea, indigestion, and stomach pain.
Now I'm in control. With Nurtec ODT, I can treat a migraine attack and prevent one.
Talk to your doctor about Nurtec today.
I'm a guy who lost a bet and my dignity. As if watching my team lose wasn't punishment enough. What are you looking at, huh? What are you? It's a 1-speed. And if you have cut rate car insurance, odds are you'd be paying for that yourself. So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me. Hey, I'm walking here.
This morning on News Channel 3.
What time severe weather exits West Michigan? When rain turns to snow? We're going to time it out for you on News Channel 3.
Plus, Michigan voted. The ballots are in. We'll have the complete breakdown of the presidential primary.
On News Channel 3.
Born and raised in Kalamazoo, it was such a beautiful place to grow up. Everyone is just so kind and welcoming. Whole family is here and very excited to be back. I grew up watching News Channel 3, and this station is really what taught me how important local news is, to be able to tell folks
We know what's going on. We care about what's going on, and we're working to get more information for you. It is such an honor. I still get butterflies thinking about the fact that I'm even in this studio. Very excited to be part of the morning team, part of the team here at News Channel 3. It's a huge honor.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Weekdays starting at 7 a.m.
Here's a check on today's forecast in some cities around the country. New York's Madame Tussauds unveil new wax figures of legendary electronic giants Daft Punk by throwing a live music event. Take a look. The French duo is shown here in their signature helmets. They're also wearing replicas of the black sequin smoking tuxedo suits they used on their Random Access Memories project. And still in the music world, Adele is saying goodbye for a short while. The singer announced on X that she is sadly postponing all of the next month's weekend residency dates in Las Vegas. She wrote that she's been sick a couple of times and it's taken a toll on her voice. And some huge acts have signed up for this year's Outlaw Music Festival tour. The summer concert, spearheaded by Willie Nelson, will feature Nelson and Bob Dylan. Robert Plant and Alison Krauss will also headline the first leg of the tour before John Mellencamp steps in. Coming up on CBS Mornings, actor Carrie Preston. Stay with us.
The virus that causes shingles is sleeping in 99% of people over 50. It's lying dormant, waiting, and could reactivate. Shingles strikes as a painful, blistering rash that can last for weeks, and it could wake at any time. Think you're not at risk for shingles? It's time to wake up, because shingles could wake up in you. If you're over 50, talk to your doctor or pharmacist about shingles prevention.
Vital Proteins, collagen peptides supports joint flexibility, which is good when we ask our legs to be arms. Vital Proteins, for everybody with a body.
Big plans? Don't let allergies get in your way. This is Astapro Allergy. Astapro starts working in 30 minutes, while Flonase takes up to 12 hours. With Astapro's unbeatably fast out.
This morning on News Channel 3.
What time severe weather exits West Michigan? When rain turns to snow? We're going to time it out for you on News Channel 3.
Plus, Michigan voted. The ballots are in. We'll have the complete breakdown of the presidential primary.
On News Channel 3.
We like to think that the patient experience is unique in that the way we will take care of you. We treat each person as though they're a friend or family. What we provide is
Covering West Michigan to protect and alert you. This is News Channel 3, live at 4:30.
Mic check, 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 mic. Mic check, 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 mic check. Mic check, 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 check.
Hello, check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check, check, check.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you.
So we're gonna do both, is that what you're saying? Do you have descriptions in there on where it is exactly? Or can you tell me in my ear now? Okay.
Covering West Michigan to protect and alert you. This is News Channel 3, live at 4:30.
Good morning, and thank you for waking up with us. I'm Julie Williams.
And I'm Kirk Mason, showing you the light show in the sky overnight. It was a night of severe weather, a noisy night. A tornado touching down in West Michigan overnight. We're now getting our first look at damage from the area where this tornado was reported. So let's give you a live look at the scene. This is the Marshall area of Calhoun County, and this is a barn you're looking at, heavily damaged right now. What we have is a trained spotters confirming a tornado 5 miles northeast of Marshall. That happened around 12:35 early this morning. And this is a live look at a barn damaged in this area. You can also see Consumers Energy crews out on this scene right now working to restore power. We also want to show you some video from earlier this morning we took in the Marshall area. You can see lots of crews out and trees down as they're working to repair damage and restore power. Again, reports of a tornado in the Marshall area, 12:35 a.m. this morning. And Julie, this impact going to be felt throughout the day.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And Kirk, we saw it in that live shot there. Even consumers out there, they do say that people lost power. As of this morning, Consumers Energy says about 99% of people have it back. We've been keeping an eye on this outage map even since we've gotten into the building this morning. They do report that about 200 people right now do not have power. But like we saw in that live shot, they are working to get that restored for folks out there.
And it is very important that the power is coming back on because we have a massive change underway that is starting this morning. I want to bring in meteorologist Jeff Porter. And Jeff, with the reports of this tornado, and it might not be the only one, I know you'll get into that, but we also want to look forward. We can't just look back because there's going to be a huge impact that drivers need to worry about today.
Yeah, worried about the winds today. Certainly worried about the chance for icy roads. You're going to hear more about the damage reports, not just the Marshall area, but really throughout the area. A lot of hail reported in Kalamazoo County. Good morning, guys. Thank you. And okay, let's get you started here. 4:32 on the clock. This is the Cereal City. You were under a tornado watch, or rather tornado warnings earlier this morning, including a severe thunderstorm watch. All that stuff canceled now. Let's take it to South Haven, and you're going to see a lot in South Haven today regarding the waves. You can see some of our chop already. Here is your winter weather advisory. Kalamazoo County, all of our U.S. 131 counties, and all of our lakeshore counties for up to 2 inches of lake effect snow, icy roads, 40-mile-per-hour gusts. Rain and snow at the bus stop at 7 a.m., quickly becoming all snow. Temperatures are going to plummet today, 27 to your lunch hour, 26 at 3 o'clock. The winds are going to make it feel colder than that. There is your confirmed tornado report as we're looking at some of our storm reports from overnight. But it's not just 5 miles northeast of the Marshall area. Hail the size of about a half an inch to an inch confirmed throughout Kalamazoo County. Wind damage reports at the lakeshore. Right now on radar, we're watching those rain-snow mixes out over Lake Michigan, moving northeastward here at about 30 miles per hour. So rain moving into South Haven, 446. Look at the temperatures. Really depends on where you are. 37 right now, South Haven, 60 for the moment in Coldwater. Some of us are under wind advisories right now. We're going to show you where. We'll do that in a moment.
And this morning, we have election results from Tuesday's presidential primary and all of the local election results. Those are running at the bottom of your screen right now.
Now, within just about 1 hour of the polls closing last night, the Associated Press called President Biden and former President Trump the winners of their respective elections. Now, the former president beating out former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. President Biden will join him on the November ballot after winning the Democrat nomination with about 80% of the vote. Several thousand people, though, voted uncommitted. About 13% of Democrats who voted yesterday chose uncommitted. In a statement, President Biden says, quote, "It's never a good bet to bet against Michiganders either. This fight for our freedoms, for working families, and for democracy is going to take all of us coming together. I know that we will."
And Julie mentioned Donald Trump winning the Republican race for the White House with roughly 67% of the votes. Nikki Haley securing 27% of the vote in Michigan. Thousands of others, again, choosing to vote uncommitted on the Republican ticket. Donald Trump issuing a statement following his victory, saying the November election can't come quick enough. He says, quote, "We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before." Now, it was a packed house in downtown Grand Rapids Tuesday night. Republican senators, prosecutors, and lawyers at GLC Live at 20 Monroe.
Republican Committee Chairman Pete Hoekstra was there, and he says yesterday's results weren't really a surprise.
News Channel 3's Allie Jenner-John has reaction.
Multiple times calling former President Donald Trump the presumptive winner far before polls even close. He says the national polls and Trump's momentum indicate that this race is over. Hoekstra says voter turnout yesterday was low, saying there wasn't much of a campaign from former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley or Trump. But voters I talked to said the small lines didn't discourage them because this is the first year our state not only had absentee voting, but early voting. Hoekstra says he thinks voters recognize this will likely become a Trump versus Biden race, and he says he asked Haley to pull out of the race weeks ago.
I mean, I told her a couple of, I said a few weeks ago that I think we have a presumptive nominee. I would prefer that she pull out of the race and we unite. Winning a presidential election is hard. But she has decided to stay in. I respect that decision.
Senator Debbie Stabenow says a Trump presidency would be an absolute disaster for Michigan and the country. Senator Cory Booker echoing that sentiment.
The blessings of this democracy are not simply inherited. They have to be earned in every generation. And you all are going to do the work to secure not just a Biden victory, but a Democratic victory.
And we do have those official results on our website. That's WWMT.com. In Grand Rapids, Allie Jenner-John, News Channel 3.
And folks at the GOP Watch Party, we're also talking about the power changes in Michigan's Republican Party. As of this morning, a Kent County judge ruled Christina Caramo has legally been removed as the Michigan GOP chair. The party voted to remove her on January 6th. The court says as of that date, any decisions she made for the party are void. The party elected Pete Hoekstra, who we just heard from, as the new chair. And we talked to him about the ruling and really what comes next.
My understanding is that she has indicated that she will abide by the rules of the court order, which means, as soon as we get people over there in contact with her, all those things will be turned over to her, or we will go back to court and hold her in contempt. She's got the ruling. It's very clear.
Hoekstra did release a statement after the ruling. He says it's now, quote, time to unite and move forward with the business delivering the state of Michigan for our party's presumptive nominee, Donald Trump, end quote.
Okay, Julie, thank you very much. Moving to 4:38 on the clock. A noisy night and a wet and a windy morning. Let's show you what M43 looks like right now in Bangor. Again, it's a live look here, far western Van Buren County. And you had plenty of warnings in Van Buren County last night. This is a shower right now, moving towards the Teconcha area. Motion here northeast about 30 miles per hour. Wind advisories here. Mecosta County, Montcalm County, Ionia, of course, our friends at Eaton and also Calhoun. This will start at 7 o'clock for 45 to 50 mile per hour gusts. And here are your gusts, in fact, approaching 50 miles per hour at 11 a.m. So really, really windy this morning and continuing into the afternoon. Let's talk about your wind gust right now. 25 miles per hour, Kalamazoo, almost 30 in Coldwater, 32 right now in Three Rivers. How warm will be over the weekend? Kirk will do your weekend at 4:50.
Thank you, Jeff. Coming up, health officials confirming measles is now in Michigan. What one professor says is the best way to stop an outbreak.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
On News Channel 3.
Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price.
You want the lowest price. Did you say lowest or lowest price? It's basically the same thing.
If you find a better price somewhere else, we'll match it. Get the lowest price with our lowest price guarantee. You got this. We got you.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Accept the trade-offs of treating or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose quickly stops migraine in its tracks. Treat it anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late. Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects were nausea and sleepiness. Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands with a hotel for any traveler you want to be. Like #1 Chef Dad cooking up a free hot breakfast for the entire family at a comfort hotel.
Mom made this.
I added the garnish. Stay twice and get a free night when you book direct.
When I have pain from arthritis, I grab BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
Live is giving you more of what you love.
Please. Oh, that was abrupt. More stars.
More laughs.
Health officials have confirmed measles is now in Michigan. This is our first reported case since 2019.
Michigan health officials say a child from Oakland County tested positive for the virus after traveling overseas. At this time, there are no known additional exposures outside of the household. However, in addition to Michigan's case, 36 other measles cases have been reported in 15 other states this year. Measles is a highly contagious disease that is spread by direct person-to-person contact and through the air. Some of the symptoms include high fever, red, watery eyes, tiny white spots on the inner cheeks, and a blotchy rash. Recent data shows measles vaccination rates have fallen below the 95% needed to achieve herd immunity. Dr. Robert Bensley, a professor at Western Michigan University, says the measles vaccine is the best way to stop an outbreak.
We know we've had a drop off in the vaccination rate with kids that are entering schools. A lot of that had to do with COVID, where not necessarily those who are anti-vaxxers, but from this perspective of people got out of their routines. I would encourage everybody out there to make sure their kids are vaccinated, because once you get vaccinated, you're safe for life from measles.
According to the CDC, the measles vaccine is 97% effective at preventing infection with 2 doses. It's also effective if used within 72 hours of exposure to prevent illness.
Coming up after the break, a trailblazer in Niles has passed away. What his family has to say about the legacy he leaves behind.
Feel good about washing your car knowing no harmful soaps or chemicals are polluting your ponds, streams, or lakes. Our advanced filtration systems recycle water to further reduce fresh water used. And every oil change supplies Drive and Shine with the fuel it needs to heat our buildings in the winter.
We make it clean, shiny and dry every time. So come on, come on, come on to Drive and Shine.
Arc West Michigan is here. Authentic. Here. Relevant. Here. Community. And here. Arc West Michigan is your new home for the comedy, drama, and news you know.
We're first on the scene.
Bringing the laughs.
It is our anniversary.
But if you want to talk about how it makes us feel.
Yeah, I gotta work on that grill.
We're having a good time, y'all.
Delivering the drama.
Redeem yourself after mistake.
Waited years to confront these men. That's not gonna happen. Jeopardy champions wild.
Reporting the news.
You are watching the National Desk, America's
and keeping it local.
Police are telling us fire broke out.
This is a very dangerous situation.
Arc West Michigan is here.
Welcome back to News Channel 3 live at 4:30. I'm Julie Williams. And this Black History Month, a student organization at Jefferson University wants to increase the number of Black doctors. Stephanie Stahl has more.
Dressing for success. These second-year medical students at Jefferson Sidney Kimmel Medical College are members of Black men in white coats.
With the intention of trying to increase the number of Black men going into the field of medicine, it's a very challenging journey, and it's a journey that definitely does require a lot of assistance.
Kevin Carolina is a founding member of the group, inspired by his own experience.
As I see the impact that the lack of diversity has on health outcomes within people that look like me.
The CDC says Black people have higher rates of disease, health complications, and death. Part of that is blamed on a historic lack of trust of white doctors and not being able to find medical professionals of the same race. The Association of American Medical Colleges says diversity in medicine is improving, but still only 5% of doctors are Black.
Although our numbers are rare within medicine, we're working to improve that and just kind of up those numbers as well.
Nathan DeLocht is also a member of Black Men in White Coats.
When I was younger, I never really had any role models who looked like me.
Here training in a simulation lab.
Just checking his airway, make sure everything's clear.
These future Black doctors are supporting each other and hope to inspire more to be like them.
We're hoping to kind of enact change like within the school itself, bringing more Black students to the school as well, but then also creating some change within the community.
They go to underserved communities with things like screening checks. The group is also working to improve access to better health care for Black neighbors.
Ultimately, we want to uplift Black voices.
Stephanie Stahl, CBS News, Philadelphia.
Trailblazer in the Niles community has passed away. Hubert Ingram was the first Black police officer in the city's history. He served as a police officer for the Niles Police Department for nearly 30 years. A native of Alabama, Ingram spent his younger years in the Niles area attending South Bend Central High School. But in December of 1964, history was made when he became the first Black police officer in Niles. It's a role he embraced proudly for nearly 3 decades. According to his family members, Ingram was, to all audiences, a straight shooter.
I think that his legacy that he left behind is stop complaining about what's going on in your world. He always went to work. Back then, he even told me as a kid what was going on. He let us know his life experiences. He let us know that you got to stand tall and be tough.
Ingram was 82 years old. In addition to his time on the force, Ingram also spent more than 20 years in the Marine Corps Reserve.
Tomorrow is the last day of Black History Month, and San Francisco's Board of Supervisors voted to formally apologize to descendants of Black residents of the city. It's an apology for, the city says, were historically discriminatory policies, targeted acts of violence, and systemic discrimination that lasted decades.
We didn't have those opportunities back then. We most certainly were held from those opportunities through policies even today. And so people have a responsibility for righting the wrongs of the past because they still affect us here today.
The push for reparations in San Francisco had hit a setback for a while. The board says they had a budget deficit, so they had to wait to put the millions of dollars into creating a reparations office. Now San Francisco's Human Rights Commission is looking at payments between $5,000 and $25,000 to people who were displaced during an era of redevelopment.
All right, for those of you just waking up, we want to get you the latest on this morning's breaking news. We had a tornado, a confirmed tornado touchdown overnight in Calhoun County, the Marshall area. This is a live look at some of the damage we're finding. The report about 5 miles north of Marshall. This is a barn in that area that's heavily damaged. You can also see Consumers Energy out there working right now as they're trying to restore power, which our numbers tell us they've been making a lot of progress. But as we bring in meteorologist Jeff Porter, this is not the only damage we're finding in Calhoun County. And, you know, when the sun comes up, we'll obviously get a much better idea of the scope of all this.
You know, survey crews are going to go there. Kirk, thank you very much. Julie, thank you very much. They'll go there and figure out, all right, how long was the tornado actually on the ground? How wide was the tornado, along with, you know, a look at sort of the damage path and all those kinds of things. It is raining right now in Coldwater. This is a live look high above I-69. So we start you off here in Branch County. We also start you off with a reminder here about downloading our Weather Alert Network app, especially after the kind of night that we had throughout West Michigan. This is the Lakeview area. Ross Simpson showing us not snow, but this was hail. This was hail, and we've got a bunch of your damage photos in our Chime In galleries at WWMT.com/Chime In. We're going to show you them all morning long. Okay, here are our winter weather advisories through 4 o'clock for 1 inch to 2 inches of snow, for the chance for icy roads, and again, 40-mile-per-hour gusts. Now, east of there, we're worried about the possibility of 45 to 50-mile-per-hour gusts, the possibility of some additional outages, and the chance for limbs to come down. That's going to be in play through 7 a.m. this morning through 7 p.m. tonight. How much snow are we talking about? Near and west of US 131, 1 to 2 inches. And then near and east of US 131, anywhere from a dusting to about 1 inch. Let's go to hour by hour showing our snow here with our northwest configuration at 9 a.m. and at 12 o'clock. This will start to wind down by late afternoon and into early evening. We could actually see a little bit of sun by the end of the day. Tonight now, our skies are going to clear out, and with that, our temperatures are going to drop. We're going to drop it in the middle and the upper teens, and you factor in the winds. It'll still be breezy tonight. You factor in the winds. We'll have wind chills that'll be somewhere probably in the upper single digits to about 10 degrees. This is tomorrow morning. A lot of sun for your Thursday. We'll take that, and a warmer afternoon. A warmer afternoon looks like middle and upper 30s. I want to take you to live Doppler radar right now. There are your tornado watches this morning. This is southern Indiana, and this is Ohio. And, well, let's show you where rain is turning to snow right now. This is in Ottawa County. So Grand Haven and Port Sheldon and Holland, We're going to follow this for you with our live cameras. We'll do that throughout the morning. There's an active tornado warning right now east side of Dayton. This is for Clark County and also Greene County. It is in effect until 5 a.m. It's actually wrapped inside a severe thunderstorm watch. So all the action that we had last night is now pushed into the Ohio Valley. Also want to show you this. We're worried about maybe waves on order of 11 to 15 feet, open waters of Lake Michigan. North side of the state, wind advisories, Thumb region wind advisories. Detroit, you're also under wind advisories on this Wednesday. So windy at the bus stop. All brought to you by Roach Roofing here. Rain and snow turning to all snow and 36. Now that 36 is fluid as our temperatures will be dropping, just 27 for lunch and recess. And again, the winds are going to make it feel colder. And here are your winds right now, west to northwest, 15 to about 30 miles per hour. So here is later today. Here are your mid-20s. And again, that chance for maybe a little bit of sunset sun. Sunset will check in at 6:30 today, 6:30. Want to check in with Allegan. Want to give you a live look of M89 this morning and the Old Iron Bridge. And, well, we also want to give you a quick look here at your weekend weather. How about your weekend? Sunshine both Saturday and Sunday, 60 and 67, which is kind of hard to wrap your brain around based on what we have ahead of us. Celiata Group's 7-day forecast. We'll be watching the damage reports. We're going to show you your damage photos, your hail photos all morning long. We'll continue to check in with our chime-in galleries. Just 15 tonight, and then almost 70 by the end of the weekend. So these crazy ups and downs, they're going to continue to be part of the forecast.
Yeah. But at least we have this weekend to look forward to, especially after what folks went through last night. You know?
And these ups and downs are kind of what trigger the severe weather, aren't they? In some cases, it's the problem, too.
It's part of it. I think between 10 and about 11, I heard nothing but hail against my window. I don't know about you guys.
Oh, yeah. It was a noisy, really heavy rain, too. I mean, the grass was almost glistening coming in this morning. You could see how much it had rained on it. Thank you, Jeff. Well, coming up, Mary Poppins coming back to theaters in the United Kingdom, but why British film regulators are re-examining the 1964 musical's original rating.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team. Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
On News Channel 3.
The #1 entertainment talk show is giving you more of what you love.
Please. Oh, that was abrupt. More stars.
More laughs.
And more.
It's time to play. Star.
I'm sorry you didn't win a mug or a t-shirt.
I don't like you anymore, Mark.
Get more of what you love.
An emotional day in the trial of Rust armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Tuesday, a crew member crying during his testimony and an FBI firearms expert telling jurors a gun wouldn't fire without the trigger being pulled. Attorneys also played body cam video of a detective interviewing Gutierrez-Reed just hours after the fatal shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins in October of 2021. In the video, Gutierrez-Reed can be heard saying, "I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun." She told the detective she'd only been working on the set of Rust for a month and as an armorer for 9 months. She can also be heard saying her career is over and she's a failure.
Adele is postponing some of her concerts. She has a Vegas residency right now, but she says she's sick and she's following doctor's orders. She'll postpone shows that were scheduled through March 30th. Now, she started her residency in 2022. She performs on the weekends, and right now she's slated through June 15th. If you've got a trip out there and maybe you've got a ticket, you'll get information on the rescheduled dates once that information is available.
Aye, aye, sir.
United Kingdom this year for its 60th anniversary, so British film regulators re-examining the 1964 musical's original rating and changed it from U for Universal to PG for parental guidance. The reason? 2 uses of a racial slur, you heard it, once used by white Europeans to refer to the indigenous peoples of Southern Africa.
Netflix is producing a Broadway play and developing a screenplay adaptation. The new play is called Patriots. It's written by Peter Morgan. He's the same man who created The Crown on Netflix. Patriots is about Putin's Russia and a Russian oligarch. Netflix says they're in the early stages of developing the screen adaptation right now. Patriots opens on Broadway in April, and it'll be at the Ethel Barrymore Theater.
Julie, thank you very much. How about this? Ping pong ball sized hail. Emmett Township, thanks to Cheyenne Robertson. This was also in our Chime-In galleries. And your lakeshore weather today. Waves 10 to 15 feet. Winds northwest 40+ miles per hour. Water temperatures 38 to 40 degrees. Where it's snowing right now on live Doppler radar. How windy will be in the day ahead. Some of us are under winter weather advisories. Julie will show you where at 5.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. And also coming up at 5, we'll give you the results of some of the local elections you might have voted for, what proposals passed and which ones didn't.
Let's take you outside. Live look at downtown Kalamazoo. Things much quieter now after a night of severe storms. We'll show you tornado damage coming up on News Channel 3 live at 5.
Tackling Hunger is sponsored by Zang Financial, Consumers Concrete, and Chick-fil-A of Kalamazoo.
I love that my daughter still needs me, but sometimes I can't help due to burning and stabbing pain in my hands. So I use Nervive.
Nervive's clinical dose of ALA reduces nerve discomfort in as little as 14 days.
Now I can help again. Feel the difference with Nervive.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team. Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
On News Channel 3.
The #1 entertainment talk show is giving you more of what you love.
Please. Oh, that was abrupt. More stars.
More laughs.
And more.
It's time to play Star.
I'm sorry you didn't win a mug or a t-shirt.
I don't like you anymore, Mark.
Get more of what you love.
Want more?
Ooh.
Covering West Michigan to protect and alert you. This is News Channel 3, live at 5.
We had severe storms overnight, folks. Our photojournalist Phil Gowell took this video for us. If you look through the windshield, you can see a lot of rain coming down, maybe even some hail there. 911 emergency management and trained spotters did confirm a tornado 5 miles about northeast of Marshall in Calhoun County. So again, this video is from overnight. Now, Consumers Energy does report that some people have lost power. We have been keeping an eye on their outage map this morning. The numbers were a lot higher earlier. That means consumer crews have been getting the power back on. Now, our crew out driving around this morning says they've already run into consumers working on getting the power back for us. So again, we are keeping an eye on that outage map for you. And welcome to Wednesday morning. Thank you for waking up with us today. I'm Julie Williams.
And I'm Kirk Mason. Of course, weather is our big story this morning. We'll be bringing you coverage of the tornado all morning, and snow now moving in, potentially creating some slippery driving conditions. We're now getting a look at the damage in the Marshall area this morning, where that tornado touched down. This tree was taken down in this storm, and a nearby barn you can see heavily damaged. This is a live look at this scene in Calhoun County. You can see Consumers Energy's power crews are on scene right now, working to restore power. Again, this is in the Marshall area where that tornado touched down. We also want to give you more video from Calhoun County from earlier this morning. You can see crews out working to restore power. Also, you can see trees down. Look at that right there, moving the debris out of the road. We have that confirmed report of a tornado touching down in the Marshall area, about 5 miles north of Marshall.
And viewers have been sending us photos on Chime In all night and all morning. Megan DeMasso sent us this picture. This is hail, folks. Laura France sent us this hailstone, and Allison Bennett sent us hail covering the grass in Battle Creek. If you look at it there, and you might have seen some of the lightning in the background too. Of course, we appreciate you sending in your Chime In pictures and photos. If you want to share your storm photos with us, you can do that at WWMT.com/chime-in or through our News Channel 3 app.
And now meteorologist Jeff Porter joining us. And Jeff, we'll get a better sense of storm damage when the sun comes up.
Yes.
But we also need to focus on this morning, not just storm damage, because a massive change getting underway right now, which could have a big impact on drivers today.
It was 55 when we started. Now it's 43, so temperatures going in the wrong direction. You notice that root structure as well, that tree?
Yeah.
I mean, that was
a big one.
That was
Yeah, it
massive.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kirk, thank you. Julie, thank you. Okay, let's start you off here with some live looks, and we'll take you first to downtown Kalamazoo. We have some rain on the lens here of our Peregrine Tower right out over the Kalamazoo Mall. We're also showing you a really, really windy look here at Coldwater. That is Four Corners Park. So winter weather advisories in play through 4 o'clock. Could have as much as 2 inches of lake effect snow and slippery spots. So that is a big change. 30 at 10 a.m., 27 at 12, and 26 at 3. So temperatures falling all day long. Sunrise 7:19. Here's that confirmed tornado. Again, 5 miles northeast of Marshall. That was at 12:35 this morning. Some of the confirmed damage reports in Kalamazoo County regarding hail, about 3/4 of an inch in the Climax area, as much as an inch in the Mattawan area. Of course, we've got a bunch of storm reports, and we want to show you where it is snowing right now this morning. Live Doppler radar, Ottawa County and northward. We actually have rain right now in northern Allegan County, moving into the Grand Rapids area. We're going to show you where we have wind advisories right now. We'll do that in just a moment.
Results are coming in this morning from the primary elections here in Michigan. We've been keeping an eye on almost a dozen proposals.
Those results are running at the bottom of your screen right now. Some of them have to do with local schools, roads, and emergency services. We're getting tallies from these proposals.
Now, we do want to be clear, these results aren't finalized yet. Let's go over some of what was on the ballot, though. Kentwood Public Schools asked if a proposal should pay for more school security, school supplies, and transportation. The numbers as of this morning show about 60% of people voted yes.
In St. Joseph County, voters deciding on a tax proposal to help pay for school operations. The tax increase would only be for non-principal residences. It's estimated the change could bring in close to an additional $60,000. The projected results show the measure failing, with just over half of voters saying no.
Also in St. Joseph County, Park Township asked people if they should raise taxes to help pay for roads. County leaders say those taxes would raise more than $190,000 in the first year. Right now, it looks like that won't pass. A little more than 50% of people voted against it.
In Berry County, voters deciding on taxes related to dispatch services. Specifically, there should be a tax increase to pay for 911 operation and maintenance. Leaders say properties with taxable values of $50,000 would pay roughly $50 in the first year of the levy. The measure likely to pass with over 60% of people voting in favor of it.
And in Allegan County, as of this morning, people in Fenville voted to renew an expired tax fund. It's to help fund fire safety, and it'll be in effect for 6 years. County officials say it could bring in almost $26,000 in the first year.
Also in Allegan County, voters appear to narrowly approve a tax increase in Monterey Township to help pay for road improvements. It would be in effect for 4 years, 2025 through 2028. Leaders say it could bring in more than $550,000 in the first year. In Calhoun County, voters in Newton Township approving a road maintenance millage.
The $3 million 15-year bond's main focus is to fix a 6-mile stretch of road. It has potholes that have been there for years.
News Channel 3's Autumn Pitcher in Newton Township.
It was a close one. The millage passed with 454 residents saying yes and almost 400 residents saying no. Now, most of the residents I spoke to want these roads to be fixed, but they don't want to be taxed to do so. The bond will generate over $8 million that will go towards local road improvements, including on 6 Mile Road, where News Channel 3 has witnessed drivers struggle to avoid massive potholes that cover almost every inch of the road. The Newton Township Road Committee details how much taxes would increase based on home values. Homeowners with a $100,000 home would have to pay $1,250 in taxes monthly. Those with $200,000 homes, $25 a month, and homeowners with $300,000 homes would be taxed $37.50. Troy Palmeter feels he's already taxed to death.
I would love for them to fix the road, either that or put it back to dirt. I know at least 6 people that have had tires damaged on this road. Right now, we are already paying, I call it a atrocious amount of taxes in this area. Now you want to raise them more to fix the roads that we've already paid to fix. It just seems kind of redundant at this point.
Road improvement projects will start in the spring of 2025. Now, the Road Commission says townships contribute over $200,000 towards county roads on an annual basis, saying the state does not generate enough. In Newton Township, Autumn Pitcher, News Channel 3.
Thank you, Autumn. Tuesday's primary election marks the first time that election officials statewide had the ability to count absentee ballots days in advance of the election. A law change in 2023 allowed clerks this extra time to handle the flood of envelopes. Cities and townships could run absentee ballots through tabulator machines 8 days prior to the election. However, no results could be publicly released until after polls closed last night. According to Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, more than 1.2 million absentee ballots were issued to Michigan voters.
Now, local election officials say voter turnout wasn't as high yesterday as it normally is, but that might not actually reflect voter participation. A history professor at Western Michigan University says there's a couple of reasons for this. First, you have those early voting options. She also says in her 10 years here, she's seen the amount of Western students voting in elections like this go up 12%.
I still remember we had an election probably 5-10 years ago where it wound up coming down to 3 votes. And if 3 more people, it's part of being a citizen.
Strong says voting is an important right to exercise, even in elections like this, where people are already predicting the outcome.
Julie, thank you very much. Rain and snow right now in Holland. Want to show you that as we look at Lake Macatawa in Collin Park. You can see it on the lens here. It is a live look, and here's our mix of rain and snow right now. Places like Coopersville, the Ravenna area, plain rain right now, Grand Rapids. Let's show you the wind advisory. It's Calhoun County and then northward. This will start in about an hour and 50 minutes for some 50-mile-per-hour gusts. I know we have a few power outages this morning, also for the possibility of additional power outages. And your wind gusts right now, boy, these are nasty. 45 miles per hour in Kalamazoo, 44 in Holland, 35 in Battle Creek, 41 right now in Three Rivers. We're going to keep our eyes on those. More of your chime in photos, how warm we'll be over the weekend. Kirk will do that in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Jeff. A house explosion in Michigan sending 3 children to the hospital. We have a reaction from a neighbor nearby during this explosion.
I know, I've been telling everyone.
Liberty. Liberty.
How many people did you tell? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty. Liberty.
Type 2 diabetes? Discover the Ozempic Trizone. I got the power of 3. I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
I'm under 7.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death in adults also with known heart disease.
I'm lowering my risk.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost some weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
Ask about the power of 3 with Ozempic.
Whether someone is across the neighborhood, across the street, or across the room, you have the power to make them feel right at home. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds.
That's great.
I know, I've been telling everyone.
Liberty. Liberty.
How many people did you tell? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
Liberty.
Menards 11% off everything's happening now, making it a great time for upgrading appliances. We carry top brands including KitchenAid, Maytag, Whirlpool, Amana, and Criterion. Upgrade your kitchen with this 5-cycle stainless steel dishwasher. On sale for $5.98. Plus, save an additional 11%. We offer the lowest prices and the largest in-stock appliance selection. Ready to take home today. Get this gas range on sale for $648. Plus, save an additional 11%.
Save big money at Menards.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'll see you.
And welcome back to News Channel 3 Live at 5. I'm Kirk Mason.
And I'm Julie Williams. And an Indiana man pled guilty to threatening a Michigan election worker. The Department of Justice says he told the worker that he and millions of others would kill them and their family. The worker had said there weren't any irregularities in the 2020 election. The Indiana man pled guilty to making the threat over state lines, and he's scheduled for his sentencing July 9th, and he could spend up to 5 years in prison.
Officials investigating a home explosion in Detroit. Look at this damage. It sent 3 children to the hospital. According to the Detroit Fire Department, the explosion happened around 3 p.m. Tuesday off Barlow Street near 7 Mile Road. The Detroit fire chief said the children were in a home next door and suffered minor injuries. Those children ranging in ages from 6 to 13. A neighbor says the explosion caused some power outages nearby.
Leaving out the house, I was getting in the car and I heard a boom, and then my porch light, all my lights went out and stuff. And I was like, what the hell's going on? So I went around the corner and I just seen a fleet of police. And then somebody said a house blew up. So then I asked people at the store and they said the power went out up there too.
Cause of the explosion not yet known. DTE Energy says its gas crew is working with authorities to investigate.
Right now, people in western Oklahoma are being evacuated because of a wildfire. It broke out yesterday afternoon. Take a look at this video, folks. This is from Oklahoma City. State leaders say these grass fires are so big that they've had to close roads. Fire crews from Oklahoma and Kansas are on scene, and they say they've been working overnight to put it out. Those crews, though, say they're having a hard time because of the winds. They're blowing embers to the ground, and that's causing more fires. And people in Texas are being evacuated because of smoke from the Oklahoma wildfires. There are fires there, too, and fire crews say those started Monday. It's been hard to get these under control, and the one in Texas is already getting bigger, too. It's destroyed more than 250,000 acres. Now, to put that into perspective for you, an acre is about 1.3 football fields. As of last night, it is the fifth biggest fire in Texas history. It's bigger than the total area burned by all fires in Texas last year.
Lawmakers might have a solution to avoid a partial government shutdown Friday. It's not the 4 spending bills negotiators are crafting, but another stopgap measure. House Speaker Mike Johnson's office says he's now open to a continuing resolution. That resolution has 2 stages. The 4 government agencies that could close after Friday would get another week of funding with the continuing resolution. Those departments are Transportation, Veterans Affairs, Agriculture, and Housing and Urban Development. The funding deadline for everything else would be March 22nd. Some lawmakers in Johnson's own party object to another stopgap measure. Others think it's better than repeated rushes to avoid shutdowns.
This will go down in history as the least productive, the absolute least productive Congress in the history of the United States of America.
After a meeting with President Joe Biden Tuesday, top congressional leaders say they're getting closer to a long-term budget. It consists of 4 spending bills. This is the first day the House hypothetically could vote on that legislation, but negotiators aren't ready to release the final text.
The U.S. Supreme Court is set to hear a challenge to a former Trump-era ban on bump stocks today. A gun store owner in Texas says gun shop owners, or the administration rather, didn't follow federal law when it banned them. The Biden administration does defend the ban. They say regulators were right to enact it in relation to similar regulations against machine guns. Bump stocks let semi-automatic weapons fire rapidly like machine guns. This case is another test for a court with a conservative majority to define the limits of gun restrictions. Folks, we are getting a look at some of the damage near Marshall this morning following confirmed reports of a tornado touching down about 5 miles northeast of Marshall. Take a look. Our crew has been checking this barn out. You can see that it is heavily damaged. And as we pan out here, you'll also be able to see Consumers Power crews. They are working on getting the power restored already this morning.
And we also see a massive tree on this property down, kind of giving you an idea just how powerful that storm was. We also spoke with the Calhoun County Sheriff this morning about the storm damage and reports of tornadoes. He says while there were independent reports of a tornado sighting, they are leaving the official determination up to the National Weather Service. And right now, they're asking people to avoid the area.
We still have blocked roads with trees. We have power lines down, and please consider all of those power lines live. We're working our way through the area with the Calhoun County Road Commission heavy equipment. Deputies, troopers, and fire department personnel have been checking different homes.
Sheriff Hinckley says there are no reports of any injuries at this time, and he hopes it, of course, stays that way. There are reports of structure damage. We've seen that. However, the extent of that damage unknown at this time. We will continue to provide you with updates on the storm damage on air and online. But Jeff, it's so important he brought up the power line issue because until daylight comes out, it's often hard to figure out just how many of those are. So be very careful, not just Calhoun County, wherever you're heading out this morning.
Yeah, really good advice. Kirk, thank you. Julie, thank you. And really big waves right now in South Haven. We're going to start you off here with a live look. We're also going to gently remind you about downloading our Weather Alert Network app. Here is the QR code. I continue to look at your damage photos in our Chime In galleries. This side of the Waddles Park area in Battle Creek. More really big hailstones brought to you by Joni Hatch. And she put a bunch of photos in our Chime In gallery. So Joni, thank you. And we're waking up now under winter weather advisories. All of our lakeshore counties. And then, of course, this also includes Kalamazoo County until 4 o'clock. And not right now where the roads are going to be icy, but as we go through the morning and certainly into the afternoon. Now, we're also worried about the wind, and I'm sure you hear the wind this morning and feel the wind. Wind gusts between 45 and 50 miles per hour. We're already seeing those kinds of winds this morning. Wind advisory will start at 7. It'll last through 7 o'clock tonight. Here's how much snow we're talking about. West of US 131, between 1 and 2 inches. I think in Kalamazoo County, about an inch or so. Now, the farther east you get away from Lake Michigan, the answer would be less snow. Here's what snow looks like according to hour by hour in our northwest flow here with our northwest bands. And then that'll wind down by really late afternoon. And by the time we hit 5, 6, 7 o'clock, should be starting to dry out here. In fact, our skies will clear out rather quickly this evening. And our temperatures will drop from the lower 20s at midnight into the middle and the upper teens as we get you into this time tomorrow morning. You factor in the winds, it's still going to be breezy tomorrow morning. It will actually feel like we're in the single digits. But a lot of sun in the day ahead tomorrow, so we like that. And by the end of the day, we'll actually be not too far from 40 degrees. Right now, live Doppler radar, yellow, those are tornado watches, active tornado watches, southeastern Indiana, much of the state of Ohio this morning. Here's, of course, where we're talking about rain and maybe some rain and snow mixed together, north side of Grand Rapids and throughout Newaygo County. We did have a tornado warning earlier, east side of Dayton. That warning right now affecting downtown Columbus. So this in play through 5:30. It keeps being extended farther and farther eastward, and that's the line that we're following right now. And we open up the view for you. We have so many advisories this morning in the mitten. In the mauve color, those are all our wind advisories in play through 7 o'clock tonight. Places like, the Thumb region, Detroit, and then all the way up to Alpena. How about at the bus stop this morning? Your bus stop weather brought to you by Roach Roofing. We have 36. But that's changing as our temperatures are dropping here, and just 27 for recess, 25 by the end of the day today. Again, all brought to you by Roach Roofing. And speaking of the end of the day today, dry between 5 and 6, maybe a little bit of late day sun, and there's your sunset of 6:30. Okay, let's go ahead and give you a live look in Allegan right now, and we want to show you M89. We want to show you the old Iron Bridge and lightly traveled right now. But hey, as we look at your weekend weather, and this is certainly hard to comprehend considering how much colder we're going to be later today. But there's your 60 to start your weekend, and there's your 67 on Sunday. Right now, your temperatures, well, they're going in the wrong direction. We have 34 in Muskegon. We have 43 in Sturgis. We have 50 right now in Coldwater. It's 53 right now in Marshall. Again, they're changing rather rapidly. Sealy Auto Group 7-day forecast. Sun tomorrow, sun on Friday, and sun throughout your weekend. The next chance for rain actually doesn't show up until the end of the day next Monday, but certainly top of mind right now. Do we need to borrow a chainsaw? Do we need to rent one? Taking stock of the damage in your yard and all those kinds of things.
And I think one of the more amazing things you've said this morning, and we've been on the air for almost 50 minutes. How far has the temperature come down during that time?
Yeah, it's come down to at least some 12 degrees. So
wow.
Ooh, major change unfolding right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was 74 yesterday.
Yeah.
74.
Yeah.
Not today.
Not today. No. All right, thanks, Jeff. Well, Macy's announced plans to close hundreds of stores this year. We have more on why they're selling one of their biggest locations.
I hate my daughter-in-law with a passion.
She hates me so much. Did you say to her, my son can marry you, but I don't have to like you?
I never said that.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Today at 4 on News Channel 3.
Makeup meets skincare expertise. True Match Serum Concealer by L'Oreal Paris. With hyaluronic acid. Corrects like a concealer, hydrates like an eye serum. An iron-shaped applicator to conceal and replump with a radiant finish. True Match Concealer. We're worth it.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero in a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
Mister, this script got a plot twist at a Radisson Hotel.
A business big leaguer.
Go for key.
Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you.
Stay twice and get a free night when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
Gotta get the corners.
Ordinary is the opposite of beautiful. Because beauty excites. It energizes. It drops our jaws. Dilates our eyes. Makes us look twice. A beautiful home, a beautiful life, is something we create. And we can start right now at Floor & Decor.
GM employees with a current eligible Buick lease get this low mileage lease on this 2023 Envision Preferred all-wheel drive for $279 per month. See your West Michigan Buick dealer today.
First, I use Better Than Bouillon for broth, and then stir fries, sauces, even marinades. And now there's the culinary collection. Italian herb for pasta, smoky chipotle for fajitas. It's like the
A lot of people really like it, and you've probably seen it at barbecues, maybe even at the bar. But the name of it is really hard to say, and I'm going to do my best here. Worcestershire sauce?
Sure.
Yeah, we'll go with that, right? It put this English town on the map, even though it's hard to say, even for me, but it rolls off the tongue for locals there. It was created in 1837. It has garlic, anchovies, and onions, and it's a main ingredient in Bloody Marys.
What would the Bloody Mary be without Worcestershire sauce?
Flavored tomato juice.
I'm going to let the experts stick to saying it. It took more than 100 years after it was created, though, to actually make it into Bloody Marys.
Hey, he said tomato, so.
Tomato, yeah, exactly. Worcestershire tomato. Well, Wendy's will try surge pricing. Uber does it right now, and Wendy's says they'll use artificial intelligence for theirs. That means their prices could fluctuate based on what time it is and how the weather is. Some analysts say the reception so far hasn't been that great, and they say the surge pricing could end up keeping people away.
San Francisco Union Square, one of Macy's largest and oldest locations, now on a list for closure. Just one of among 150 Macy's locations nationwide that are slated to shutter its doors over the next 3 years. Mayor London Breed says Macy's is selling the property at Union Square and will remain open until after the sale. Macy's saying the closures are part of a shift in business strategy from large store malls to boutique shops. The retail store is the latest in a list of iconic Union Square retail stores to close.
There are definitely possibilities here. This is not like Nordstrom's where they say we're leaving, we're exiting.
Many say the iconic Macy's will be hard to replace. As of now, it's unclear if any Michigan stores are set to close. Build-A-Bear has a special offer for those who don't get to celebrate their actual birthday every year. The retailer offering people who were born on February 29th the chance to build one of its signature bears for just $4. It's a leap year, so February 29th is tomorrow. And Build-A-Bear says roughly 200,000 people in the U.S. made their grand debut on that unique date. Company officials say this leap day offer will be available until supplies last. There's more information on Build-A-Bear's website for those interested in making a furry friend. It's 5:27 on this Wednesday morning. Coming up, health officials confirming a measles case in Michigan. We'll have more on cases now affecting people nationwide and how to protect your family.
Parts working in sync to move your business forward. For more value, more reliability, and more on-time deliveries. The United States Postal Service, built for how you business.
There's something American about open roads. The freedom to travel where you want, to choose where to go, how to get there. But President Biden's EPA wants to end that, rushing to ban new gas-powered cars. No matter where you live or what you need, they want to force you into an electric vehicle. Call the White House. Tell President Biden to stop the car ban. Learn more at don'tbanourcars.com. Paid for by American Fuel and Petrochemical Manufacturers.
I'm Dakota Foster, and I'm a tower foreman for Mercury Broadband. Basically, I climb towers. Climbing towers is peaceful. When you're up there, the problems, there are none. As tower climbers, we install equipment that allows rural communities to connect to the internet. So with Mercury, that's what we're trying to help provide.
Plans starting at only $50 a month. Get connected now at mercurybroadband.com.
Get the News Channel 3 weather app. Now, weather comes at you fast. Get the information you need and keep safe. Stay ahead of the weather. Download the News Channel 3 weather app now.
When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, you need every advantage to win your case. We're Grand Rapids' first and only law firm with immediate access to traffic camera footage. Get video proof of your accident.
Covering West Michigan to protect and alert you. This is News Channel 3, live at 5:30.
Good morning, and thank you for waking up with us. I'm Julie Williams.
And I'm Kirk Mason. A tornado touching down in West Michigan overnight this morning. We are now getting a look at the damage. Right now, we're showing the light show that was in the sky overnight. as severe storms move through the area. I'm sure waking up many of you while you were sleeping. I know that was our experience, all of us overnight. We now want to get you a look at this damage in the Calhoun County area this morning. This is a live look at a barn that's heavily damaged in the Marshall area. You'll also see Consumers Energy crews on scene right now working on power restoration. We've also seen a massive tree uprooted on this property. So this is still a very active scene here. And this is in the area where that tornado was reported. Now we're going to show you some video from the Marshall area from earlier this morning. Again, we found more power crews out working. That tornado touching down at 12:35 a.m. about 5 miles northeast of Marshall. You can see plenty of damage to a house right there. So a lot of problems this morning.
Yeah, a lot of cleanup to do. And, you know, you've been seeing the Consumers Power crews out there. They say that some people did lose power last night. They've been working overnight, though. They say as of right now, about 99% of people do have their power back. At last check, there were still a few people who don't. You might be able to see it on this outage map there. But again, we do know that Consumer Power crews have been out pretty much overnight and all morning to get people their power back.
And Julie, getting power back on, always important, perhaps even more important this morning as we bring in meteorologist Jeff Porter, because while we have not needed heat a lot lately, we are going to need it today. A dramatic change underway. That's something drivers also need to be worried about.
We think some icy roads are possible later today, but temperatures dropping some 50 degrees.
Wow.
From yesterday to this afternoon. That's wild. Guys, thank you very much. 5:32 on the clock. This is downtown Kalamazoo. We are dry right now, but there is a little bit of rain on the lens. We also have rain on the lens of our Centennial Park camera. This is in Holland. A live look for you. Holland, all of Ottawa County, all of our lakeshore counties. It's a winter weather advisory until 4 o'clock. That does include Kalamazoo County. Gusty winds, icy roads, up to as much as 2 inches of snow. Rain and snow quickly turning to snow this morning, then becoming all snow for the rest of the day, and sustained winds northwest at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. There's your confirmed tornado report by emergency management. Also trained spotters. That was 12:35 this morning, northeast of Marshall. We have a bunch of storm reports this morning. Those are wind damage reports, wind gust reports at the lakeshore, and then a litany of hail reports as well. Right now, a live Doppler radar. Temporarily, we're drying out. And we want to look at your temperatures right now. Now 39 in Kalamazoo, 43 in Sturgis, 34 in Holland. How cold will be this time tomorrow morning? We'll do that in a moment.
And this morning, we have election results from Tuesday's presidential primary in Michigan.
Within about an hour of the polls closing last night, the Associated Press called President Biden and former President Trump the winner of their primaries. President Biden won about 80% of the vote, but several thousand people did vote uncommitted, including 13% of Democrats. Now, in a statement, President Biden says, quote, "It's never a good bet to bet against Michiganders either. This fight for our freedoms, for working families, and for democracy is going to take all of us coming together. I know that we will."
On the Republican side, Donald Trump winning Michigan with roughly 68% of the vote. Nikki Haley securing 27% of the vote in Michigan. Thousands of others choosing to vote uncommitted on the Republican ticket. Donald Trump issuing a statement following his victory saying the November election can't come quick enough. He says, quote, "We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before." Now, it was a packed house in downtown Grand Rapids Tuesday night. Republican senators, prosecutors, and lawyers at GLC Live at 20 Monroe.
Republican Committee Chairman Pete Hoekstra was there. He says yesterday's results weren't really a surprise.
News Channel 3's Allie Jenner-John has reaction.
Multiple times calling former President Donald Trump the presumptive winner far before polls even close. He says the national polls and Trump's momentum indicate that this race is over. Hoekstra says voter turnout yesterday was low, saying there wasn't much of a campaign from former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley or Trump. But voters I talked to said the small lines didn't discourage them because this is the first year our state not only had absentee voting, but early voting. Hoekstra says he thinks voters recognize this will likely become a Trump versus Biden race, and he says he asked Haley to pull out of the race weeks ago.
I mean, I told her a couple of, I said a few weeks ago that I think we have a presumptive nominee. I would prefer that she pull out of the race and we unite. Winning a presidential election is hard. but she has decided to stay in. I respect that decision.
Senator Debbie Stabenow says a Trump presidency would be an absolute disaster for Michigan and the country. Senator Cory Booker echoing that sentiment.
The blessings of this democracy are not simply inherited. They have to be earned in every generation. And you all are going to do the work to secure not just a Biden victory, but a Democratic victory.
And we do have those official results on our website. That's WWMT.com. In Grand Rapids, Allie Jennerjohn, News Channel 3.
Thank you, Allie. Governor Gretchen Whitmer issuing a statement following the results saying, quote, "I appreciate every Michigander who participated and made their voice heard. Michigan proud of its rich diversity of backgrounds, ideologies, and cultures. This is what makes us stronger and always has. We've got a stark choice in front of us between Joe Biden and Donald Trump."
And folks at the GOP watch party yesterday were also talking about the power changes in Michigan's Republican Party. As of this morning, a Kent County judge ruled Christina Caramo has legally been removed as the Michigan GOP chair. The party voted to remove her on January 6th, and the court says as of that date, any decisions she made for the party are void. The party elected Pete Hoekstra as the new chair. We also got to talk to him about this ruling and what comes next.
My understanding is that she has indicated that she will abide by the rules of the court order, which means, as soon as we get people over there in contact with her, all those things will be turned over to her, or we will go back to court and hold her in contempt. She's got the ruling. It's very clear.
Hoekstra did release a statement. He says it's now, quote, "time to unite and move forward with the business, delivering the state of Michigan for our party's presumptive nominee, Donald Trump," end quote. Now, Caramo posted on X. She says, quote, "The court case in Kent County is not complex. Either easily understood bylaws criteria for removing me were satisfied at the January 6th meeting or not." She goes on to say, quote, "Those engineering complexity that hides simplicity seem to serve a predetermined outcome," end quote. And we are following a developing story this morning. Health officials have confirmed that measles is now in Michigan. This is our first reported case since 2019.
Michigan health officials saying a child from Oakland County tested positive for the virus after traveling overseas. At this time, there are no known additional exposures outside of the household. However, in addition to Michigan's case, 36 other measles cases have been reported in 15 other states this year. Measles is a highly contagious disease that is spread by direct person-to-person contact and through the air. Some of the symptoms include high fever, red watery eyes, tiny white spots on the inner cheeks, and a blotchy rash. Recent data shows measles vaccination rates have fallen below the 95% needed to achieve herd immunity. Dr. Robert Bensley, a professor at Western Michigan University, says the measles vaccine is the best way to stop an outbreak.
We know we've had a drop off in the vaccination rate with kids that are entering schools. A lot of that had to do with COVID, where not necessarily those who are anti-vaxxers, but from this perspective of people got out of their routines. I would encourage everybody out there to make sure their kids are vaccinated, because once you get vaccinated, you're safe for life from measles.
According to the CDC, the measles vaccine is 97% effective at preventing infection with 2 doses. It's also effective if used within 72 hours of exposure to prevent illness.
Kirk, thank you very much. 5:39 on the clock. I want to take it to cold water, where right now it is 45 degrees. When we got on the air, it was 60 degrees in cold water, so we dropped some 15. Right now, your latest wind gusts look like 35 miles per hour in Kalamazoo and 33 in Battle Creek. And your wind chills this time tomorrow morning, I think they're going to be on either side of about 10 degrees. This is as soon as 5, 6, and 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And now we're looking at your high temperatures, which go on a big rise here as we get you into the weekend. We have some wind advisories right now. Julie, we're going to show you where at 5:50.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. And coming up here, a trailblazer in Niles has passed away. What his family has to say about the legacy he leaves behind.
And in San Francisco, the city's Board of Supervisors apologizing to the descendants of black residents of the city, why they're saying it's their responsibility to right the wrongs.
Dentures and implants, we are proud to offer a best price guarantee. Whether it's a first look or a second opinion, we make new smiles affordable for everyone.
Go ahead and smile.
Introducing Ned's Plaque Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis. Otezla can help you get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking, with no routine blood tests required. Doctors have been prescribing Otezla for nearly a decade. Otezla is also approved to treat psoriatic arthritis. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla have depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur.
With clear skin, movie night is a groovy night. Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla.
Cleaning your car at Drive and Shine compared to washing it on your driveway is far better for the environment. Cars washed at home send soaps directly into our ponds, streams, and lakes, untreated. Our wash waters and soaps are first recycled at Drive and Shine and then sent to the utility company for additional treatment before being released to our environment.
We make it clean, shiny, and dry every time. So come on, come on, come on to Drive and Shine.
You wouldn't pour OJ this way, and you don't have to pour paint this way either. Try Dutch Boy Platinum Plus paint in the twist and pour container with a built-in spout. Easy to hold, open, and pour. Only at Menards. Dutch Boy paints make transforming your world easy.
At Affordable Dentures and Implants, we believe it's time the world sees your smile. Whether it's a single tooth, dentures, or dental implants, we make new smiles affordable for everyone.
And welcome back to News Channel 3 Live at 5:30. I'm Kirk Mason.
And I'm Julie Williams. And this Black History Month, a student organization at Jefferson University wants to increase the number of Black doctors. Stephanie Stahl has more.
Dressing for success. These second-year medical students at Jefferson Sidney Kimmel Medical College are members of Black men in white coats.
With the intention of trying to increase the number of Black men going into the field of medicine, it's a very challenging journey, and it's a journey that definitely does require a lot of assistance.
Kevin Carolina is a founding member of the group, inspired by his own experience.
I see the impact that the lack of diversity has on health outcomes within people that look like me.
The CDC says Black people have higher rates of disease, health complications, and death. Part of that is blamed on a historic lack of trust of white doctors and not being able to find medical professionals of the same race. The Association of American Medical Colleges says diversity in medicine is improving, but still only 5% of doctors are Black.
Although our numbers are rare within medicine, we're working to improve that and just kind of up those numbers as well.
Nathan DeLocht is also a member of Black men in white coats.
When I was younger, I never really had any role models who looked like me.
Here training in a simulation lab.
Checking his airway, make sure everything's clear.
These future Black doctors are supporting each other and hope to inspire more to be like them.
We're hoping to kind of enact change like within the school itself, bringing more Black students to the school as well, but then also creating some change within the community.
They go to underserved communities with things like screening checks. The group is also working to improve access to better health care for Black neighbors.
Ultimately, we want to uplift Black voices.
Stephanie Stahl, CBS News, Philadelphia.
A trailblazer in the Niles community has passed away. Hubert Ingram was the first Black police officer in the city's history. He served as a police officer with the Niles Police Department for nearly 30 years. A native of Alabama, Ingram spent his younger years in the Niles area, attending South Bend Central High School. But in December of 1964, history was made when he became the first Black police officer in the history of Niles. It's a role he embraced proudly for nearly 3 decades. According to his family members, Ingram was to all audiences a straight shooter.
I think that his legacy that he left behind is stop complaining about what's going on in your world. He always went to work. Back then, he even told me as a kid what was going on. He let us know his life experiences. He let us know that you got to stand tall and be tough.
Ingram was 82 years old. In addition to his time on the force, he also spent more than 20 years, in the Marine Corps Reserve.
Tomorrow is the last day of Black History Month, and San Francisco's Board of Supervisors voted to formally apologize to descendants of Black residents of the city. It's an apology for what the city says were historically discriminatory policies, targeted acts of violence, and systemic discrimination that lasted decades.
We didn't have those opportunities back then. We most certainly were held from those opportunities through policies even today. And so people have a responsibility for righting the wrongs of the past because they still affect us here today.
The push for reparations in San Francisco had hit a setback for a while. The board says they had a budget deficit, so they had to wait to put millions of dollars into creating a reparations office. Now, though, their Human Rights Commission is looking at payments between $5,000 and $25,000 to people who were displaced during an era of redevelopment.
It was noisy overnight in West Michigan. Severe storms pounding our area. And we want to give you a live look at storm damage in Calhoun County this morning. This is in the Marshall area. We've had a tornado confirmed about 5 miles northeast of Marshall. You can see a barn damaged here. Look at that big tree uprooted. We also have consumer energy crew working on scene right now. They've been there all morning since we've been on the air starting at 4:30, addressing power problems in Calhoun County. Now, we spoke with the Calhoun County Sheriff this morning about the storm damage and reports of a tornado. He says there were reports of a sighting. They're leaving the official determination up to the National Weather Service. Right now, they're asking people to avoid the area.
We still have blocked roads with trees. We have power lines down, and please consider all of those power lines live. We're working our way through the area with the Calhoun County Road Commission heavy equipment. Deputies, troopers, and fire department personnel have been checking different homes.
Sheriff Hinckley says there are no reports of any injuries at this time. He hopes it will remain that way. There are reports of structure damage. We've seen that this morning in Calhoun County. However, the extent of that damage unknown at this time. We'll continue to provide you updates on the storm damage on air and online. You can see some structure damage right there, a house badly damaged. Again, this is the area where that tornado was confirmed.
Yeah. And like you said, Kirk, it was so loud last night. It woke our entire household up even.
Yeah.
And now it's getting cold. So there's a lot going on this morning.
A tremendous change. And, we had tornado warnings, I think, Van Buren County, Berrien County, Kalamazoo County, and Calhoun County. So we're going to sort of figure out maybe was there another one that was observed overnight and very early this morning. Julie, thank you. Kirk, thank you. So this is M43 right now in Bangor this morning. Our temperatures continue to drop like rocks here this morning. If you haven't downloaded our Weather Alert Network app, now is the time to do that. And we appreciate when you do that. Okay, let's check out the hail in the Battle Creek area. This is Beth Stewart, and she threw down a quarter to give you a sense for how big some of these, bigger chunks of hail are. There was a report of hail 2.5 inches in diameter in the Springfield area. So that's pretty much Battle Creek, right? The west side. Now, not in Battle Creek, but Kalamazoo County and then Berry County, Kent County, Newaygo County, and then all counties westward. Winter weather advisories. One day after being in the mid-70s, these are going to be with us until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Now, just east of there, these are our wind advisories, and these are going to start in about an hour, a little bit over an hour. They'll last through 7 o'clock tonight for 45 to 50 mile per hour gusts. The possibility of additional outages and some tree limbs or branches could actually come down. So obviously we don't want that to happen. As far as how much snow is possible, and I know it's wild that we're forecasting snow after yesterday's mid-70s, but I think 0 to 1 makes sense. East of 131, 1 to 2 inches if you're near and west of 131. And hour by hour showing our lake effect bands midday today, and they should start to decrease in coverage as we get you to mid-afternoon and late afternoon. And then ultimately we're going to clear out our skies tonight, and that'll set up a really cold night tonight. And into this time tomorrow morning, probably plenty of middle and upper teens. You factor in the winds, it'll make it feel like we're in the single digits. But once we get over that, sun throughout your Thursday, midday tomorrow, lower and middle 30s. And by the end of the day, we're actually going to be not too far from 40 degrees. Okay, right now on live Doppler radar, this tornado watch is getting smaller. But inside of that, we have a bunch of warnings. We'll get to those in a moment. Big Rapids right now reporting light snow and 34 degrees. Here are your tornado warnings right now. We actually have them on the east side of Columbus until 6:15. This is Franklin County and also Fairfield County. Now, this is now a severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. This storm is moving eastward at 75 miles per hour. This warning in effect until 6:15. Speaking of advisories and warnings, we've got those wind advisories pretty much throughout the entire state. We have gale warnings out over Lake Michigan for maybe 12 to 15 footers. So that's a big story, too. Okay, here is your bus stop, all brought to you by Roach Roofing. Bus stop temperature now, and admitted this is an average here, 35, 27 for lunch and recess. And your winds this morning, west and northwesterly, 15 to about 30 miles per hour. This all brought to you by Roach Roofing. Want to give you a live look here this morning. Let's go ahead and take it to Allegan and show you M89. Just a few cars there right now. Notably, we have power here this morning, so you see all the lights on the Old Iron Bridge. And I want you to see this right now. This is how good your weekend's going to be. 60 and 67. It will be a little breezy in the back half of the weekend. And your wind speeds right now, these aren't gusts, but your sustained winds. Allegan, 23 miles per hour. Hastings, 23 miles per hour. Three Rivers, 21 miles per hour. Holland, 20 miles per hour. Sealy Auto Group, 7-day forecasts. Okay, today a day for cleanup and certainly damage assessment and all those kinds of things, but really good weather as we move you forward to do those kinds of things with sunshine and dry weather Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So a nice stretch, certainly after a really kind of a nasty night.
Yeah, I mean, I had kids running in because it was waking them up. I don't know if you guys, a large hail I was hearing at my house. I'll have to look and see if any damage was done. It's hard to know until the sun comes up.
Yeah, good point.
10 to 11 a.m. That was really, or p.m. It almost sounded like it lasted for like an hour.
It lasted a long time. Yeah, it did. All right, thanks, Jeff. Well, coming up after the break here, the armorer for the Rust movie is on trial. We'll have more testimony from an FBI firearms expert.
Kia of Battle Creek.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Weekdays starting at 7 a.m.
Kelly and Mark are live from Las Vegas with Howie Mandel and a special performance from REO Speedwagon. Live is in Vegas through March 1st.
Live with Kelly and Mark this morning at 9 on News Channel 3.
A rookie stunt driver, again, will prove he's got what it takes in this year's most exciting Nissan sales event.
Get a low $319 per month lease on the 2023 Nissan Rogue.
Act fast. These President's Day offers end soon.
When he's done all his squats and it's all about them slots.
It's how it's got to be.
When he hits on that bet, he gets paid fast, don't fret.
I got my money.
When she planned a date, but now he's running late. That means more time for me. Oh, when the rush is done and now she wants some fun.
It's the chance I see.
Life would be dull if we never took a chance. Bet Rivers. Take a chance.
Drive and Shine has invested millions in energy-efficient equipment to limit our carbon footprint. More than 80% of our water is recycled by an advanced filtration system, and your car is washed with biodegradable soaps. No harmful chemicals. Your vehicle's used oil heats our buildings in winter, while oil filters and other fluids are professionally recycled.
We make it clean, shiny and dry every time. So come on, come on, come on to Drive and Shine.
Mercury Broadband travels the gravel to deliver high-speed internet right to your door. Our plans are crafted specifically for rural customers and start at only $50 a month. Say no to contracts, data caps, installation fees, and DIY setup. Say yes to a dependable internet provider who has earned more than 600 five-star reviews. Mercury Broadband, where connection meets community. Get connected today at mercurybroadband.com.
A rookie stunt driver,
An emotional day in the trial of Rust armor Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Tuesday, a crew member cried during his testimony, and an FBI firearms expert told jurors a gun wouldn't fire without the trigger being pulled. Attorneys also played body cam video of a detective interviewing Gutierrez-Reed just hours after the fatal shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins in October of 2021. In the video, Gutierrez-Reed can be heard saying, "I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun." She told the detective she'd only been working on the set of Rust for a month and as an armorer for 9 months. She can also be heard saying her career is over and she's a failure.
Adele is postponing some of her concerts. She has a Vegas residency and she says she's sick and she's following doctor's orders. She'll postpone shows that were scheduled through March 30th. She started her residency in 2022 and she performs on the weekends. Right now she's slated through June 15th. So if you've got a ticket out there, maybe you're planning a trip, you'll get information on the rescheduled dates once that information is available. Netflix is co-producing a Broadway play and developing a screenplay adaptation. The new play is called Patriots, and it's written by Peter Morgan. He's the same man who created The Crown on Netflix. Patriots is about Putin's Russia and a Russian oligarch. Netflix says they're in the early stages of developing the screen adaptation right now. Patriots opens on Broadway in April, and it'll be at the Ethel Barrymore Theater.
Julie, thank you very much. So much hail here. Brownlee Park, Kyle D. It almost looks like snow, but if you look closely, you can actually see all the different hail discs. And you're going to see a lot of wind and a lot of waves at the lake shore today. Northwest 40+ miles per hour, 10 to 15 footers. Water temperatures 38 to 40. Tomorrow's waves not nearly as big, 3 to about 6 feet. We have winter weather advisories this morning. We're going to show you where. Julie will do that at 6.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. And also coming up at 6, we have the results of some of the local elections you voted for. We'll go over which proposals passed and which ones didn't.
Plus, the details about a home explosion in Michigan that sent 3 children to the hospital, what we know about their injuries.
And this is a live look over Kalamazoo as it gets colder this morning. Live at 6 is next.
Amazing. I don't want to take them off. It just feels like I'm in heaven. Oh, you're a blessing in disguise.
Try them for yourself with a free arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
First, I use Better Than Bouillon for broth, and then stir fries, sauces, even marinades. And with all the varieties, organic, reduced sodium, and now the culinary collection, it's like the deliciousness never ends.
The kind of people who value fairness, compassion, and integrity. These are the people who work at the Michigan Department of Corrections. Come join them. Go to michigan.gov/MDOC jobs to learn more.
Right, folks, you heard correct. Menards 11% off everything is happening now.
11% off everything is here. So start that makeover you've been talking about and transform the look of your bathroom or upgrade your garage with heavy-duty storage that you need for your ideal workspace. Now's the time to make your kitchen stand out and save big on the entire project. Hurry into Menards now for 11% off everything.
Save big money at Menards.
This is me, and this was my stubborn body fat. My name is Adrienne, and Sono Bello, America's #1 cosmetic surgery specialist, permanently removed my body fat in just one visit.
Sono Bello's board-certified surgeons use micro-laser technology to safely target and remove your diet-resistant fat cells permanently.
My tummy is gone, my double chin is gone, and my hourglass shape is back.
Don't wait. Call or go to sonobello.com now.
There's something American about open roads. The freedom to travel where you want, to choose where to go, how to get there. But President Biden's EPA wants to end that, rushing to ban new gas-powered cars. No matter where you live or what you need, they want to force you into an electric vehicle. Call the White House. Tell
Covering West Michigan to protect and alert you. This is News Channel 3, live at 6.
We had severe storms overnight. This video is from our photojournalist Phil Gowell. He took this for us, and if you look through the windshield, you can see a lot of rain coming down, especially if you look up at the light at the upper left-hand corner. You might even see some hail. 911 emergency management and trained spotters did confirm a tornado about 5 miles northeast of Marshall in Calhoun County. And welcome to your Wednesday morning. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm Julie Williams.
And I'm Kirk Mason. Of course, weather is our big story this morning. We're bringing you coverage of the tornado all morning and of snow. Yeah, you heard that right. Snow now moving in today, potentially creating slippery driving conditions. We're now getting a look this morning at the damage in the Marshall area. This is a live look. This barn, you can see it is badly damaged. Really looks like the roof has been torn right off it and a wall has collapsed. You're also going to see on your left side, I believe, of your screen right there, a massive tree uprooted. I mean, that's a big tree, which will tell you the power of this storm. We've also seen Consumers Energy crews on this scene this morning working to restore power. We also have more video from Calhoun County from earlier this morning where crews are out repairing damage, restoring power. You can see both of that in this case. Power crews. You can also see people sweeping up debris. Again, a tornado has been confirmed in this area. We also have seen a house damaged with debris in this area. So a lot of damage, Julie, in Calhoun County this morning.
Yeah, no kidding. And the thing is, too, for those crews, it's getting colder this morning. So we've got meteorologist Jeff Porter with us. You know, Jeff, a lot of storms overnight, and now it's, like we said, it's getting cold out there for those guys cleaning up.
Yeah, much colder, and you factor in the winds, it makes it feel, you know, even colder than that. And we're going to find out later today, is it an EF0? Is it an EF1? You know, what kind of tornado? Guys, thank you. And, okay, 6:02 on the clock. Let's start you off with some live looks. And right now in the Cereal City, we had hail confirmed last night, nearly 2 inches in diameter. I'm going to show you that report in a moment. I'm showing you the waves right now in South Haven. And from a tornado to now a winter weather advisory, it's a weird juxtaposition for sure. This is going to be in play through 4 o'clock for maybe not icy roads right now, but developing as the day unfolds. Snow could be upwards of 2 inches. 30 at 10 a.m., 28 for your lunch, and then 26 at 3 o'clock. Wind whipped snow showers, sustained winds 20 to 30 miles per hour from the northwest. Check out all these storm reports. I mean, they are numerous now. As far as the confirmed tornado report, emergency management, and also a trained spotter. It's not often we have that kind of confirmation, and certainly during the overnight time frame. That was at 12:35. Look at the hail report out of Bellevue, almost 1 inch per hour. That was prior to 11 o'clock last night. There's your Battle Creek hail report just after midnight, 1.8 inches. And right now on live Doppler radar, for the moment, we're quiet. We know that's going to change in the next couple of hours. We have wind advisories this morning. We're going to show you where. We'll do that in a second.
Tens of thousands of people got out and voted. The results are coming in.
The Associated Press declared a winner on both sides of the aisle in Michigan's presidential primary.
Former President Donald Trump winning the Republican race for the White House in Michigan with 68% of the vote. He's followed by Nikki Haley at 27%. They were the two left in the race for what had been a crowded field of candidates, but many of the others dropping out before Election Day. Thousands also choosing to vote uncommitted on the Republican ticket.
And in the Democrat Party, President Biden wins in Michigan. But take a look, you can also see several thousand people voted uncommitted. And this morning, we want to welcome Professor Kevin Doherty from Kalamazoo Valley Community College to give us some insight about the election as those numbers come in.
And Kevin, thank you for joining us. Thank you for waking up early. I want to start right now with Nikki Haley taking 27%. As we sit here right now, the vote, she's distant second, lost the race by a lot. She comes off of losing her home state. A lot of people might question, why is she still in the race at this point?
Well, she's making the argument that she is providing another option for those people that are a little bit dissatisfied with Trump as the standard bearer for the Republican Party. I don't really see where the math really allows her to win the nomination at this point. She just really can't catch up, and she's not really polling particularly well in the states that are going to vote next week either. But I do think that this kind of suggests that there's a clear vulnerability for Trump in November. So I think he's going to be the nominee, but this is a bit of an alarm bell for the Republicans.
And Kevin, on the Democrat side, about 13% of Democrats voted uncommitted. Does this surprise you? And what do you think it means for the Biden campaign as we head into November?
Well, I think it's another alarm. And it again kind of suggests that Biden faces some of the same problems that Trump does. Neither are super popular within their party. But I think on the Biden side, the number didn't really surprise me that much. It's about 13%, it looks like. And to put this into comparison, in 2012, there was approximately 11% vote of uncommitted against an incumbent president, Barack Obama. But I do think that we need to kind of keep in mind that with these protest votes on both sides, this does pose a real concern for both sides of the aisle. In preparing for November, we're going to have a really close election in Michigan. We know Michigan is going to be really a key state in terms of determining who's going to be the president. And so you really can't afford to lose 1% to 2% of your constituencies, because you're going to then lose the state.
Yeah, Kevin, both sides have something to worry about is what you're saying. Let's continue, though. Let's move back to the Republicans here. We're having this transfer of power between Christina Caramo and Pete Hoekstra in terms of who heads the state party. This has been ugly at times. What do you make of all this, and does it impact their ability to help Donald Trump run an effective statewide campaign in the state?
It does. I mean, it's another one of these issues that, in this case, the Republicans kind of face, where you've got a nibbling on the side, right? It's not going to have a 10% impact on the vote in November, but it could potentially have an impact on, say, 1 or 2%. And so in a really close election, that matters. And so that disarray in the Republican Party in the state of Michigan is really kind of problematic. And then we're also probably going to see it play a role in state elections as well. So thinking about the State House of Representatives, we have a really close, makeup in the House right now. And so how might this kind of impact those races also?
And Kevin, we've talked to election workers. They say voter turnout this year wasn't as high as it normally is, mainly because of, early voting and those absentee options. Do you think from here we could go from just having an election day or an election night to an election week even?
Yeah, and I do expect that although a lot of people didn't use the in-person early voting this time, as people become more accustomed to it and maybe even just more aware that they have this option available to them, I do think that they're going to use it more frequently. So by November, I expect that people are going to do more early in-person voting. And yeah, it'll be more like a week-long election for us. So it's probably good for election officials, at least, because it kind of stretches out the numbers that are going to show up at the ballot box.
All right, Kevin. Well, we want to thank you so much for your insight and for waking up early with us on this Wednesday morning. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Julie, thank you. Kirk, thank you very much. We're going to show you hail out of the Lakeview area, and we're also going to take it to Coldwater. We'll do that in 15 seconds.
Hi, I'm Abby Vandenberg with Maple Hill Subaru, and this is the 2024 Subaru Outback. With 97% Outback sold in the last 10 years, still on the road today, and Subaru earning more IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand in the last 10 years, the Subaru Outback is the safest vehicle for your journey like no other.
Okay, we appreciate our friends at Maple Hill Auto. You can see the American flags whipping this morning in Coldwater. This is a live look of Four Corners Park. We promised we'd take you to Lakeview. Lisa D's chime in photo. We've got hail all over the lawn, right? I mean, it looks like snow here upon quick reflection. Lisa, we appreciate your photo. It was in our chime in gallery, WWMT.com/chime in. Now, we've got a bunch of wind advisories this morning in the same areas that had large hail last night. So Calhoun County, Eaton, Ionia, Montcalm, and Mecosta. These are going to start in a little over 50 minutes. They'll be with us all the way through 7 o'clock tonight. And the wind gusts right now, I mean, they're the real deal here. 40 miles per hour in Holland, 32 in Kalamazoo, even 28 in Three Rivers. And we're going to be windy all Wednesday long as we chart out your wind gusts through midday and even right into the afternoon. How warm will be over the weekend. Kirk, we're going to do that at 6:20.
All right, thanks, Jeff. A house explosion in Michigan sending 3 children to the hospital. Look at that damage. We have reaction from a neighbor nearby during the explosion.
And there are multiple fires right now in Oklahoma and Texas. We have more this morning on why they're so hard to put out.
And piano. You're replacing me?
Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity.
He doesn't even have a mustache. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Whether someone is across the neighborhood, across the street, or across the room, you have the power to make them feel right at home. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
Mom's gonna love this.
All right, kids, come on. It's time for bed.
Good morning, Mr. Snuggles.
Make breakfast special with the cocoa and hazelnutty goodness of Nutella.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Sleep Number does that. The Queen Sleep Number C4 smart bed is only $15.99. Save $300. Shop now at sleepnumber.com.
We decided to put in an in-ground pool.
I literally went on Angie and typed in pool.
Getting to talk to different contractors, see different bids.
We wanted something beautiful. We wanted something that our children would feel happy swimming in.
And we love it.
Get started today at Angie.com.
Is Monster Jam. As big as it gets. Coming to the Van Andel Arena March 22nd through the 24th. Brought to you by BKT Tires and Great Clips. You have to see it live, so lock in your seats today at monsterjam.com.
Watch your step. Oh. That's why VisionWorks makes it simple to schedule an eye exam that works for you, even if you have a big trip to plan around.
Thanks.
I mean, I could see you right now. That's convenient. VisionWorks. See the difference.
In 10 years, Lisa Schneider will have an amazing second act, thanks to career reskilling courses from AARP to help make sure her income lives as long as she does. The younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Hi, I'm Dave Schneider. I'm Field Services Lead Technician here for Mercury Broadband. So basically, I connect families to the internet. I'm inspired by the ability to create a connection from nothing. All of my family is from small rural farm towns where there was no internet connection. My favorite part of this job, being able to show a customer the results that we've provided on site and the wow that they give us when they realize that we have just connected them to the rest of the world.
And welcome back to News Channel 3 Live at 6. I'm Kirk Mason.
And I'm Julie Williams. An Indiana man pled guilty to threatening a Michigan election worker. The Department of Justice says he told the worker that he and millions of others would kill them and their family. The worker had said there weren't any irregularities in the 2020 election. The Indiana man pled guilty to making the threat over state lines, and he's scheduled for sentencing July 9th. He could spend up to 5 years in prison.
Officials investigating a home explosion in Detroit that sent 3 children to the hospital. I mean, look at this damage. According to the Detroit Fire Department, the explosion happened around 3 p.m. Tuesday off Barlow Street near 7 Mile Road. The Detroit Fire Chief said the children were in a home next door and suffered minor injuries. The children ranging in ages from 6 to 13. A neighbor says the explosion caused some power outages nearby.
Even out the house, I was getting in the car and I heard a boom, and then my porch light, all my lights went out and stuff. And I was like, what the hell's going on? So I went around the corner and I just seen a fleet of police. And then somebody said a house blew up. So then I asked people at the store and they said the power went out up there too.
The cause of the explosion not yet known. DTE Energy says its gas crew is working with authorities to investigate.
Right now, people in western Oklahoma are being evacuated because of a wildfire. It broke out yesterday afternoon. Take a look at some of this video, folks. This is from Oklahoma City. State leaders say these grass fires are so big that they've had to close roads even. Fire crews from Oklahoma and Kansas are on scene right now. They've been working overnight to try to put it out, but those crews say they're having a hard time because it's so windy. They're blowing embers to the ground, those winds are, and that's causing even more fires. And those blowing embers came from the massive wildfire in Texas Panhandle. Thick smoke from these wildfires near the Oklahoma border have prompted widespread evacuations and more road closures. Texas state authorities say this fire started Monday and it's been expanding. It's already destroyed more than 250,000 acres in that region. Now, an acre is about 1.3 football fields. And as of last last night at last check. It was the 5th biggest wildfire in Texas history. So far, it's bigger than the total area burned by all fires in Texas last year.
Lawmakers could have a solution to avoid a partial government shutdown Friday. It's not the 4 spending bills negotiators are crafting, but another stopgap measure. House Speaker Mike Johnson's office says he's now open to a continuing resolution. That resolution has 2 stages. The 4 government agencies that could close after Friday would get another week of funding with the continuing resolution. Those departments are Transportation, Veterans Affairs, Agriculture, and Housing and Urban Development. The funding deadline for everything else would be March 22nd. Some lawmakers in Johnson's own party object to another stopgap measure. Others think it's better than repeated rushes to avoid shutdowns.
So we go down in history as the least productive, the absolute least productive Congress in the history of the United States of America.
After a meeting with President Joe Biden Tuesday, top congressional leaders say they're getting closer to a long-term budget. It consists of 4 spending bills. This is the first day the House hypothetically could vote on that legislation, but negotiators aren't ready to release the final text.
The U.S. Supreme Court is set to hear a challenge to a Trump-era ban on bump stocks today. A gun store owner in Texas says the administration didn't follow federal law when it banned bump stocks. Now the Biden administration defends the ban. They say regulators were right to enact it in relation to similar regulations against machine guns. Bump stocks allow semi-automatic guns to fire rapidly like machine guns. This case is another test for a court with a conservative majority to define the limits of gun restrictions.
All right, we're now getting a look at storm damage that happened overnight in Calhoun County. A tornado reported a little bit north of Marshall, and this is live scene from this area. This is a barn badly damaged. You can see the roof torn off. Looks like a wall has collapsed. As we move out, you're going to see a big tree uprooted. We've also seen power crews on this scene at times restoring power. It looks to me like perhaps they have now left. They'd been on this scene for much of the morning. Now, we spoke with the Calhoun County Sheriff this morning about the storm damage and that confirmed report of a tornado. He says he's not going to get in the tornado. He'll leave all that up to the National Weather Service. But he says right now they're asking people to avoid this area.
We still have blocked roads with trees. We have power lines down, and please consider all of those power lines live. We're working our way through the area with the Calhoun County Road Commission heavy equipment. Deputies, troopers, and fire department personnel have been checking different homes.
Sheriff Hinckley says there are no reports of any injuries at this time. He obviously hopes it remains that way. There are reports of structure damage. We've seen that with our crew on scene, but the extent of the damage unknown. It'll be easier to tell when the sun comes up. We'll provide you more updates, but you can see that house there damaged. And Jeff, let's just make this clear. We know there's been 1 tornado. The question is, will there be more? That's what we're kind of waiting on at this point.
Super reasonable, super reasonable. I think one of the most critical things he said is anytime you see a wire, assume that it's live, right? I think that's,
life-saving advice.
Yeah. Safety first, right? Yeah. Kirk, thank you. Julie, thank you. So I was looking at the Mid-Lake buoy and then the buoy in Muskegon. These are already 6 to 7 footers, and they could very well be between 10, 12, 13, 14 feet. So that is another story on this cleanup Wednesday morning. And I'm sure you heard the hail last night. I heard the hail for about an hour or so. Julie did as well, and so did Kirk. And here's how big it was near Firekeepers Casino. So Norma Galloway, about a mile away from Firekeepers, and she threw down a quarter. So there's the head, of course, of the quarter, and it's bigger than that. So that shows you how big the hail was. Norma, thank you very much. From hail, we shift to snow and winter weather advisories that are just getting started, and our snow really is still in our infantile stages yet this morning, developing on live Doppler radar. This will be with us through 4 o'clock. But then through 7 o'clock, we have wind advisories for some of these gusts here that are worthy of maybe knocking down more trees, bringing down more branches, and the possibility of outages. This is going to start in 40 minutes. It'll start at 7 a.m. What kind of snow are we looking at here? I think, in traditional sort of northwest-driven lake effect events, if you're near and west of US 131, you've got the chance for a windswept inch or two. But the farther away you get away from Lake Michigan, generally under an inch. Lake effect snow hour by hour at 10, also at 12 o'clock. But by the time we get you to mid and late afternoon, drier air will come in here and squelch its development. In fact, we could even see some sun as we get you towards sunset. Ultimately tonight, not windy like today, but still breezy, and that will mean as we fall into the teens, the middle and upper teens, that means it'll feel like the single digits tomorrow morning. Now, once we get over that, we're going to have a lot of sun tomorrow, and ultimately by the end of the day, we'll push to almost 40 degrees. I'm not sure we'll get there, but somewhere in the middle and the upper 30s. So right now on live Doppler radar, again, lake effect snow trying to get going here. Some light snow to our immediate north towards the Cadillac area. We continue to follow tornado warnings this morning. If I'm in east side of Ohio, if I'm in the Pittsburgh area, West Virginia, we need to be on guard once daybreak approaches. These tornado warnings continue to be extended eastward. They're now just west of the Zanesville area. And the problem with these storms this morning, as we look at the Marysville area, the Portsmouth area, Mount Sterling, this is east of Lexington. These warnings are for storms that are moving at 65 to 70 miles per hour. So that's a big story also. There are wind advisories if you're headed east on this Wednesday or headed northeast. It's pretty much a story throughout the state. By the way, Illinois also under wind advisories this morning. So windy at the bus stop this morning and trending so much colder than this time yesterday morning. 35 is just an average. We already have wind chills at the lakeshore that are in the mid-20s this morning. This, of course, all brought to you by Roach Roofing. I want to show you later today. Lake effect starting to end, 5 o'clock, 27. It's not like a light switch, though. We could probably still have some additional snow showers. Sunset is 6:30. And then contrast that with your weekend, 60 and 67. We're going to have sun all weekend long. If you're still in cleanup mode over the weekend, and it does take time to clean up trees and so forth, hey, it's a good weekend to be doing that. Let's go ahead and give you a live look. I want to take you to M89 this morning. And what I'm noticing out of the Allegan area is it is now 34. It's 34 that, again, feels like the mid-20s. And weather from your window, all brought to you by Foundation Systems of Michigan. Lisa D showing us hail in Lakeview. 1, 2, 3, 4 hail balls there. Lisa, thank you very much. Again, out of the Lakeview area. It was an area that got hammered with hail overnight. Sealy Auto Group 7-day forecast. 48 on Friday. There are your 60s over the weekend. In fact, another chance to be near 70 next Monday. But, if you have damage this morning, you're not thinking about the 70s. As lovely as yesterday was, and I mean, it really, before the storms, it was uncanny almost.
Yeah. What a contrast from right now versus yesterday morning. Yeah. Wow.
Do you think it's going to be an EF 0, 1? I know it's early on, but what do you think?
Most of the tornadoes in Michigan are either EF 0 or EF 1. So are we looking at 70 to 80 miles per hour? Yeah. Or are we looking at 80 to 90 miles per hour? I was looking at the barn, and I thought it was a two-story barn, right? Yeah. And you could still see a lot of the foundation was intact. Again, I'm not there. Sure. I'm just telling you from what I can see. I'm probably the EF1. That would be my guess.
All right. We'll see how it plays out. Thank you, Jeff. It is 6:22. Coming up, it has a name that certainly will twist your tongue. How to pronounce this famous sauce and what it's made of.
And Macy's announced plans to close hundreds of stores this year. We'll have more on why they're selling one of their biggest locations.
$877 Dry Mish.
This was it? We shouldn't have ignored that musty smell and been breathing this for so long.
I understand. Lots of people don't realize that mold feeds off moisture in their crawl space.
Moisture did all this. Well, let's cut off the cause of this mold.
The effects of water can be surprising, but at Foundation Systems of Michigan, we'll do a complete home inspection for free so you can put water back in its place. Schedule a free home inspection today.
Feeling Claritin Clear is like...
Is she?
Playing with the confidence of a pro and getting all up in that grass as if she doesn't have allergies. Yeah.
Nice.
I love that my daughter still needs me, but sometimes I can't help due to burning and stabbing pain in my hands. So I use Nervive.
Nervive's clinical dose of ALA reduces nerve discomfort in as little as 14 days.
Now I can help again. Feel the difference with Nervive.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen.
Try dietary supplements from Voltaren for healthy joints.
We really need new siding.
After I get my windows. Have you tried opening ours?
We're not touching the windows until we redo the roof. It's leaking.
We are not redoing the roof without getting new gutters.
The gutters can wait till I get my bathtub.
We agreed on a shower for Mom.
But I thought...
happy spouse, happy house.
Exactly.
Wait.
For home improvement guaranteed to make everyone happy, everyone can agree on 1-800-HANSON's because our durable, energy-efficient, and weather-resistant windows, roofing, siding, and gutters are all guaranteed for life. And our baths have a no-leak guarantee. With thousands of 5-star reviews, we're your trusted home improvement experts, exceeding expectations for 35 years. Get 65% off professional installation or no interest and no payments for 2 full years. Offer ends soon.
It's under.
Over.
Hey, happy spouse, happy house.
Call 1-800-HANSON's. Get it done.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at
A lot of people really like it. You might be one of them, and you might have seen it at barbecues, maybe even at the bar, but the name of this sauce is really hard to say, and our producers threw me a bone. They gave me a pronouncer, so I'm going to try my best. It's Worcestershire sauce. I think that's right. I hope that's right for their sake. We'll put this English town on the map, even though it's hard to say. For locals, though, it probably rolls off the tongue. It was created in 1837, and the sauce has garlic, anchovies, and onions, and it's a main ingredient in Bloody Marys.
What would the Bloody Mary be without Worcestershire sauce?
Flavored tomato juice.
It took more than 100 years after it was created to make it into Bloody Marys.
All right, San Francisco Union Square, one of Macy's largest and oldest locations, now on a list for closure. Just one of among 150 Macy's locations nationwide, slated to shutter its doors over the next 3 years. Mayor London Breed says Macy's is selling the property at Union Square, and it will remain open until after the sale. Macy's says the closures are part of a shift in business strategy from large store malls to boutique shops. The retail store, the latest in a list of iconic Union Square retail stores to close.
There are definitely possibilities here. This is not like Nordstrom's where they say we're leaving, we're exiting.
Many say the iconic Macy's will be hard to replace. The Union Square Alliance says there should still be a holiday shopping season and Macy's Great Tree in 2024. It is 6:27 on this Wednesday morning. Coming up, health officials confirming a measles case in Michigan. We'll have more on how cases are now affecting people nationwide and how to protect your family.
Kirk, thank you very much. This is a live look at our waves in South Haven. They are crashing over the pier this morning. Right now, about 6 to 7 feet. They could be as big as 10 to 15 feet today. I do want to take you to the Cereal City because it was a really, really noisy night. It was a loud night. We were under severe thunderstorm watches, tornado warnings. We had a bunch of hail. We're going to show you some of those hail photos. We'll do that at 6:30.
Dream Deck and get 11% off Ultra Deck composite decking. Or go even bigger and get 11% off a whole house. There's no limit to what you can save. Menards 11% off everything is happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
You know, I wasn't even sure I wanted to go to college before I visited Western. I got into the Immersive Cold Case program as a student investigator helping to solve real homicide cases with the Michigan State Police. We solved 2 cases, and now I have my sights set on a career in law enforcement, with the goal of helping to rebuild community trust in our criminal justice system. I came to Western, found my purpose, graduated, ready-made.
Ooh, I love. Totally. But keep swiping. This is so much fun.
This makes it so easy.
Yes, that was a good one.
Let's go.
Play your favorite slots today and go for the next big jackpot. Sign up now using the promo code on your screen to redeem this offer before it's gone. Only at GoldenNuggetCasino.com.
Toyota is all about having choices, like more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else.
Including the legendary Toyota 4Runner, with over 40 years of off-road experience. And you can count on 4Runner to hold its value better than anything in its class.
Now you can choose a low lease on a new 24 4Runner for just $409 a month. And every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost.
Covering West Michigan to protect and alert you. This is News Channel 3, live at 6:30.
Morning, and thank you for waking up with us. I'm Julie Williams.
You're seeing the light show that was in the sky overnight with severe storms moving in. Take a look at that lightning. I'm Kirk Mason. We have confirmed a tornado touchdown in West Michigan overnight. This morning, we're now getting a look at some of the damage left behind. Let's take you to Calhoun County for a live look at that damage. This tornado happened in the Marshall area. This is a live look at a barn. The roof's been torn off it. You can see a wall collapsed. And as our photographer Bill Krupka pulls out on this shot, you're going to eventually see a huge tree, looks like a huge tree anyway, that just out of the ground, uprooted. We also at times have seen power crews at this barn this morning working from consumers. They appear to have now left this area. Now let's move to some other video from the Marshall area in Calhoun County from earlier this morning. We found more power crews out working to restore power. The tornado touchdown confirmed at 12:35 a.m. about 5 miles northeast of Marshall.
And you see those crews out there because Consumers Energy does say some people lost power. We've been keeping an eye on those outages overnight and into your morning here. It looks like most folks have had their power restored. Right now, Consumers says there are about 100 people still who don't have their power. But like we said, crews have been out there. Yeah,
we've seen a lot of them with our crew out there. So we bring in meteorologist Jeff Porter. We obviously, when there's a tornado, we have to look back and be mindful of that. Sure. But in a lot of ways, there's a bigger story now unfolding weather-wise this morning, right now.
We're back to winter.
Yeah.
Which is so wild after yesterday's temperatures and certainly the severe weather overnight. Guys, thank you very much. And we are in conversation with the National Weather Service right now to find out what time they're going to send a survey crew to the Marshall area. This is a live look for you downtown Kalamazoo, right off the Peregrine Tower. Dry for the moment. We're also drying out here in Bangor. This is M43. Sedan making the left-hand turn. There's a truck in the distance. But we move to our winter weather advisories. They'll be with us through 4 o'clock for upwards of 2 inches of snow. The chance for icy roads and some 40 or 40-plus mile-per-hour gusts. So here's your snow and wind as we look at your Wednesday fastcast. And temperatures going the wrong way here. So mid-30s right now, but mid-20s by the end of the day. And look at all of our storm reports from overnight. Hail reports, wind damage reports, and even a funnel potentially reported here in the Decatur area. That was at 11:20. The Mattawan report here of hail about a half an inch in diameter. And we show you the report here by Emergency Management 911 and also train spotters confirming the tornado north side of Marshall. You know, right now on live Doppler radar, there's not a lot of snow, but we know that it's going to change. We're going to show you where wind gusts are the highest right now, and we'll do that in 5 minutes.
And now to the other big story we're following. We have election results from Tuesday's presidential primary in Michigan.
Within about an hour of polls closing, the Associated Press called President Biden and former President Trump as the winner of their primaries. President Biden won about 81% of the vote. But if you take a look here, you can see several thousand people voted uncommitted. That's about 13% of Democrats. Now, in a statement, President Biden says, quote, "It's never a good bet to bet against Michiganders either. This fight for our freedoms, for working families, and for democracy is going to take all of us coming together. I know that we will," end quote. Now, we mentioned that there was a push to get people to vote uncommitted. Some people are critical of how the president has handled the Israel-Hamas war, and Dearborn's mayor is one of them. He says the uncommitted vote is an act of protest to let the president know that folks are upset, and those folks also hope it sends a message to the administration.
In the city of Dearborn, we have demonstrated that the issue of Gaza is not an issue that is only of concern to Arab Americans or Muslim Americans. But this is an issue to all Americans from coast to coast. Because we cannot stand by as innocent children don't have the ability to dream of a tomorrow.
And now to the Republican side, Donald Trump winning the Republican race in Michigan with 68% of the vote, roughly. Nikki Haley followed with 27% of the vote in Michigan, and also thousands choosing to vote uncommitted on the Republican ticket as well. Donald Trump issuing a statement following his victory, saying the November election can't come quick enough. He says, quote, "We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before." A packed house in downtown Grand Rapids Tuesday night. Republican senators, prosecutors, and lawyers at GLC Live at 20 Monroe.
Republican Committee Chairman Pete Hoekstra was there, and he says the results aren't really a surprise.
News Channel 3's Allie Jenner-John has reaction.
Multiple times calling former President Donald Trump the presumptive winner far before polls even closed. He says the national polls and Trump's momentum indicate that this race is over. Hoekstra says voter turnout yesterday was low, saying there wasn't much of a campaign from former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley or Trump. But voters I talked to said the small lines didn't discourage them because this is the first year our state not only had absentee voting, but early voting. Hoekstra says he thinks voters recognize this will likely become a Trump versus Biden race, and he says he asked Haley to pull out of the race weeks ago.
I mean, I told her a couple of, I said a few weeks ago that I think we have a presumptive nominee. I would prefer that she pull out of the race and we unite. Winning a presidential election is hard. But she has decided to stay in. I respect that decision.
Senator Debbie Stabenow says a Trump presidency would be an absolute disaster for Michigan and the country. Senator Cory Booker echoing that sentiment.
The blessings of this democracy are not simply inherited. They have to be earned in every generation. And you all are going to do the work to secure not just a Biden victory, but a Democratic victory.
And we do have those official results on our website. That's WWMT.com. In Grand Rapids, Allie Jenner-John, News Channel 3.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer issuing a statement following the results, saying, quote, "I appreciate every Michigander who participated and made their voice heard. Michigan is proud of its rich diversity backgrounds, ideologies, and cultures. This is what makes us stronger and always has. We have a stark choice in front of us between Joe Biden and Donald Trump."
Now, folks at the GOP watch party were also talking about the power changes in Michigan's Republican Party. As of this morning, a Kent County judge ruled that Christina Caramo has legally been removed as the Michigan GOP chair. The party voted to remove her on January 6th, and the court says as of that date, any decisions she made for the party are void. The party elected Pete Hoekstra as their new chair. We got to talk to him, too, about this ruling and what comes next.
My understanding is that she has indicated that she will abide by the rules of the court order, which means, as soon as we get people over there in contact with her, all those things will be turned over to her, or we will go back to court and hold her in contempt. She's got the ruling. It's very clear.
And Hoekstra did release a statement after that ruling. He says it's now, quote, "time to unite and move forward with the business delivering the state of Michigan for our party's presumptive nominee, Donald Trump," end quote. Now, Caramo posted on X. She says, quote, "The court case in Kent County is not complex. Either easily understood bylaws criteria for removing me were satisfied at the January 6th meeting or not. Those engineering complexity that hide simplicity seem to serve a predetermined outcome," end quote.
Julie, thank you very much. Holland right now reporting snow and 32 degrees. This is a live look right out over downtown. Your wind gusts right now, we have 39 miles per hour in Kalamazoo, 44 mile per hour gusts in Battle Creek. We're going to keep our eyes on those numbers during CBS mornings. Not that windy tomorrow, but still breezy enough to give us wind chills, maybe 9, 10, 11, 12. That's what it will feel like out the door tomorrow morning. So that is a big story. And we're looking at your high temperatures here as we move you into your weekend. Much, much warmer, the theme here. More of your chime-in photos. We'll take you back to live Doppler radar. We have tornado warnings in the Ohio Valley this morning. Kirk will show you where at 6:45.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Coming up, health officials confirming measles is now in Michigan. What one professor says is the best way to stop an outbreak.
In the morning, I go for coffee with my two good friends and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Weekdays starting at 7 a.m.
There are some things that work better
together. Like your workplace benefits and retirement savings.
Presentation looks great.
Thanks. Voya provides tools that help you make the right investment and benefit choices so you can reach today's financial goals. That one. And look forward to a more confident future.
That is one dynamic duo. Voya. Well planned, well invested, well protected.
Mercury Broadband travels the gravel to deliver high-speed internet right to your door. Our plans are crafted specifically for rural customers and start at only $50 a month. Say no to contracts, data caps, installation fees, and DIY setup. Say yes to a dependable internet provider who has earned more than 600 five-star reviews. Mercury Broadband, where connection meets community. Get connected today at mercurybroadband.com.
This is me, and this was my stubborn body fat. My name is Adrienne, and Sono Bello, America's #1 cosmetic surgery specialist, permanently removed my body fat in just one visit.
Sono Bello's board-certified surgeons use micro-laser technology to safely target and remove your diet-resistant fat cells permanently.
My tummy is gone, my double chin is gone, and my hourglass shape is back.
Don't wait. Call or go to sonobello.com now.
Hurry in to the Markdown Madness sale event at ABC Warehouse and get up to 65% off everything plus so much more. Get a Hotpoint super capacity washer and electric dryer for just $3.96 each or less. Only at ABC Warehouse, the closest thing to wholesale.
Hollywood Trivia starts Monday. You could score a $100 prepaid debit card each day and be the $5,000 weekly winner. Just watch News Channel 3 in the morning and look for the QR code to enter and win.
We're following a developing story this morning. Health officials have confirmed measles is now in Michigan. This is our first reported case since 2019.
Michigan health officials say a child from Oakland County tested positive for the virus after traveling overseas. At this time, there are no known additional exposures outside of the household. However, in addition to Michigan's case, 36 other measles cases have been reported in 15 other states this year. Highly contagious disease that is spread by direct person-to-person contact and through the air. Some of the symptoms include high fever, red, watery eyes, tiny white spots on the inner cheeks, and a blotchy rash. Recent data shows measles vaccination rates have fallen below the 95% needed to achieve herd immunity. Dr. Robert Bensley, a professor at Western Michigan University, says the measles vaccine is the best way to stop an outbreak. According to the CDC, the measles vaccine is 97% effective at preventing infection with 2 doses. It's also effective if used within 72 hours of exposure to prevent illness.
A trailblazer in Niles has passed away. Coming up, we'll tell you what his family has to say about the legacy he leaves behind.
Beliefs, different upbringings, and it just keeps growing.
The best thing you can be is underestimated. You know, catch them by surprise.
In real life, people think I'm a nut, but out here, I'm about to kill it.
A new season of Survivor premieres tonight at 8/7 Central on CBS.
Refresh your space with big style and big savings up to 20% off during the big refresh sale at Value City Furniture. Up to 20% off store-wide, or enjoy 50 months no interest financing. It's our big refresh sale only at Value City Furniture.
This or that, this or that. You can do this when you Angie that. You can do this when you Angie that. You can do this because everywhere it's at.
Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Get started today at Angie.com.
First, I use Better Than Bouillon for broth, and then stir fries, sauces, even marinades. And now there's the culinary collection. Italian herb for pasta, smoky chipotle for fajitas. It's like the deliciousness never ends. Make everything better with Better Than Bouillon.
Refresh your space with big style and big savings up to 20% off during the big refresh sale at Value City Furniture. Up to 20% off store-wide, or enjoy 50 months no interest financing. It's our big refresh sale only at Value City Furniture.
Watch your step.
That's why VisionWorks makes it simple to schedule an eye exam that works for you, even if you have a big trip to plan around.
Thanks.
I mean, I could see you right now. That's convenient.
VisionWorks. See the difference.
Hollywood Trivia starts Monday. You could score a $100 prepaid debit card each day and be the $5,000 weekly winner. Just watch News Channel 3 in the morning and look for the QR code to enter and win. For
New this hour, the funeral for Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny will happen Friday, according to his spokesperson.
Navalny was Russian President Putin's most prominent political opponent. He died this month in a prison above the Arctic Circle. The funeral will be at a church in Moscow's southeast district this Friday, and then the burial will be at a nearby cemetery. His spokesperson says that several locations wouldn't host the service or declined to. His team says they're still investigating why he died. Navalny was 47.
Trailblazer in the Niles community has passed away. Hubert Ingram was the first black police officer in the city's history. He served as a police officer for the Niles Police Department for nearly 30 years. A native of Alabama, Ingram spent his younger years in the Niles area attending South Bend Central High School. But in December of 1964, history was made when he became the first black police officer in the history of Niles. It's a role he embraced proudly for nearly 3 decades. According to his family members, Ingram was to all audiences a straight shooter.
I think that his legacy that he left behind is stop complaining about what's going on in your world. He always went to work. Back then, he even told me as a kid what was going on. He let us know his life experiences. He let us know that you got to stand tall and be tough.
Ingram was 82 years old. In addition to his time on the force, Ingram also spent more than 20 years in the Marine Corps Reserve.
Tomorrow is the last day of Black History Month, and San Francisco's Board of Supervisors voted to apologize to descendants of black residents of the city. It's an apology for what the city says were historically discriminatory policies, targeted acts of violence, and systemic discrimination that lasted decades.
We didn't have those opportunities back then. We most certainly were held from those opportunities through policies even today. And so people have a responsibility for righting the wrongs of the past because they still affect us here today.
The push for reparations in San Francisco had hit a setback. The board says they had a budget deficit, so they had to wait to put millions of dollars into creating a reparations office. Now their Human Rights Commission is looking at payments between $5,000 and $25,000 to people who were displaced during an era of redevelopment.
All right, I want to move back to coverage of the tornado that hit overnight in West Michigan. Let's get you a live look at storm damage in Calhoun County this morning. And this is a barn we've been on throughout the morning, a scene of a barn. You can see, looks like the roof is gone, a wall, or at least one wall, maybe multiple sides have collapsed. You also saw a huge tree uprooted. This is in the Marshall area where a tornado was confirmed overnight, about 5 miles northeast of Marshall. At times this morning, we'd seen consumer energy crews on scene working, we assuming trying to restore power. Those crews have now left this scene. You can see the damage left behind with this barn. We also spoke with the Calhoun County Sheriff this morning about this damage. Of course, they're asking people to avoid the areas where there are damage.
We still have blocked roads with trees. We have power lines down, and please consider all of those power lines live. We're working our way through the area with the Calhoun County Road Commission heavy equipment. Deputies, troopers, and fire department personnel have been checking different homes.
Sheriff Hinckley says there are no reports of any injuries at this time and hopes it remains that way. There are reports of structure damage. We can confirm that. Our crew on the scene has been showing us video of structures damaged. We've had video of a home that was damaged, but we'll continue to provide you updates on this storm damage on air and online throughout the day. And that power line lesson, obviously very, very important, because there could be lines down that they're not aware of when you head out this morning, and not just in Calhoun County, could be other spots too.
And the National Weather Service just said they're going to go to Van Buren County as well to determine if there was another tornado over there. So they're going to go to Calhoun County and Van Buren County. Guys, thank you very much. We go to I-69 in Coldwater out of Branch County, and we give you a live look here of our, well, how about our tractor trailers? We've got a lot of them this morning. All it takes is one quick click to download our Weather Alert Network app. Scan the QR code, type WWMT Weather in your app store. Another shot of hail in Calhoun County. This is Cheryl Smith, and these are some really large hailstones, right? All over the place here. So, Cheryl, thank you very much. We hope you don't have any damage. That was out of Calhoun County. And not in Calhoun County, but just west, we have our winter weather advisories. It's for snow. It's for the chance for icy roads later today, and also for some 40-plus mile-per-hour gusts. And we could even see some 50-mile-per-hour gusts just away from the winter weather advisory area. So Mecosta County, Montcalm County, Ionia, all the way down to Eaton and Calhoun counties. This advisory is a day-long story in effect all the way through 7 p.m. for, again, the possibility of some outages and maybe some branches and trees that were sort of shaken loose from overnight's severe weather. They could also come down. So we do want to acknowledge that. As far as how much snow goes, I think most of the tea leaves here suggest either side of about an inch. But I think if you're west of US 131, could be upwards of 1 to maybe even 2 inches. Okay, hour by hour showing our lake effect snow at 10. And we move you forward to 12 o'clock. We move you into the early afternoon. And by 3, 4, and 5 o'clock, there's not a lot of snow on here. And I think ultimately we're going to not only trend dry by early evening, we're going to quickly clear out our skies as we look at midnight and into this time tomorrow morning. And this time tomorrow morning, we're probably going to be in the teens. But with the winds, it'll actually feel like the single digits. Once we get over that part of the story, sun throughout your Thursday and the upper 30s by the end of the day. Okay, here we go to live Doppler radar right now. And our lake effect precipitation starting to develop right now, South Haven and southward. And there's more out over Lake Michigan. I want to show you a little bit of good news out of Ohio this morning. We've had a bunch of tornado warnings, just one severe thunderstorm warning right now. This is for some 55 to 60 mile per hour gusts. And then we have severe thunderstorm warnings right on top of Lexington for 70 mile per hour gusts and ping pong ball sized hail. That's in play through 7:30. I want to show you the whole line because, of course, we dealt with it last night. There's one piece here and then another one actually just going through the Memphis area this morning. And in yellow, you can see the tornado watches in play as well. Locally, we have a bunch of wind advisories, not just for us, but also on the east side of the state. And our winter weather advisories go all the way up to northern lower, again, for lake effect snow. So at the bus stop this morning, what you're seeing this morning is so much different than 24 hours ago. 35 with rain and snow showers and a lot of wind. And this is all brought to you by Roach Roofing. And then 27 for recess, 25 at the end of the day today. And again, windy right now at the bus stop. Let's go ahead and give you a live look of M89 in Allegan this morning. We've got the benefit of daylight now, revealing cloudy skies here above the Kalamazoo River. And later today, much, much colder than where we are right now. Just 27s here. Of course, you factor in the winds, it'll feel like we're colder than that. And then contrast that with your weekend, 60 and 67. So good looking weekend ahead of us. Right now we have 27 in Fremont, but 38 in Coldwater. It's now 36 in Kalamazoo. And your Celiata Group 7-day forecast. If you're calling your insurance agent, your bar and your neighbors, chainsaw, you're helping your neighbor clean up a tree and all those kinds of things. At least the weather will be good to do that tomorrow and Friday and into the weekend, because the size of these trees that Bill has been showing us in his video, you can't just clean that up in a couple of hours.
Right.
It might take days to fix.
Yeah, could be some extensive cleanup out there.
And we think we're going to find out it's widespread in other areas. I mean, just your report out of Van Buren County. We're just going to get a better idea here. The sun's going to come up soon, so a lot of folks are going to have some cleanup, it sounds like.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. A house explosion in Michigan sending 3 children to the hospital. We have reaction from a neighbor nearby during this explosion.
Nice.
I love that my daughter still needs me,
But sometimes I can't help due to burning and stabbing pain in my hands. So I use Nervive.
Nervive's clinical dose of ALA reduces nerve discomfort in as little as 14 days.
Now I can help again. Feel the difference with Nervive.
When migraine strikes, do you question the trade-offs of treating? Ubrelvy is another option. It works fast to eliminate migraine pain. Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects were nausea and sleepiness. Ask about Ubrelvy.
When the hands that do the fixing need fixing. When the hands that do the caring need caring. That's a job for O'Keeffe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 selling hand cream and guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keeffe's for healthy feet.
With Reynolds Wrap, cooking becomes so easy, you can feel like the chef of your kitchen. Easy prep, easy cook, easy clean. Reynolds Wrap.
Take a moment to unwind. Like Moxie. Milk-Bone Comfort Chews.
So you want to get through one last winter with your old roof? That's okay. Call Roach Roofing today. A $1,000 deposit will get you to the top of our spring installation list. Our family is here to take care of yours with expert workmanship and quality GAF shingles. For more than 20 years, Roach Roofing has been a trusted roofing contractor in Southwest Michigan. Call now for spring installation. Roach Roofing, the big name in roofing.
Kelly and Mark are live from Las Vegas with Howie Mandel and a special performance from REO Speedwagon. Live is in Vegas through March.
And welcome back to News Channel 3 Live at 6:30. I'm Kirk Mason.
And I'm Julie Williams. An Indiana man pled guilty to threatening a Michigan election worker. The Department of Justice says he told the worker that he and millions of others would kill them and their family. The worker had said there weren't any irregularities in the 2020 election. The Indiana man pled guilty to making that threat over state lines, and he's scheduled for sentencing July 9th. He could spend up to 5 years in prison.
Officials investigating a home explosion in Detroit that sent 3 children to the hospital. Take a look at this damage. Wow. According to the Detroit Fire Department, the explosion happened around 3 p.m. Tuesday off Barlow Street near 7 Mile Road. The Detroit Fire Chief said the children were in a home next door and suffered minor injuries. Those children ranging in ages from 6 to 13. Neighbor says the explosion caused some power outages nearby.
Leaving out the house, I was getting in the car and I heard a boom, and then my porch light, all my lights went out and stuff. And I was like, what the hell's going on? So I went around the corner and I just seen a fleet of police. And then somebody said a house blew up. So then I asked people at the store and they said the power went out up there too.
Cause of the explosion not yet known. DTE Energy says its gas crew is working with authorities to investigate.
Lawmakers might have a solution to avoid a partial government shutdown Friday. It's not the 4 spending bills that they're working on, but it's another stopgap measure. House Speaker Mike Johnson's office says he's open to a continuing resolution. That resolution has 2 stages, and the 4 government agencies that could close after Friday would get another week of funding. Now, those departments are Transportation, Veterans Affairs, Agriculture, and Housing and Urban Development. The funding deadline for everything else would be March 22nd. But some lawmakers, even in Johnson's own party, say they object to another stopgap measure, and others think it's better than repeated rushes to avoid shutdowns.
This will go down in history as the least productive, the absolute least productive Congress in the history of the United States of America.
After a meeting with President Biden yesterday, top congressional leaders say they're getting closer to a long-term budget that consists of 4 spending bills. This is the first day the House hypothetically could vote on that legislation, but negotiators say they're not ready to release the final version.
All right, let's shift back now to this morning's top story. A tornado reported overnight in Calhoun County. This is a live look at the area and damage from the area where this was reported. This is a barn in Calhoun County. You can see the roof gone. Several of the walls collapsed and a huge tree next to the barn uprooted. The tornado reported about 5 miles northeast of Marshall. We've also seen other damage in that area with our crew out this morning. Let's bring in meteorologist Jeff Porter and sort of the new information you're telling us. That may not wind up being the only tornado.
Calhoun County, northeast of Marshall, but also parts of Van Buren County. I think it was Berrien County, Van Buren County, east side of Kalamazoo County, and Calhoun County that were all under tornado warnings at one point. So you need to sort of go back and piece together the damage paths and so forth. Sealy Auto Group 7-day forecast. We'll continue to follow that part of the story. I know they're going to send out a couple of crews once daybreak approaches. That 38 is misleading. We're going to be in the mid-20s later today, 15 tonight, 36 tomorrow, and then almost 50 by Friday. So we just got to get through the next 24 hours, really.
All right.
Not a roller coaster there. Thanks, Jeff.
Yes.
Yeah, and we just stress, be careful when you head out. There could be power lines down. Have a great Wednesday. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, try to stay warm out there today.
This is a News Channel 3 update.
Good morning. I'm Kirk Mason.
And I'm Julie Williams.
Well, this morning we have election results from Tuesday's presidential primary in Michigan.
Within about an hour of the ballots being counted, the Associated Press called President Biden and former President Trump the winner of their primaries. President Biden won about 81% of the vote, but several thousand people voted uncommitted, including 13% of Democrats. In a statement, President Biden says, quote, "It's never a good bet to bet against Michiganders either. This fight for our freedoms, for working families, and for democracy is going to take all of us coming together. I know that we will," end quote. Now, there was a push to get people to vote uncommitted. Some people are critical of how the president has handled the Israel-Hamas war, and Dearborn's mayor is one of them. He says the uncommitted vote is an act of protest to let the president know that folks are upset, and they also hope it sends a message to the administration.
In the city of Dearborn, we have demonstrated that the issue of Gaza is not an issue that is only of concern to Arab Americans or Muslim Americans, but this is an issue to all Americans from coast to coast. Because we cannot stand by as innocent children don't have the ability to dream of a tomorrow.
Donald Trump winning the Republican race in Michigan with roughly 68% of the vote, followed by Nikki Haley securing 27% of the vote. Thousands also choosing to vote uncommitted on the Republican ticket. Donald Trump issuing a statement following his victory saying the November election can't come quick enough. He says, quote, "We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before."
Kirk and Julie, thank you very much. Camera shaking in cold water, reflective of our winds on this windy Wednesday morning and a very changeable Wednesday morning. Our temperatures have dropped some 25 to 30 degrees since we've been on the air this morning. Of course, you know all about the severe weather last night. You probably heard it. Megan DeMasso showing us the size of her hailstones in Brownlee Park. It looks like a ping pong ball or a golf ball. And we had a lot of your photos in our chime-in galleries, WWMT.com/chime-in. We shift to winter weather advisories for wind and a couple of inches of snow and the chance for some icy roads as we move towards later this morning and into the afternoon. Now, just east of the winter weather advisory, we have wind advisories. These are just starting now. They'll be with us through 7 p.m. We could have 50-mile-per-hour gusts and some additional power outages. Here's a quick look at your snowfall forecast in Northwest Lake Effect event here. And we want to look at later today. Here we go, just mid-20s. With lake effect shutting down by late afternoon, very early evening. Celiata Group 7-day forecast clearing out tonight. 15 tonight will feel like the single digits. Sunny on Thursday, partly sunny on Friday, and really, really warm over the weekend. 60 and 67. And this is downtown Kalamazoo.
They've ever had in February. Scenes that looked like this last night, but of course it was night, so they were very hard to see. Let's check it out. So far, 3 states have come in with tornadoes. The 5 in Chicago, 2 in Michigan, 1 in Ohio. We could still see more of those as Weather Service offices go out and survey all this. We are on a weakening trend, thank goodness. So let's talk about where we go from here with all this. And oh, by the way, Chicago is at freezing this morning, and they've seen snow. How nuts is that? That's a strong cold front. That's coming in behind this. That's going to shove this whole line through West Virginia, up into New England today with several waves of showers and thunderstorms. The storm should not be as severe, thank goodness. But what we're going to really notice is the cold front and the lake effect snow that follows this right over the severe area. It's not often that we show you that. So here comes this cold front driving southeast. This puts the kibosh on what has been 132 all-time February record highs. Isn't that incredible? 132. And out west, we now face the strongest storm of the season for the Sierra. That's right. That's not a misprint. 5 to 6 feet of snow. Nate, it looks like the West is coming in like a lion for March.
Oh, man, and I know all about those lions. Jim Cantori, thank you.
Now to the presidential race and the Michigan primary results that could tell us a lot about the upcoming general election. President Biden won yesterday's Democratic contest, but more than 100,000 Democrats voted uncommitted to protest Mr. Biden's support of Israel's war in Gaza. On the Republican side, former President Trump won easily. Nikki Haley got just under 27%. Ed O'Keefe has been talking to voters and joins us now from Detroit with the latest on that. Ed, good morning to you. The voters didn't have to wait long last night to get these results.
No, they didn't, Gail. Good morning. Donald Trump has now defeated Nikki Haley 6 straight times, but she says she isn't going anywhere as the results continue to show a fractured Republican Party. And President Biden's big win here does come with a wake-up call amid a sizable protest vote over the war in Gaza.
And the middle class built the country.
It's a win for President Biden in Michigan's Democratic primary, but the results signal discontent among Democrats over the president's foreign policy. The ballot option, uncommitted, earned more than 100,000 votes.
I voted uncommitted because our president is not hearing our voices when we say that we want a ceasefire.
At a watch party in Dearborn last night, uncommitted voters celebrated the results. Michigan has one of the highest concentrations of Arab Americans in the country, and many use their vote to protest the president's support of the war in Gaza.
Because there's still a sense of betrayal amongst many residents and constituents across Dearborn and broadly speaking across Michigan.
Dearborn Mayor Abdullah Hammoud was among the Democrats who voted uncommitted.
So for you, voting uncommitted today doesn't necessarily mean voting against the president in November?
I think for me, voting uncommitted today is sending a message of we're trying to hold our elected official accountable.
In Michigan's Republican primary, former President Donald Trump thanked voters last night for his win
after taking aim earlier in the day at his GOP opponent.
Nikki's not even a factor. You know, she's become a joke.
Despite another loss for former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, she's remaining in the race, at least through next week's Super Tuesday contests, and said the Michigan results are a flashing warning sign for the former president after she received about a third of the vote.
And if states like Colorado and Michigan and Minnesota want to start winning again, you have to have somebody on the ticket that can win a general election.
So like we said, Super Tuesday in 6 days, 16 states and territories from coast to coast will be holding contests. And we'll wait and see whether any kind of a ceasefire in the Middle East changes the views of voters in this battleground state. But the results remind us again, Tony, we will be in this state early and often between now and November.
Yeah, and in November, those protest votes, they could hand the Palestinians back to Hamas and America back to Donald Trump. Ed O'Keefe for us. Ed, thank you very much. All right, we're going to turn now to Ukraine. Another major challenge in these United States is happening overseas. Russians invading armies claiming still more territory as Ukraine's army waits for more aid from America. Charlie Adagata visited 2 towns in eastern Ukraine that are under serious threat right now. They are close to the front lines and under constant shelling from Russian forces.
After the punishing battles that pummeled nearby Bakhmut and then Avdiivka, cities that stood as symbols of Ukrainian resistance and ultimately fell to Russian firepower, they've now turned their sights and guns on Chasiv Yar. The explosions were nonstop as we arrived to find a town ravaged by artillery fire and troops asking for help. You can see the destruction everywhere, and the writing is literally on the wall. And the message couldn't be clearer. We are not asking too much. We just need artillery shells, and aviation will do the rest ourselves. And yes, it is in English because they know exactly where they want this message to land. Ruben Sarukanian is a soldier with the 5th Assault Brigade. He said, "We're counting on our American partners to help us with weapons so that our guys do not have to sacrifice their lives." But Russia's lethal reach extends beyond the battlefield, as residents in the nearby village of Kostiantynivka learned. As Russian troops advance, towns like this are in the firing line, and no targets are off limits. This historic train station is still smoldering from a missile strike a few nights ago, when multiple missiles turned the train station into an inferno, destroying nearby homes with it. It was a direct hit, clearly aimed at crippling Ukraine's civilian infrastructure. This concentrated stretch of the front line has seen some of the worst attacks of the war. 2 years of blistering offensives and counteroffensives. But the Russians have the upper hand here now. More weapons, more manpower, and more willingness to expend both. President Zelensky is in Albania to co-host a summit to drum up more regional support, but all eyes remain on that $60 billion Ukraine package stalled in Congress. Without American support, he says Ukraine will lose. Gail?
Thank you, Charlie, and the world is watching. Thank you very much. We have some breaking news from the Vatican this morning, where Pope Francis made a brief trip to the hospital this morning after his regular weekly public audience. Now, the Pope, who is 87 years old, has been fighting a case of the flu. This morning, he declined to do a reading at that audience, telling people he did not feel well. A Vatican statement says Francis was checked out and sent home.
Now to a jury verdict that was years in the making in the murder of a hip-hop legend. Run DMC's Jam Master Jay was instrumental in bringing rap music to the mainstream. 2 of his former friends were convicted yesterday of killing him 22 years ago. Jessica Moore from CBS News New York covered the trial. Jessica, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. This murder stunned the world, partly because there were several witnesses, but none of them talked until recent years. That is what finally led to an indictment and now a conviction against 2 people in Jam Master Jay's close circle. Known as Run DMC's innovative DJ, Jam Master Jay, Jason Mizell's brazen 2002 murder inside his studio shocked fans and left investigators without answers for almost 2 decades until witnesses came forward.
In a Brooklyn courtroom Tuesday, a federal jury convicted Carl Jordan Jr., Meisel's godson, and Ronald Washington, a childhood friend, for the icon's murder. Meisel's cousin, Carlos Thompson, applauded the verdict.
It's definitely long time coming. Justice.
I feel fine. I just I've been having like a coughing issues, so I've been using my inhaler to calm them down, and I feel like that's drying me out. So like, so that in conjunction with having to talk every 3-4, you know, I feel so bad, you know, like it's such a struggle. I would. Oh. I know. Thank you. I'm trying. It's not like I'm not trying. Like, not a great morning to lose your voice, right? It's like, oh, we had a tornado. Oh, sweet. Yeah, good, yeah. I'm trying to get Colin in here to do the noon. Just so you know, I'm trying to get Colin in here to do the noon for me. I just need to rest my voice. Okay, good Wednesday morning. I am Jeff Porter. Let's take it to downtown Kalamazoo with a live look off the Peregrine Tower. Cloudy skies, windy. A lot of us in cleanup mode after last night's severe weather. Celiata Group 7-day forecast, 35 here, misleading. We're going to fall into the mid-20s, and snow showers will be developing in the next couple of hours. We're talking about accumulations here of about 1 to 2 inches. We're going to show you where wind gusts are the highest right now, plus severe weather this morning on live Doppler radar. I will show you where in 10 minutes.
Around here. Are they good, bad, meh? What's the average household income? Is there a mall? I don't know, a hair salon? Where do you get your hair done?
You gonna move or what?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a lovely neighborhood.
Marcy, we've gotta go.
I'm coming.
We've got 17,000 more parks to visit.
You want to give me a hand?
We bring you the best neighborhood info.
Ding dong.
Homes.com.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Inspire. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Looking for a smarter way to mop? Try the Swiffer Power Mop. An all-in-one cleaning tool with a 360-degree swivel head that goes places a regular mop just can't. Now, save $8 on Power Mop.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Accept the trade-offs of treating or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose quickly stops migraine in its tracks. Treat it anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late. Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects were nausea and sleepiness. Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Still ahead this morning, the new generation of romance novels will show you what is making them more popular than ever. It's My Chess. I'm only kidding. Plus, the star of the new CBS drama, Elsbeth, Carrie Preston, will be here. And in What to Watch, surge pricing in fast foods. This is CBS Mornings.
This portion of CBS Mornings sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Bundle home and auto and save. Visit progressive.com.
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products. Try Dawn Power Wash.
Don't make me get up out my seat.
Take a breath of fresh air with the Stanley Steamer Air Duct Cleaning. We clean over 10 million feet of air ducts each year with our specialized trucks built by us, removing the contaminants from your home. For cleaner indoor air, call 1-800-STEAMER.
COPD hasn't been pretty. It's tough to breathe and tough to keep wondering if this is as good as it gets. But Trelegy has shown me that there's still beauty and breath to be had. Because with 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open and prevents future flare-ups. And with 1 dose a day, Trelegy improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful.
Keep living. We'll keep repairing. New Dove Bond Strength with peptide complex. Helps reverse the signs of 3 years of damage.
Louis, Blue does have pretty good ingredients. Like what? Deboned chicken, chicken meal, brown rice, barley, oatmeal. Huh. Why? What's in Beneful?
Chicken, whole grain corn, chicken byproduct meal, barley, whole grain wheat.
Okay, Louis, we'll switch to Blue.
This is CBS Mornings on CBS.
From Lincoln Center Theater that brought you The King and I and South Pacific comes a sumptuous new revival of the most perfect musical of all time, My Fair Lady. The New York Times calls it thrilling, glorious, and better than it ever was. Bartlett Shear's glowing production is enthralling. Don't miss the smashing, jubilant Lincoln Center Theater production of My Fair Lady.
Coming to Miller Auditorium Sunday, March 10th. Go to millerauditorium.com for tickets.
We are learning more about the impact of the Alabama Supreme Court's decision on in vitro fertilization. 3 of the state's largest clinics have now paused IVF procedures while they analyze the decision, which gave frozen embryos the same rights as children. Janet Shamlian met a cancer survivor whose last hope of growing her family is IVF.
With 2 children, Birmingham nurse Sarah Houston and her husband wanted to add to their family, but a routine exam revealed the now 35-year-old had cervical cancer, requiring life-changing surgery.
I went into the OR to have a radical hysterectomy, so they removed my cervix, my uterus, lymph nodes, tissues, etc.
And you thought at that point, I'll never have another child?
I did.
But because her ovaries were healthy, the couple started in vitro fertilization and found a surrogate who was to be implanted with their embryo next month, until a sobering call last week from her doctor saying the procedure was on hold.
I asked her at that point if it was an option to even look at moving her embryos out of state while they figured things out, and she told me that their guidance had been not to touch embryos at all.
How did that hit you?
Very hard.
3 of Alabama's 8 IVF clinics have stopped the procedure out of fear over liability, a real concern, says UC Davis law professor and reproductive historian Mary Ziegler.
The status is that, at least for the purposes of the state wrongful death law, these embryos are persons. The state Supreme Court hasn't said anything about criminal charges, but again, I think it's a fair reading of this ruling that if the justices view embryos in the way this ruling describes, that they would be interested in potentially weighing in on criminal liability down the road.
A bill introduced in Alabama's state
This is a News Channel 3 update.
Good morning. It's 7:26. I'm Kirk Mason. We want to get you some new pictures. We're just getting in of what appears to be tornado damage from overnight in Calhoun County. This is a live look at the scene. This is the 20.5-mile road area. You can see this is a house and the roof badly damaged. You see trees are damaged in this area. Again, this is 20.5-mile road in Calhoun County. As you see a pullout, you see lots of debris that looks to be right in the middle of a wooded area, road perhaps there. But again, this we suspect is part of the tornado that was confirmed overnight about 5 miles north of Marshall. As we bring in meteorologist Jeff Porter, our photographer on the scene, Bill Krupka, says the damage is describing it to me as right angles, which is consistent with twister stuff he's shot over the years.
That probably looks worse than what we saw earlier this morning, I think. Kirk, thank you very much. And as we continue to assess damage, we continue to monitor some really big waves here out over Lake Michigan. That's South Haven, somewhere around 6 to 7 feet. The capital southwest part of Battle Creek, so that's a road here. Kathy Tajewski showing us her hailstones from overnight. And boy, they are quite large, aren't they? They were in our chime-in galleries. Winter weather advisories through 4 o'clock. Inch or 2 of snow, icy roads, 40 to 45 mile per hour gusts. And we're actually concerned about some 50 mile per hour gusts just east of the advisory area. Wind advisory through 7 o'clock. Gusts right now, 43 in Kalamazoo, 32 in Battle Creek, 30 right now in Marshall. And we're starting to see snow. South Haven now reporting snow. Benton Harbor reporting snow. Here's where we're following still severe weather. Lower Ohio and eastern Kentucky right now with a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, of course, related to what we saw last night. Okay, Celiata Group 7-day forecast. Cold tonight. And if you are about to leave for work or school, here's downtown Kalamazoo.
any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
Mr. This script got a plot twist at a Radisson hotel.
A business big leaguer. Go for key. Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you.
Stay twice and get a free night when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
Gotta get the corners.
Ordinary is the opposite of beautiful. Because beauty excites. It energizes. It drops our jaws. Dilates our eyes. Makes us look twice. A beautiful home, a beautiful life, is something we create. And we can start right now at Floor & Decor.
This is Monster Jam. The fun begins at the pit party, where you can meet the drivers and see the trucks up close. Get your $20 pit party pass at monsterjam.com today. Coming to the Van Andel Arena March 22nd through the 24th.
Hurry in to the Markdown Madness sale event at ABC Warehouse and get up to 65% off everything plus so much more. Get this Westinghouse 43-inch LED Roku Smart TV for just $159 or less. Only at ABC Warehouse, the closest thing to wholesale.
Play Dancing Drums Prosperity for growing reels and other great bonus features. Go! Find over 100,000 ways to win. Sign up now using the promo code on your screen to redeem this offer before it's gone. Only at GoldenNuggetCasino.com.
Trust News Channel 3 to protect and alert you.
Welcome back to CBS Mornings and our CBS News investigation underway for the past year and a half. We have really troubling new details about a new mom's death and our ongoing look at how private equity investors have siphoned hundreds of millions of dollars from community hospitals. In the state of Massachusetts, state officials and healthcare workers say that one company's efforts to squeeze out profits left their healthcare system reeling. Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. John LaPook is here with this story. It's a big one. John, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. 9 Massachusetts hospitals owned by Steward Healthcare are under intense scrutiny as the company faces a financial crisis. They include Boston's St. Elizabeth's Medical Center, where Sanjita Rashid suffered complications after giving birth to her daughter last October.
Sanjita Rashid's smile could light up a room. That's what her husband Nabil Huq told us from his parents' home in Bangladesh.
The laugh was, contagious, and you could hear it from a different apartment even, but that's something I really liked about.
With a baby girl on the way, Sanjita, a statistics professor, and Nabil, a postdoc student at Boston University, chose to deliver at Boston's St. Elizabeth's Medical Center. The hospital is one of dozens across the U.S. acquired over the past 15 years, with backing from private equity investors, by a company called Steward Healthcare.
Do you remember Sanjita's reaction when she first saw the baby?
She was crying. It was a beautiful moment, I wasn't expecting it to be this blissful.
That bliss was short-lived. Sanjita experienced cascading complications, first bleeding from her uterus, then discomfort in a different part of her body.
She felt pain and she couldn't sit.
And would it be in like the back flank, like where the ribs are, kind of?
Exactly.
Doctors sent Sanjita for an emergency CAT scan, then rushed her to the operating room.
And what did they find there?
That the liver was bleeding.
Doctors told Nabil they wanted to use what's called an embolization coil to stop the bleeding in Sanjita's liver. He says when St. Elizabeth's didn't have the coil, she was transferred to a second hospital.
And then an hour later, she had another cardiac arrest, and they couldn't revive her. It was shocking, I said, well, what exactly happened?
What exactly happened, including why she died, is now the subject of a state investigation. St. Elizabeth's own medical staff filed this complaint with the state's health department, saying the manufacturer repossessed the coil weeks before because Steward hadn't paid its bills. In a lawsuit, the manufacturer alleged Steward owed nearly $2.5 million.
It's outrageous. It's unacceptable.
Why outrage?
Because the supplies weren't available that could have saved her life.
Nurse Kathy Reardon is an official with the union that represents healthcare workers at Steward's 9 Massachusetts hospitals.
They bought these hospitals to serve the underserved. And that's not happening.
Last year, our CBS News investigation found a trail of unpaid bills at Steward hospitals around the country, leading to a shortage of potentially life-saving supplies. At this now shuttered San Antonio hospital, nurse Jessica Carrasco told us there was a shortage of tubing for respiratory masks.
Coordinators were having to phone a friend to let us borrow, a cup of sugar.
In December, Steward announced it was closing one of its Massachusetts hospitals, setting off statewide fears. In a statement, the company blamed its financial woes on the pandemic and lower reimbursement rates from Medicare and Medicaid patients.
Do you buy that explanation?
I think that's hogwash.
Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey says Steward executives have driven the company deep into debt and enriched themselves at the public's expense.
The game was come to Massachusetts, make some investments, and then begin to suck out as much as you can in terms of profits.
Steward's initial investments included propping up the employee pension fund. But financial records show that since 2016, the company has sold off more than $1 billion of its hospital's real estate. And in early 2021, Steward's owners paid themselves millions in dividends. Around the same time, Steward CEO Ralph De La Torre acquired this 190-foot yacht. Its price tag, an estimated $40 million. He declined an interview.
They've taken money away from these assets, which are so important, hospitals that provide needed care, and they're using that money to line their own pockets. I'm disgusted. It's selfish. It's greed.
Healey told us she's placed state monitors inside Steward's hospitals to try to ensure patient safety.
And we have to do that because Steward has failed.
It's just still surreal that she's not here.
Nabil, who first learned the coil was repossessed from a Boston Globe reporter, says he's trying to focus on the small milestones in his daughter's life instead of wondering whether Sanjita would still be here if the couple didn't deliver at a Steward hospital.
Is that part of the problem? You'll never know. You'll never know whether having a coil would have saved her life or not.
Right. This is not how it should be.
In a statement to CBS News, Steward Healthcare said it's receiving a cash infusion that, among other things, will, quote, address vendor obligations. The company also said privacy law prevented it from commenting on Sanjita's death and said its executives always put patients first. Governor Healey told us, quote, the sooner Steward is out of our state, the better.
Wow. Right, John, they will never know, but the fact is that the coil, she would have had a better chance. We do know that, that's for sure.
Well, we don't know, and that's one of the things that's so tough for Nabil to live with. Would it have made a difference? Wouldn't have made a difference? There are a lot of things we don't know. The transparency here is not very good. I mean, there's an investigation.
The contrast of not paying your $2.5 million bill, so there's no coil there that could have saved this woman's life, and you're having a yacht that costs $40 million if you're the executive. I bet they got life jackets on the yacht. They could afford that.
Well, once again, it's an issue. I mean, to my mind, we've done this investigation. We've done several of these stories of when health equity brushes up against private equity, guess what takes it on the chin?
Yeah,
the health
equity.
How much, do you know offhand what that coil would have cost? Just one coil?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think it's a couple of $1,000s or more, but I'm just giving you a guesstimate there.
A couple $1,000s for want of a woman's life. And then the child doesn't have a mom.
Patient's health over big business. That's for sure. Dr. John LePook, thank you so much. Ahead, Macy's is closing 150 stores across the country. What this means for the future of the iconic retailer and its shoppers. This is CBS Mornings on CBS.
At Ashley, we believe everything's better in leather, which is why we offer new, refined leather looks that are designed to impress and built to last.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Nothing comes close to this place in the morning. I'm so glad I can still come here.
You see, I was diagnosed with obstructive HCM, and there were some days I was so short of breath, I thought I'd have to settle for never stepping foot on this trail again. I became great at making excuses, but I have people who count on me, so I talked to my cardiologist. I said there must be more we can do for my symptoms. He told me about a medication called Camzyos. He said Camzyos works by targeting what's causing my obstructive HCM, so he prescribed it, and I'm really glad he did.
Camzyos is used to treat adults with symptomatic obstructive HCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and your ability to be active. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased if you develop a serious infection or irregular heartbeat or when taking certain other medicines. So do not stop, start, or change medicines or the dose without telling your healthcare provider. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help if you experience new or worsening symptoms of heart failure. Because of this risk, Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking Camzyos, tell your doctor about all of your medical conditions, including current or planned pregnancy.
Today with Camzyos, I don't lose my breath as often. My symptoms have improved, helping me go from expecting less to experiencing more.
My name is Mike, and this is my Camzyos moment.
Call your cardiologist today and see if a Camzyos moment may be in your future too.
Looking for a moisturizer that does more than just moisturize? Try Olay Regenerist for 10 benefits in every jar. Olay visibly firms, lifts, and smooths wrinkles by penetrating the skin to boost regeneration at the surface cellular level. Try Olay.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on Paul. You don't want to ride with Paul. Or Sarah. Not today, anyway. And you don't want a rate based on Ben. He's got some important business to take care of. Why would you pay a rate based on anyone else? With Allstate, you're connected to a rate based on you.
Sit down, or I'll come over there and redistribute the top 10% of my fist and 99% of your face.
The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, new tonight on CBS. We have a sweet new ghost.
Some wedding cake options downstairs on the kitchen table.
To the kitchen.
Huzzah! New Ghosts, Thursday on CBS.
Only one.
Is that dishwasher running?
Criteria, ready when you are. Get this gas range for $618.55 after 11% off.
Save big money at Menards.
Macy's, the legendary department store chain, plans to close 150 more stores over the next 3 years. The company says it's part of a strategy to upgrade its remaining 350 locations. Jolene Kent has more of the announcement. Jolene Kent, good morning. What's going on?
Good morning, Nate. Macy's near you could soon be closing or changing its look entirely. In shutting down 150 stores, Macy's will now focus on the remaining 350 stores and luxury brands that are performing better. The new CEO, Tony Spring, says Macy's will open smaller versions of these stores over the next several years, focused on what they call the experience, customer service, relevant products, and they want to deliver better value than they have been. The stores that are set to close account for 25% of Macy's physical footprint across the country, but less than 10% of its total sales. The company Tuesday reported losses in its fourth quarter earnings, a rough holiday season, and also you'll remember back in January, it also announced it would cut about 2,400 of its employees and close 5 stores. So it's unclear which locations will close in this latest major announcement. What we do know is in San Francisco, the mayor said Macy's is looking to sell its iconic property in Union Square, Nate.
Jolene, does Macy's think this move is good for its long-term health, or could this be the beginning of the end?
Yeah, that is a great question for both customers and Wall Street. You know, they want to avoid the fate of Sears and JCPenney. So what they're doing is they say they're going to pivot to smaller suburban.
Okay, I want to take it to Battle Creek on this, well, still messy Wednesday morning. And as we look at this live shot over Battle Creek, hail the diameter of 2.5 inches reported 2 miles southeast of Brownlee Park. I mean, that is ginormous, and that is rare for West Michigan. Celiata Group 7-day forecast shifting to snow now. Lake effect snow developing right now, and our temperatures are falling. They'll fall into the mid-20s, and we're really, really windy. We're going to show you the latest wind gusts. We'll check in with live Doppler radar and all of our advisories at 7:56.
Winning actor, that's Carrie Preston. First on CBS Mornings, you know I love when that happens. She'll join us to talk about her new CBS show. It's called Elsbeth. It's a spinoff from The Good Wife and her role in the Oscar-nominated film The Holdovers. She's great. Plus, we love to have friends. Yes, we actually have friends who stop by. Drew Barrymore and Ross Matthews. You know them from The Drew Barrymore Show. They'll be here for a very special edition of the Talk of the Table. So that's coming up in our next hour. But first, Klaus and I going over the table because Vlad has joined the party.
We are modeling 3 looks in male suiting. We got double-breasted, we got the classic, we got the vest.
Yes.
We got some great stories.
And I'm just wearing a very cute dress. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
This portion of CBS Morning sponsored by the Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card. Earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases. Terms apply.
With the Wells Fargo Active Cash Card, you earn 2% cash back on what you want, like first date plans and need.
No. Just my shoe.
Like maybe shoes without laces. The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. That's real life ready.
With thyroid eye disease, I hid from the camera, and I wanted to hide from the world. For years, I thought my TED was beyond help. But then, I asked my doctor about Tepezza.
Tepezza is the only medicine that treats TED at the source, not just the symptoms. In a clinical study, more than 8 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza had less eye bulging. Tepezza is an infusion and may cause infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before treatment, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, IBD, or are pregnant or planning to become pregnant. Tepezza may raise blood sugar and may worsen IBD. Tepezza may cause severe hearing problems, which may be permanent.
Now, I'm ready to be seen again.
Visit mytepezza.com to find a TED eye specialist and to see Bridget's before and after photos.
Ooh, number 7 Future Renew Day Cream. Reverses damage. What, like from sleeping in my makeup? Flawless. Emotional damage? No. Skin only.
Reverse visible skin damage with new Future Renew Day Cream with a world-first peptide technology no other skincare product has.
Who's got damage besides all of us?
Don't regret, just reverse.
From the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, the Ego zero-turn riding mower with E-Steer technology drives like a car, turns on a dime. And it cuts up to 2.5 acres on a single charge. Exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis takes you off course, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
When I wanted to see results fast, Rinvoq delivered rapid symptom relief and helped leave bathroom urgency behind. Check.
When UC tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when UC caused damage, Rinvoq came through by visibly repairing my colon lining. Check. Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And a chance to visibly repair the colon lining. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least 1 heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Mom's gonna love this.
All right, kids, come on. It's time for bed.
Good morning, Mr. Snuggles.
Make breakfast special with the cocoa and hazelnutty goodness of Nutella.
what to watch. Mr. Dutier,
All right, we are having a good time, but let me start with a little bit of bad news. We got these rumors running around Britain after Prince William missed his godfather's memorial service at Windsor Castle yesterday. The Prince of Wales spokesperson said a personal matter kept him away from the service. The sudden cancellation had people buzzing about the health of King Charles and Catherine, the Princess of Wales, who also missed the service. A spokesperson told the Associated Press that she is recovering well. We hope that they are okay. All right, I want to share this story because this is kind of crazy. I want you guys to think about this for a moment. Okay. On a summer, you know, she worked hard
for the money, so hard.
Money. You better treat her right. But now the estate of the late disco queen says Kanye West and Ty Dolla $ign owe her. Summer's estate is suing the rappers for copyright infringement. The lawsuit claims the duo illegally sampled her song, I Feel Love, without permission. I'm going to play it. Listen.
Okay.
I mean, come on. The suit contends that the rap song Good Don't Die shamelessly includes re-recorded parts of Summer's 1977 song that are, quote, instantly recognizable. The estate says it explicitly denied the musician's permission to use the song because of the Kanye West controversial history.
And they did it anyway.
And they did it anyway, Gail. We have not seen a response from the rappers.
So what's the question?
You guys hear the similarities,
Yes,
right?
very much
The question is, do you hear the similarities?
Very much
to
so.
an untrained ear of, like, if you're not a musician, you'd be like, that's Donna Summer.
She's not going to need to work hard for that money.
Correct.
That's what he said. That's good.
Right.
That's good. All right.
Somebody needs to take out their checkbook.
That's right.
Donna Summer.
Thank you very much, Gail. Exactly. That's what's got to happen. Here's another interesting story. Wendy's is getting backlash for its new price surging plan. Some customers worry it will hit them in the pocketbook. The fast food chain announced it will test so-called dynamic pricing early next year. The price of menu items would change depending on demand. This is sort of a trend that we're starting to see with food. Remember that food is...
I mean, in other words, if you go there at lunch when there is a crowd, you will pay an extra $1.50 for your burger.
Come on.
Yeah,
That's
except
ridiculous.
that Americans last year spent 11.4% of their disposable income to buy food. That's the most since 1999. The USDA found food prices have increased 5% last year compared to 2022. So,
but back to Tony's point, you'll now have to spend an additional money if you go at a certain hour. That doesn't seem right.
And people like fast food because of what?
It's affordable.
And
it tastes
it's
good.
affordable.
And it's
So
fast.
if you go in there and a burger costs $10,
So now they're calling on a boycott? People are calling on a
I don't know about that, but people are not happy.
People
All
are
right,
calling
Vlad,
on Burger King and
appreciate you.
McDonald's to go over there.
Ahead, Nancy Tan shows us how romance novels are changing the game and bringing in new fans.
Costco's got a $1.50 hot dog.
Asthma. It can make you miss out on those epic hikes with friends. Step back out there with Fasenra. Fasenra is an add-on treatment for eosinophilic asthma that is taken once every 8 weeks. Fasenra helps prevent asthma attacks. Most patients did not have an attack in the first year. Fasenra is proven to help you breathe better so you can get back to doing day-to-day activities. And Fasenra helps lower the use of oral steroids. Fasenra is not for sudden breathing problems or other eosinophilic conditions. Allergic reactions may occur. Don't stop your asthma treatments without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. Get back to better breathing. Get back to what you've missed. Ask your doctor about Fasenra, the only asthma treatment taken once every 8 weeks. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Skin craving next level hydration? New Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water Cream. A vital boost of 9 times more hydration to boost your skin's barrier for quenched, dewy skin that's full of life. Neutrogena Hydro Boost.
Can an oven-roasted turkey breast pack so much succulent flavor that the mere glimpse of it induces turkey sandwich daydreams? If it's Hillshire Farm, oh, hell yeah.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire.
Honey?
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
An alternative to pills, Voltaren is a clinically...
This is a News Channel 3 update.
Good morning. It's 7:56. I'm Julie Williams. And folks, we want to get right to it. We are getting a better look this morning at the damage in the Marshall area after a tornado touchdown. So right now, our crew is out at 20.5 Mile Road in Marengo Township. Our photojournalist Bill Krupka has been out there this morning. And so this is a live shot. You are seeing folks starting to clean up some of the damage. That tornado did touch down about 12:30 this morning, about 5 miles northeast of Marshall. So again, this is in Marengo Township right now, and you can see just some of the damage there, pardon me, from those winds overnight and that tornado that touched down. And we want to turn things over now to meteorologist Jeff Porter really as soon as we can, because, you know, Jeff, we had the severe weather last night, and now crews are going to have to deal with some pretty cold temperatures for cleanup.
And snow also.
And snow, yeah.
And you saw that roadway sign that was completely bent over.
Yeah.
Thanks to the power of the winds. Julie, thank you. Here's your snow. Right now in Bangor this morning, more hail photos out of Brownlee Park, Megan DeMasso, and we now have some confirmed hail sizes for you. Brownlee Park, 2.5, Battle Creek, 1 inch and 3/4. This is diameter. Springfield, 1 inch and 3/4. Mattawan, 1 inch. Decatur, 1 inch. Even Kalamazoo. I heard the hail last night, about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Winter weather advisories till 4. Wind advisories through 7. Right now we have a 40-mile-per-hour gust in Holland, and look at our snow start to spill out at the lake shore here. In fact, the visibility right now in Benton Harbor in snow, 3/4 of a mile. Celiota Group 7-day forecast could have 1 inch or 2 of snow, and roads turning icy late morning and into the afternoon. I want you to know that. 15 tonight will feel like the single digits, 36 tomorrow, almost 50 on Friday, 60 plus over the weekend. And a live look right now at hard-hit Battle Creek.
Dots. Oftentimes, people with low back pain, knee pain, or hip pain don't even recognize that it's actually coming from their feet.
Their feet? For real?
Absolutely, 100%. It can have a domino effect because their foot and their ankle aren't supported properly. Their whole body is out of whack.
Getting back into whack? Good feet arch supports could help.
Keeping your body in good alignment, that can go a long way.
See what we can do for you with a free arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
This is me, and this was my stubborn body fat. My name's Adrian, and Sonobello changed my life. Sonobello is America's #1 cosmetic surgery specialist, and they permanently removed my body fat in just 1 visit. After having 2 kids, my body, it changed a lot. I tried everything to lose the fat, but nothing seemed to work.
Sonobello's board-certified surgeons use micro-laser technology to safely target and remove your diet-resistant fat cells permanently on your stomach, back, chin, and more.
I've seen such dramatic results. My tummy is gone, my double chin is gone, and my hourglass shape is back. This was the mommy makeover that I deserved.
Schedule your free, no-obligation consultation and find out how you can get $250 off instantly. Call 1-888-979-6759 or go to sonobello.com.
Refresh your space with big style and big savings up to 20% off during the Big Refresh Sale at Value City Furniture. Up to 20% off store-wide or enjoy 50 months no-interest financing. It's our Big Refresh Sale only at Value City Furniture.
Catch Live with Kelly and Mark on News Channel 3.
We welcome you back to CBS Mornings. I'm Gail King. Coming up in this 8 o'clock hour, we've got an Emmy winner in the house. Her name is Carrie Preston. She's here with her brand new show. It's called Elsbeth. It's a spinoff of The Good Wife. A lot of people love this character. She's going to tell us what to expect.
I'm Tony Nicopol. Our friends Drew Barrymore and Ross Matthews will join us for a special edition of Talk of the Table, including one about keeping secrets from partners.
I'm Nate Burleson. And Tony, speaking of love, romance novels are big right now, thanks in part to TikTok. But there's a new twist. Who doesn't love a good love story?
Nobody we know. But first, here's today's eye-opener at 8.
Please, get out. You should already be gone.
Wildfires rage in the Texas Panhandle, burning people's homes to the ground.
We're safe. It's just stuff. It can be replaced, but it's still a gut punch.
Severe storms leave a trail of destruction through parts of the Midwest.
The National Weather Service in Chicago issuing the most tornado warnings they've ever issued in the month of February.
Former President Trump and President Biden win their primaries in Michigan, but both face challenges ahead.
Super Tuesday in 6 days, 16 states and territories from coast to coast will be holding contests.
Pope Francis is back at the Vatican after being admitted to the hospital with the flu.
Struth from midcourt.
And the Cleveland Cavaliers weren't the only team to win last night with a half-court buzzer beater.
Lucas fires for the win!
The University of Nevada Wolfpack shocked Colorado State with their own half-court heave.
And it's a party for the Wolfpack! A stone cold stunner!
It is.
And we have a Wolfpacker at the table.
We do. We got an alumni right
Shout
there.
out to the Wolfpack, baby.
Yeah.
Did he call bank, though? I don't know.
I don't know if he called glass.
I don't think he called glass. Yeah.
Doesn't matter with a buzzer.
Doesn't matter. It's still a W.
It still looked pretty, didn't
That's
it?
right.
All right, we're going to begin this hour with Hunter Biden answering questions today from House Republicans looking for evidence to impeach his father. That, of course, would be the President of the United States, Joe Biden. Hunter Biden, you'll recall, tried to avoid this confrontation behind closed doors for months, and the White House is calling it all a political stunt. Republicans say all they want to know is if the president and his family used Mr. Biden's status in high office to enrich themselves. Scott McFarland has more now on the investigation that is running into some serious difficulty.
A year-long face-off involving the president's son, Hunter, comes to a head on Capitol Hill today.
They have no shame.
After a dramatic back and forth with House Republicans over his demand for a public hearing.
This is just a game that you are playing with the American people.
And a surprise drop-in as they work to hold him in contempt of Congress. The president's son will now testify privately today about his business dealings, making Hunter Biden the latest witness to appear before the impeachment inquiry into his father, which is yet to produce evidence implicating the president. More than 20 witnesses have been called, giving dozens of hours of testimony. More than 100,000 pages have been obtained, and dozens of subpoenas and requests for records have been made, with hundreds of thousands of dollars spent. The GOP probe alleges Hunter and the president's brother James traded off the Biden name to score business deals and raise questions about payments sent to the president while they were conducting business. The Bidens say the checks were repayments of old loans.
President Biden knew of, participated in, and benefited from his family's cashing in on the Biden name.
Order. Could you keep interrupting?
And while Republicans maintain they've uncovered potentially impeachable offenses.
The whole purpose was influence peddling, with Joe Biden being the center of it. So we're going to let the evidence speak for itself.
I mean, they've got nothing on Joe Biden.
Congressman Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, argues this doesn't reach the bar.
You need to show treason bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors.
And earlier this month, the impeachment probe suffered a blow when Alexander Smirnov, an ex-FBI informant often cited by the Republicans, was charged with concocting a false story alleging the president and Hunter accepted bribes from a Ukrainian energy firm. Smirnov was later accused of having contact with Russian foreign agents who were planting false stories about the Bidens. He's awaiting trial. As for Hunter Biden, it's likely to be a marathon deposition. Gail, there'll be no video recording.
Okay. Your favorite. No snow yet in Kalamazoo, but it is not that far away. Good morning. I am Jeff Porter. This is downtown right off the Peregrine Tower. And get this, 34 right now feels like 23. The wind chill is 23. That's like 50 degrees colder than what we had yesterday. So falling into the mid-20s, snow showers increasing, slippery spots are likely. Could see an inch or two of snow. 15 tonight will function like the single digits. 36 tomorrow, almost 50 on Friday. Where it's snowing on live Doppler radar, your hail photos in 20 minutes.
Provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks Vapo Stick. And try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks Vapors.
This is it. One play. This is where we find out.
Hey, quick question. Student body math proficiency. Would we say it's good, fair, satisfactory? What? Like a percentage, if you had to guess.
Get out of here, man.
Understood.
Hey, grab it.
Great student-teacher ratio.
Marcy! We gotta go! Marcy! We have got to go! We bring you the real in-depth school info.
What were you thinking?
I don't know.
Ding dong.
Homes.com.
Feeling Claritin Clear is like...
Is she?
Playing with the confidence of a pro and getting all up in that grass as if she doesn't have allergies. Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, look at this. What?
Save nearly $750.
With that kind of money, we could fly south.
Except we don't migrate.
No, I'm talking actually fly. Sit back, relax, maybe work on my novel, and I won't forget the little birds out there. Actually, yes, I will.
Wow, money changed you.
Just keeping it real. Do people still say that?
Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds to spend on whatever you dream up. As we age, our natural collagen production may decline. With vital proteins, collagen peptides, your bones, joints, skin, and hair may never have to know. Vital proteins, for everybody with a body.
There is a new type of romance novel flying off the shelves. Nancy Chen has a preview.
Do I? His hand at my hip glided across my lower back, leaving a wake of shivers in its path as we spun beneath the wisteria. My pulse quickened, and I didn't think it had much to do with the dancing. Up next, I'll explain how this genre has changed and what's behind its surge in popularity. It's getting hot in here. This is CBS Mornings on CBS.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's anniversary sale with hot buys, your choice of colors starting at just $3.99. Or shop new looks for less with 0% interest until March 2029 on in-store purchases. Celebrate and save today, only at Ashley.
I feel refreshed because I'm not struggling with CPAP anymore.
She looks great.
I got Inspire. Great sleep, at the click of a button.
Did you get implants?
Yeah, I got an implant, Sheila. It's Inspire.
Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
This is CBS Mornings on CBS.
Kelly and Mark are live from Las Vegas with Howie Mandel and a special performance from REO Speedwagon. Live is in Vegas through March 1st.
Live with Kelly and Mark this morning at 9 on News Channel 3.
When you know you look fine and it's your time to shine. It's when the fun begins. Life would be pretty dull if we never took a chance. Bet Rivers online casino and sportsbook. Take a chance.
Now is the best time to buy new Champion windows because when you buy two, you get two free.
Hurry, Champion's Buy Two, Get Two free sale is for a limited time.
That's a great deal. Thanks.
Call 888-4CHAMPION or schedule your free in-home estimate online today.
We really need to redo the roof. It's leaking.
We are not redoing the roof without getting new gutters.
The gutters can wait until I get...
Happy spouse, happy house.
Exactly.
Wait.
For home improvement guaranteed to make everyone happy, everyone can agree on 1-800-HANSON's because our durable, energy efficient, and weather resistant roofing is guaranteed for life. Get 65% off installation or no interest and no payments for 2 full years.
Call 1-800-HANSON's. Get it done.
Next, Dr. Phil.
I hate my daughter-in-law with a passion.
She hates me so much.
Did you say to her, my son can marry you, but I don't have to like you?
I never said that.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Today at 4 on News Channel 3.
Where's Nancy? Oh, there she is. We're all looking for a good book these days. You hear Taylor saying love story. Yes, we are. Who doesn't love love? A once guilty pleasure romance novels, they are now getting more respect, thanks in part to TikTok. Even as overall book sales fell in 2023. Listen to this. The sales of romance novels like these, look at these titles, continued to rise. Romantic fantasy novels are contributing to the popularity and topping all the bestseller lists. And Nancy Chan, minus her fan this time, sat down with one notable author. You know, a fan is very sexy, Nancy. Good morning. You say these are not your mother's romance books.
No, they are not, Gail. These books have plenty of those spicy and saucy scenes, but add immortal creatures, dangerous adventures, and creative world building, and you get romantasy. These red-hot books have plenty of people blushing and bringing in a new generation of readers who just can't get enough.
If you're looking for love, you'll find lots of it on the shelves of the Ripped Bodice.
So there's something for everyone.
Yes, I really, truly believe that. If I can't find something for you, I'm not doing my job.
Leah Koch and her sister Bea opened the Brooklyn bookstore last summer. One of the first of its kind in the country.
So we have No Good Duke Goes Unpunished, Booked on a Feeling.
Packed with pink and plenty of puns, it's a love letter dedicated solely to romance of all kinds, including queer, historical, and even paranormal.
For so long, romance books have been relegated to a dark corner in the bookstore, and now we have a whole shop devoted to them.
Yeah, we wanted to create a place that was the exact opposite of that, where romance is on display, front and center, completely celebrated. The question, do you have any werewolf cowboys, is taken seriously. And we're like, yes, right this way.
This was my first 5-star read of this year.
The shift comes directly from readers, driven by passionate reviewers on TikTok and a community known as Book Talk. Sales of romance novels shot up by more than 50% from 2021 to 2022. And they've kept growing as the steamy genre once dominated by Fabio covers finally gets its due.
It's always been the largest share of adult fiction and the best-selling. Was it treated as if it was? Absolutely not.
And why is that?
Romance is not exclusively, but primarily a genre that is targeted towards women and produced by women. It was always going to have an uphill battle.
The books themselves have changed significantly. People see themselves in these books a lot more than they used to.
Absolutely. Traditionally, romance has not been inclusive at all. And we still have a tremendous way to go, but we have made incredible strides forward. There is so much more available now for everyone.
Another major factor, the rise of romantic fantasy, or romantasy, a love story set in a fantasy world, usually with a few rather spicy passages not suitable for morning television. 6 of the top 10 books on the New York Times bestselling list right now belong in the romantasy genre.
I just want to go over some things first.
And the community isn't just online, with events like trivia nights devoted to the Court of Thorns and Roses series.
The danger of fantasy that you find in it kind of heightens the excitement of the romance.
After initially hesitating about pivoting to the style, author Jennifer Armentrout now has 10 romantasy books to her name.
You have to create that world. You have to establish rules for that world. It's a lot of fun, but it's daunting.
And today, From Blood and Ash, my first high fantasy.
Armentrout published the first of her best-selling Blood and Ash series in March of 2020. It was an instant hit.
Anytime that the world becomes very stressful, very tense, and things are out of control, you tend to notice there's an uptick in fantasy, uptick in paranormal. And I think that's because it is more of an escape, because you're not entering a world that's familiar.
And as more women are reading, writing, and celebrating the books, the West Virginia author says the shift goes beyond the page. A noteworthy evolution in a world dominated more recently by series like Game of Thrones.
I know what Ramsay is. I know what he'll do to me.
Fantasy traditionally, as a genre, has been associated with violence toward women. But it seems like fantasy romance really changes that.
In a lot of fantasies, sex is a weapon. And one of the things that fantasy romance takes back is taking back sexuality, is taking back autonomy. And a lot of fantasy romances, you see the role reversal. You see it's the women who are in charge. And that's a long time coming.
And you know, in full disclosure, I had not read a romantasy book before we started working on this story. I did it for research, and I got hooked. Like, I could not leave my couch for the rest of the day. I had to finish the book. And I'm not the only one. There are so many younger generations of readers who are saying, I'm falling in love with reading
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I've been to that Rip Bodice because we did something for Oprah Daily and met Leah. Number one, the store is great.
It is.
They have, well,
She's not going to tell you.
No, I didn't, only because I was in a hurry. But I would go. I would go back and get something. Because I really love the book. They have an erotica section. They have a paranormal, as you point out, whether you want a rom-com, whether you want business. And I think it's great you're doing this to show that sex and love is a very happy, healthy thing when done right. When you meet the right person. I love this
It's
story.
absolutely true, and it's good for reading. I think we saw maybe one guy in like a background of one of the shots. I have to say, a little advice for the boringly heterosexual males out there. Read this with your partner, and you will be in for a good, not so clean time.
Even if you read it by yourself, you can have a good, clean time.
Tony, I can even go better than that. Klaus, who's over there on Steadicam, when 50 Shades of Grey came out, he said his wife read it, and he goes, I'm exhausted.
Wow, Klaus. Look at Klaus in a
But I think that is a very healthy thing. To your point, Tony.
Yes.
I think that's a very, and we need to not be uncomfortable and giggle about it. I think it's really
embrace
terrific.
it and be proud of
And
it.
his wife is lovely. She's lovely.
My heart is racing right now. Yeah, real hot for a second.
Like you don't read a romance.
I am the romance, Gail, okay? I am danger. All right, Nancy.
Black Rain in the house.
Nice little inside joke from Vegas.
Hot chocolate.
There we go. Let me tell you what's coming up tomorrow on CBS Mornings. We continue our celebration of Black History Month as we take you to a beloved restaurant in Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go right into that. They're serving up soulful dishes and a rich history. During the Civil Rights Movement, Pasco's was a key meeting place for leaders, including Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and former Ambassador Andrew Young.
62, 63, we were planning with Martin Luther King to go to Birmingham. 65, we were meeting to plan about Selma. All that happened over Pasco's Fried Chicken.
All right, that's coming up tomorrow. We'll be right back.
A new tribe is forming.
I'm a former Division I athlete. I played football.
Grab a torch and get fire. New season of Survivor premieres tonight, 8/7 Central on CBS.
Mr. President, there's a lot to talk about.
A lot to talk about.
If China invades Taiwan, what will the U.S. Navy do? Here in Tel Aviv, second siren in about 10 minutes. This Humvee just pulled up and said, it's time to leave.
The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell.
My mom was
The best of Broadway.
BroadwayGrandRapids.com.
We open them and pour them out. Hearts are important, and we at Cleveland Clinic put all of ours into treating the most complex heart cases.
The passion they had, the confidence, knowing they could fix me was second to none. I should have come long before.
For every diagnosis, for every heart, for every care in the world. Cleveland Clinic. If you've been diagnosed with a heart condition, call 833-810-CARE.
What I love about T-Mobile is that just about anywhere you go, you're going to have coverage.
Where I live is a rural area. The coverage has been awesome.
Reliable coverage is super important for me, for my business.
And after investing billions to light up our network from big cities to small towns, T-Mobile is America's largest and fastest 5G network. See for yourself. Try T-Mobile's network free for 3 months. Your phone, our network, no strings.
24-25 Broadway season. Broadway Grand Rapids. Visit BroadwayGrandRapids.com.
A serious and potentially deadly condition that affects heart health during pregnancy is affecting more and more women. In fact, a recent report found that preeclampsia, which causes high blood pressure, is the most prevalent cardiovascular condition during pregnancy. And rates have climbed 25% over the past 2 decades. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of maternal deaths in these United States. It accounts for more than 1 in 4 pregnancy-related fatalities. Dr. Celine Gounder is a CBS News medical contributor and editor-at-large for public health at KFF, and she joins us now as part of American Heart Month. Dr. Gounder, thank you very much for being here. What makes preeclampsia, am I saying that right, so dangerous, and why are the rates going up?
Preeclampsia. So this is where you have high blood pressure during pregnancy, and it can cause organ damage, in particular to the heart, to the nervous system. So if it is affecting the nervous system, a woman could end up with seizures, she can end up with a stroke. High blood pressure can also lead to detachment of the placenta from the uterine wall, which is obviously dangerous to the pregnancy. Most of the preeclampsia is occurring at 20 weeks of pregnancy and after, but the definitive treatment here is delivery of the baby. So you end up with a preterm birth there.
So it can be treated?
It can be treated, but there are very long-term risks to somebody who develops preeclampsia during pregnancy.
So what are those risks for developing it? What can you do to prevent it?
Yeah, what causes it? Yeah.
Well, a lot of women are going into pregnancy much less healthy, so higher rates of high blood pressure, of diabetes, of obesity, so that certainly increases your risk of preeclampsia.
I was always worried when favorite daughter Kirby was pregnant, because she's black, as am I, that black women die in childbirth more than white women, even educated women, black women who are getting good care. It's still an issue. Why is that?
Well, there are a number of factors. Women who are black are going into pregnancy less healthy, so they're more likely to have obesity, high blood pressure, diabetes. They also are more likely to have these other risk factors. They have less good access to health care. They're less likely to have health insurance. And they also deal with a higher burden of socioeconomic stressors than white women do.
How do women prioritize heart health after pregnancy?
So postnatal care is really important. A lot of women are overwhelmed after giving birth. They pay attention to the needs of the baby, but not to themselves. And about 40% of women do not engage in postnatal care, so care for themselves after a pregnancy.
More and more states are recognizing the importance of postnatal care, that the risk extends out to 1 year after giving birth. And so more states are extending Medicaid coverage after delivery from 6 weeks now as far as out to a year.
Is there something that spouses can do? How can we be of assistance?
Oh, good question. Well, support your wife so that she can actually take care of herself, so that she can get enough sleep.
That makes sense.
So that she can go out and get
This is a News Channel 3 update.
And good morning. It's 8:25. I'm Kirk Mason. A tornado confirmed to have touched down in the Marshall area of Calhoun County early this morning. I think we're going to give you a live look at some damage at 20 Mile Road in Marengo Township. Maybe we don't have that right now. So let's go to some other damage we have. This is actually that same area. This is 20 Mile Road in Marengo Township. You can see fallen trees, down power lines, a roof torn off a home. Power lines have been knocked down. Some people still don't have power. We've seen consumer energy crews out this morning working to repair power lines, get the lights back on for some 12,000 customers still in the dark. The tornado touching down about 5 miles north of Marshall. Crews from the National Weather Service are expected to be out today surveying damage. Now, we spoke with the Calhoun County Sheriff this morning about the storm damage and reports of tornadoes. Right now, he's asking people to avoid the area.
We still have blocked roads with trees. We have power lines down, and please consider all of those power lines live. We're working our way through the area with the Calhoun County Road Commission heavy equipment. Deputies, troopers, and fire department personnel have been checking different homes.
Sheriff Hinckley says there are no reports of any injuries at this time, and he hopes it remains that way. There are reports of structure damage. We've been showing you that in this video. We're still working to learn the extent of that damage, just how widespread it is. We'll continue to provide you updates on storm damage on air and online throughout the day. An Indiana man pleading guilty to threatening a Michigan election worker. The Department of Justice says he told the worker he and millions of others would kill them and their family. The worker said there weren't any irregularities in the 2020 election. Indiana man pleading guilty to making the threat over state lines. He's scheduled for sentencing July 9th. Could spend up to 5 years in prison. Meteorologist Jeff Porter here now with his Wednesday forecast. Jeff.
Kirk, thank you very much. Mid-Lake Buoy, 10 footers right now. That's how tall the waves are. And a little bit closer to South Haven, the Muskegon Buoy reporting 7 footers. Clyde Brazy Jr. showing us his lightning capture, the Watervliet area last night. It was in our chime-in galleries, WWMT.com/chime-in. So officially our winter weather advisory is in effect for 1 to 2 inches of snow and the development of icy roads as we move you forward here late morning into the afternoon alongside gusty winds. But you notice the wind advisory through 7 o'clock, speaking to the possibility of outages, 45 to 50 mile per hour gusts. A 36 mile per hour gust right now in Battle Creek and also in Holland. Not great as we're trying to do cleanup, or at least assess what we have to clean up. And here's your snow right now in Van Buren County. Should be in Oshtemo at 8:48 and the westwood side of Kalamazoo at 8:53. Sealy Auto Group 7-day forecast. Be careful traveling throughout the day. Not as cold tomorrow, 36. Big warm up by Friday. Live look at some flurries in Kalamazoo.
Satellite-free DirecTV. Never thought I'd see the day.
Well, our lifespans are quite short.
Stream DirecTV without a satellite dish.
I'm going to do this thing with my neck just for a bit.
Around here,
You need fuel to keep you going.
Energize your day with Bob Evans' all-new Farm Fresh Protein Bowls. With vitamin-rich sweet potatoes, fresh picked tomatoes, spinach, peppers, and more. Topped with fresh cracked eggs. Try the delicious Garden Veggie Protein Bowl with our new fresh salsa. Or the tasty 3-meat protein bowl.
It's the fuel you need for your busy day.
Download the Bob Evans app and earn rewards.
Hi, folks. Harry Hicks from Sundance. Brand new Chevrolets cost less at Sundance. I'm sure you're going to find that out. But here's a Jaguar for $11,900. Here's a loaded up Ford Escape for $300 a month. There's an all-wheel drive Cadillac for $435 a month. And here's a brand new 4-wheel drive Chevrolet pickup that's $39,154. Not $59,000, $39,000 at Sundance. We do it every day. Come see us.
A rookie stunt driver, again, will prove he's got what it takes in this year's most exciting Nissan sales event.
Get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the 2023 Nissan Rogue.
Act fast. These President's Day offers end soon.
Catch Live with Kelly
And Mark
on News Channel 3.
Welcome back to CBS Mornings. Time now for a very special edition of Talk of the Table. As you can see, our friends Drew Barrymore, host of the Drew Barrymore Show, and her Drew's News co-host, Rossi Ross Matthews.
We've been calling you guys friends.
We
Our
are.
friends.
We are your friends.
We're glad you're
family,
here.
too.
I like to say family, too.
Yeah,
Right.
All right,
And
who's
we got
first?
a table here and we be talking. So I think you're up first, Drew.
I do actually have the first story. My talk of the table is my visit to a prison in New York State with award-winning CBS News journalist Lisa Ling. The prison system has touched so many people's lives in this country. Here is a wild statistic. 45% of American adults have had an immediate family member incarcerated. So today on the Drew Barrymore Show, Lisa Ling and I are going to share our visit to Otisville, which is a medium security federal prison for male inmates. But we spoke to some of the female corrections officers. Here is a clip.
Is there anyone here who wants to say anything to someone who might be watching, something that you wish that they knew about how it operates here?
The big thing is they have to understand they're not locked in all the time. We engage with them every day. So the inmates are only locked in normally for the evening, overnights. Like we walk around with them all day long. They can conversate with us, we conversate with them. You know, they're not just locked behind a cell door.
There's so many female corrections officers in this room right now. What is your key to gaining the respect and keeping yourself safe in this kind of an environment?
I think just communicating with them, asking them how their day was, how their weekend was, you know, if there's, you know, anything going on in their lives, like they appreciate that.
Wow.
It's super interesting.
Normally when I see these kind of stories, Drew, they're normally focused on the inmates. Why did you guys want to go and talk to the officers?
Well, we had an unprecedented access. Cameras have never been allowed in this institution. And as someone who believes in second chances, as someone who will not dare to compare, but has, you know, no secret, had been institutionalized for 2 years when I was younger, and it truly was the thing that saved my life. And when people believe and invest in people, they can go on to have a different life and change that narrative. And so I was very passionate about this. I met a female corrections officer at a friend's wedding. We struck up a conversation, and I said, could we ever bring the show there? And they allowed us, and I went with Lisa Ling, which felt, you know, really appropriate for the circumstances.
For sure.
But I was honored. The journalistic aspect of our job is something that I really, really love.
That they let you in and they talk to you because they trust you. See what happens when you get out in the world, stories come to you.
Absolutely.
And that's going to air today on your show?
It is.
Okay,
and
Ross.
I'm proud to bring it to you guys.
Thank
You
you.
are real journalists,
Thank you,
and I'm
thank
an
you.
aspiring one.
Yeah, and you know, it's what I love about our show is that it's all the feels. One day we'll be talking about that, and then another day we'll be talking about dating and relationships. So my talk of the table is a new study that found nearly 25% of couples who live together admit that they keep secrets from their partners. Ooh, so here's the most common secrets people are hiding. 26% don't share details about past relationships, which can get sticky, right?
20 could be smart.
Could be smart, depends on the relationship.
Yes.
20% of people say they're hiding something that they did that would upset their partner. So it could be anything from serious to not so much. 19% of people don't disclose their spending habits. I feel like money is a big issue.
That's a problem.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's broken down between generations. When you compare baby boomers, millennials, and Gen Z, the biggest secret keepers are millennials who are between the ages of 28 and 43, and the least likely to keep a secret from their partners are baby boomers.
Yep.
Really?
Who are the age, 60
I agree with
to
that.
70.
I don't believe that. A lot of 23andMe tests have been showing a lot of secrets.
Yes, right?
I mean, let's just be honest.
Hilarious.
That's also true.
I don't know. Keeping secrets to me is too complicated. I'm not smart enough to keep track of the secrets, you know? And that's the issue.
It can be exhausting.
It can be. And, you know, I think in the past, maybe when I was younger, I wasn't so good at being upfront about everything. But with my marriage now, my husband has really pushed me to just be honest and about literally everything.
Yeah.
And when you have no secrets, it's so, that kind of intimacy is so beautiful.
So Katie and I are incredibly open and honest. We have a very healthy marriage. However, there are some things that I do keep from her, and I've been living with one for the last few days.
What? Oh, tell us.
So Katie, you know I've been taking the initiative on the laundry a lot more, and you know we've had a lot of conversations about how I need to go through the laundry to make sure there's no stuff that can't go in the washing machine. I made another one of those mistakes over the weekend, and it was one of Eloise's sweaters, and I panicked. And I didn't want to show you the sweater, so I took it into work on Monday. And now I'm confessing to Ross and Drew Barrymore.
Did it used
Eloise is now 3. This looks like it fits on a newborn.
Oh, my God.
Although it goes very well with my outfit.
Nate said it looks like it fits on a chihuahua.
That's I was going to just say that.
Nate's the one who told me to burn it and buy a new one. He was like, don't you ever confess.
Tony, what did you do? Wash it and put it in the dryer?
I just put it in the wash, and it was a wool sweater, and this has happened a lot. And so I was like, I can't get caught again. So I didn't know what to do. I put it in my bag, and I took it to work.
Are you just doing this so you no longer have to be responsible for laundry?
No. That is not a game you can play. No,
it's not.
It's a shared responsibility, and I do it a lot, but I don't do it well.
Maybe Katie Tur-DeCopel isn't watching today.
No, she's definitely watching. I made sure because I also the good news is I've been able to find this online. Okay. It's coming to the house. We have the replacement.
Oh my God.
You know what?
Like it never happened.
You can repurpose that, give it to baby Celine. I think.
Yeah, baby Celine actually may be too big for this. Okay,
this is why I never bought anything that wasn't washable for the girls.
Exactly.
Because this is what happens.
Yeah.
All will be well in the
stepping into our conversation. I'm with you, Drew.
Hey, Tony, well done, man. I'm proud.
Very well
I know. You're
very well done.
Katie, honesty, don't you feel better?
I feel so much better, but I don't know what the text messages are going to say right now.
And by the way, and this is my goal weight, so I'm going to hold on to this, keep it in the closet, and one day fit in.
Tony DeCopel has been redeemed. Mine is about gossiping because being a gossiper is something that usually is frowned upon, but my talk of the table, there's a study that found that gossip and gossiping can actually be a good thing. Why?
Oh.
Researchers from Stanford and the University of Maryland, my alma mater, say the average person spends an hour per day talking about others. They say this can have social benefits, including helping people decide who to associate with, helping people bond together, and helping them cooperate. There is one red flag, they say, that gossip is only helpful if it's true. They said gossip can validate our emotions. We feel like we have prized information that others will find valuable because we're social creatures naturally drawn to each other. The biggest misconception that gossip is always negative, not true. The primary reason people do it is because they really just want to make sense of our environment.
Gossip is awesome. Gossip is just another name for news.
Right.
Have you heard about the Defense Department and what they're doing lately?
Right.
Have you heard what's going on in Ukraine? I mean, we call it serious news and not serious news, but it's all just
about the
conversation.
world.
It's what
Use
matters
it for
to
the
people.
positive.
Well, I'll tell you, my rule is I never talk gossip, but I will listen. So come tell me. I want to hear it.
I think gossip has just a negative connotation.
Yes.
So if we flip the narrative on it, and you're right about if it's true, it's definitely fun to listen to. I feel
We've had a couple of gossiping sessions through Barrymore.
And like I said, I love to listen. You and me, Gail, always have a good time, and it is pleasurable and fun to have a safe space. Whether you have to be honest about your past, the laundry, gossip, you know, whatever it is, just make it safe for people. And then that's a telltale sign that they're a good person to be around, too.
That's right.
Yeah, we are never petty.
No, we gossip and we're safe.
Yes.
Boz knows something about gossiping. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does. Okay. Okay, we want to show you the snow right now in Allegan. Of course, this is Allegan County. We have snow outside of our studios, very tiny flakes, numerous flakes here. Live look in Allegan. Okay, Celiata Group 7-day forecast, 34, misleading, more like 24, 25 later today. Windy, windy, windy. 15 tonight, 36 tomorrow, 48 on Friday. Gorgeous weekend. We're going to show you where it's snowing right now on live Doppler radar. More of your chime and damage photos at 8:55.
Imagine a world.
Big news! At Kohl's, you can now save up to 85% on clearance after an extra 50% off. Get cozy fleece, comfy PJs, warm outerwear, stylish sweaters, and more. Great brands, great prices. Discover it all at Kohl's.
I was stuck. Unresolved depression symptoms were in my way. I needed more from my antidepressant. Vraylar helped give it a lift.
Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant is clinically proven to help relieve overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke, report unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults, report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, as these may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Stomach and sleep issues, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks.
I didn't have to change my treatment. I just gave it a lift.
Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Whether someone is across the neighborhood, across the street, or across the room, you have the power to make them feel right at home. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
Waiting for a sale that's bigger than a wall-side sale? It's Wallside's Sale on a Sale. Half off every wall-side window and 20% off when you pay cash. Or 5 years, no interest. Go to wallside.com.
There are some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya provides tools that help you make the right investment and benefit choices so you can reach today's financial goals and look forward to a more confident future.
Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Hurry in to the Markdown Madness sale event at ABC Warehouse and get up to 65% off everything plus so much more. Right now, get a Frigidaire gas range for only $6.23 or less. Only at ABC Warehouse, the closest thing to wholesale.
From Lincoln Center Theater that brought you The King and I and South Pacific comes a sumptuous new revival of the most perfect musical of all time, My Fair Lady. The New York Times calls it thrilling, glorious, and better than it ever was. Bartlett Shear's glowing production is enthralling. Don't miss the smashing, jubilant Lincoln Center Theater production of My Fair Lady.
Coming to Miller Auditorium Sunday, March 10th. Go to millerauditorium.com for tickets.
It's Wallside's Sale on a Sale. For a limited time, get 1/2 off every window, plus 20% off when you pay cash. A sale on a sale like this won't last. Call 1-800-521-7800.
Let me get this straight. It allows for hearsay as long as a murder is established, and a murder is established here because there's a hearsay statement that establishes it. I mean, tell me when the snake actually devours its tail, okay?
I just love her. That's actress Carrie Preston in the hit series The Good Wife. She won an Emmy, by the way, for playing the quirky, unconventional lawyer Elsbeth Tassioni. Preston is reprising her role in the new CBS spinoff series, Elsbeth. It's so good. She's taking on a new job as an investigator with the NYPD. In this clip, she questions a popular theater director, is he popular, who she suspects could be involved in the death of a student.
Wow. Are all these your students?
Many of them, yes.
I think she was in Wicked. I only know because I have the cast album. I play it all the time.
How may I help you, Miss Tassioni?
Well, the police are looking for who Olivia was dating. What deodorant do you use?
What?
It's just that we found Old Irish deodorant in Olivia's medicine cabinet. And her parents said Olivia didn't use Old Irish.
So we're looking for a murderer who smells like Old Irish.
Yes, okay. You're right. That's like a Sherlock Holmes story, but with scratch and sniff.
I'm sorry if I can't.
We're very happy to say that Carrie Preston joins us first on CBS Mornings. Welcome, welcome. I love this character.
Thank you so much.
So I came in the other day and I said, she so reminds me of Columbo because she has this easygoing kind of delivery and you think it's just sort of, oh, by the by, but she's really getting information.
Absolutely. And when they first offered me this part 14 years ago on The Good Wife, that's how they described her.
Oh, did they? Okay.
A female Columbo.
Yeah, who's often underestimated. But let's talk about 14 years ago.
Yes.
Because you were playing her on The Good Wife. What's it like now, though, Carrie? Because you are #1 on the call sheet. Let's talk about that.
It's very exciting. You know, I mean, I played this role about 20 times over the Good Wife and Good Fight universes. And now to get to play her every day, all day long, is such a dream. And I am just approaching it with such a hefty amount of gratitude, you know, and also humility, you know, to be trusted with the lead of a show, the title character. It's almost a miracle in my life.
Did you dream of having your own show when you started?
No.
Why do you call it a miracle in your life?
Well, because it's a miracle when anybody gets to do this. You know, it's a tough business. So I feel like for me, it is, you know, a true, you know, milestone. It's like something that I didn't dream about. I've had an incredible career of being a supporting actor, playing leads in small movies, that kind of thing.
Saw you in The Holdovers.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was great. Yes,
Thank
you were.
so
Yes,
much.
yes, yes.
But you know, this to reach this is something that it's not lost on me because I've been doing it for so long.
Bravo.
Yeah.
You're doing True Bloods, and then you took a break from True Bloods to do the walk-on role initially that led to all of this. And one of your True Bloods co-stars, Stephen Moyer, is in a guest role.
That was Stephen that you just saw in that clip.
What's it like reuniting with him?
It was wonderful. You know, we worked on that series for 7 years. We had such a chemistry as a group. And so when you're doing a pilot, you know, the pressure is on to make it great. So having him in that pivotal role really eased me up. It made me feel more relaxed. I had a history with him. And so we played together, and I think you can see that crackle on the screen.
But you say that her, Elsbeth, she's underestimated, and you call that her superpower.
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because nobody sees her coming.
Nope, they don't.
She has a bit of a scatterbrain, but I think of her as just extremely present and capable of taking in a lot of information at once.
A hyper-awareness of her
She has a
surroundings.
hyper-awareness of everything. So it might seem like she's scatterbrained, but she's really just collecting the intel that she's going to use, you know, to crack the case.
So Elsbeth goes from Chicago to New York. You're familiar with New York.
I love New York. I've
30
lived
years
here
here.
for 34 years.
34 years.
Yes.
Now, doing the show set in New York, does this allow you to see this city with a fresh pair of eyes?
That is the best thing about playing Elsbeth, is she just leads her life with curiosity and wonder. So when I'm out in New York and I'm shooting, I'm seeing the city through her eyes, as if I'm a tourist. We had a scene where we were at the top of a tour bus, and so seeing the city from that level.
You're lost in the character.
It was so wonderful because it made me appreciate and have curiosity and wonder about my life. And I'm hoping that that's what the show
That's
will
fascinating.
you
I
know,
think so, too. Will we
spread
get
joy.
We didn't get to really know her backstory or her back life. Will we get to know more about her backstory in this, now that you are #1 on the call sheet.
Number one walking.
Yes, number one walking.
Number one walking, I know. It gives me chills every time still. Yes, you're going to learn about her son, which we only heard about at the very first time we ever saw Elsbeth. Now we're going to hear about him. His name is Teddy. We're going to learn a little bit about him. Now, whether or not we're going to meet him, I'm not sure.
Your husband's an actor, too.
Yeah.
Do you possibly see Michael Emerson on this show?
Ooh. I would love if Michael came on the show.
Well, you know people, #1 walking.
Yes, I do know people, and we've had incredible guest stars already.
Yes.
You know, we had Steven, we had Jesse Tyler Ferguson, Retta, Blair Underwood, Jen Krakowski.
They only gave us one episode.
Do you tell them to act right and I'll do something for you?
That's right. I know, we hook each other up.
Congratulations, Carrie.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having
Terrific
me.
in this.
Please
Show's
know we're
great.
cheering you on. You can see Carrie on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert tonight.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah, I think so, too. And you can watch the series premiere of Elsbeth tomorrow night at 10/9 Central, right here. Where, Carrie?
On CBS.
On CBS and streaming on Paramount+. We'll be right back.
This is CBS Mornings on CBS.
Hi, it's me, Elsbeth.
Elsbeth, you should think about changing that.
She found something we didn't?
Ooh, sparkling.
Birds are smarter than you seem, but are a bit of a weirdo who sticks a nose in everything.
Smarter than I seem. How nice. I got that on a report card once.
Elsbeth premieres tomorrow at 10/9 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
A rookie stunt driver.
Again.
Will prove he's got what it takes in this year's most exciting Nissan sales event.
Get a low $319 per month lease on the 2023 Nissan Rogue.
Act fast. These President's Day offers end soon.
You may think your home was built on solid ground, but chances are it's not. Drought, excess moisture, and soil compaction can all cause your home's foundation to sink, leading to problems throughout your house. The good news is your home's foundation problems can be fixed permanently, so you and your family can rest easy, because foundation problems won't get better with time, but they will get better with us. Call Ayers Basement Systems today for your free estimate.
What if my type 2 diabetes takes over? What if all I do isn't enough? Or what if I can do diabetes differently?
Now you can with once weekly Mounjaro. Mounjaro helps your body regulate blood sugar, and Mounjaro can help decrease how much food you eat. 3 out of 4 people reached an A1C of less than 7%. Plus, people taking Mounjaro lost up to 25 pounds. Mounjaro is not for people with type 1 diabetes or children. Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Mounjaro and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, vision changes, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis and gallbladder problems. Taking Mounjaro with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can cause dehydration and may worsen kidney problems.
I can do diabetes differently with Mounjaro.
Ask your doctor about once weekly Mounjaro.
I'm one of those people that I wake up smiling. Knee pain and foot pain gave me a reason not to smile. Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, that pain just kind of instantly went away. My wife said, "You're a different person." She thought that was good.
A rookie stunt driver.
Again.
Will prove he's got what it takes in this year's most exciting Nissan sales event.
Get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the 2023 Nissan Rogue.
Act fast. These President's Day offers end soon.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
We say this all the time. Time flies when you're having fun.
That's right.
We were just saying we think we have one of the best jobs in TV. 2 hours live to spend with you.
Absolutely.
And we thank you for that.
And guess what? We're coming back tomorrow.
With my experience at Goodman Acker, from the moment I met them, I felt welcomed and I felt like they cared. It was encouragement, it was mental support, it was physical support. Goodman Acker was there. Goodman Acker, good decision.
It's always better at Berger.
Berger Chevrolet is your West Michigan Chevy dealer. Trade in your old vehicle at Berger and we'll give you up to $4,000 more for your trade, or we'll match your down payment up to $2,000. Come to Berger and find out why Chevrolet is West Michigan's top-selling brand. Start shopping online at BergerChevy.com.
It's always better at Berger.
Ooh, I love. Totally. But keep swiping. This is so much fun. This makes it so easy. Yes, that was a good one.
Let's go.
Play your favorite slots today and go for the next big jackpot. Sign up now using the promo code on your screen to redeem this offer before it's gone. Only at GoldenNuggetCasino.com.
This is me, and this was my stubborn body fat. My name is Adrienne, and Sono Bello, America's #1 cosmetic surgery specialist, permanently removed my body fat in just one visit.
This is a News Channel 3 update.
Good morning. It's 8:55. I'm Julie Williams. And folks, right now we are getting a better look at the damage in the Marshall area this morning. We can confirm there was a tornado that touched down about 5 miles northeast of Marshall last night. Now, this is a look at Marengo Township. Our photojournalist Bill Krupka is over on 20 Mile. So this is a live feed of what we're seeing this morning. And we really just want to take a minute here to show you some of the damage that folks are waking up to. You can see some debris scattered in that field there, and then it looks like to the right of your screen, maybe even some downed trees. Yeah, see, as he pans here, and folks, you can see just how big that tree is, and if you look, those are the roots that have come up out of the ground. So again, Bill Krupka is over in Marengo Township on 20 Mile for us, and we're seeing some structure damage now too this morning. Again, we do know that a tornado touched down about 5 miles northeast of Marshall, and we do have more storm damage from the Marshall area, downed trees, fallen power lines. Now, people did lose power. Consumers Energy has been out this morning and really overnight to get the power back on, and crews from the National Weather Service are expected to be out today to survey some of that damage. Now, we've been showing it to you, and we talked to Calhoun County Sheriffs this morning. He says he's assessing the damage, and right now he's asking folks to avoid the area.
We still have blocked roads with trees. We have power lines down, and please consider all of those power lines live. We're working our way through the area with the Calhoun County Road Commission heavy equipment. Deputies, troopers, and fire department personnel have been checking different homes.
Sheriff Hinckley says there aren't any reports of any injuries right now, and he hopes it stays that way. We do know that buildings were damaged. We even saw some of that. We're just not sure how bad it is or how many buildings were damaged. Of course, we will let you know as soon as we know. And right now, we want to turn things over to meteorologist Jeff Porter. Jeff, some of that damage we're seeing, it's looking pretty extensive out there.
Yeah, also going to go to Van Buren County. Survey crews later today to suspect maybe another tornado. Now, a tornado is already confirmed 2 miles west of Grand Blanc on the other side of the state. That was Windmill Island Gardens, where it's snowing right now. Check out the hail ball here. Our hail piece, Laura France, Brownlee Park. Winds right now in Battle Creek, close to Brownlee Park, 33 miles per hour. We've got snow that is breaking out now in Kalamazoo County. Look at these numerous lake effect streamers throughout the county. We got wall-to-wall lake effect snow right now in Allegan, a sign of things to come for later today. Celiata Group 7-day forecast could see 1 to 2 inches slippery spots as we move through late afternoon. And it's still going to be windy all day long. And we want you to know we're under wind advisories through 7 o'clock in places like Calhoun County. This is Allegan. Join us at 12.